like button. Like me up, like me up, like me up. And give me a thumbs up in the charts if you can hear me. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up in the chat. What it do, what it do, what it do. Can y'all hear me? I need them thumbs up in the chat. This is the participation time. This is the time in which you get to participate. I need thumbs up in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me get this chat call out the way. Hey, Felicia, you was first. Woo! Hey, Lavelle, what's good with it? Hey, stilettos for me. Georgia girl, Georgia girl. Hey, Star, whisper in the building. Shawty. Hey, Dolores. Hey. So anyway, child, let me tell you, Judge Ann is sick of this shit. Judge Ann said she done heard about the Bolsky. She done, she tired. Judge Ann is tired. Now, the Eastern District is on the East Coast, meaning that right now it's 2:15. I'm on the East Coast. So let me tell you what just dropped. This is the judge's order. Cotton Candy, Shay Dalton, McDime Dime. Hey, Vanessa Murray. Hey, Demetra. All these goddamn new people. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Next time, bring a friend, honey. Bring a friend. So let me tell you. Let me read to you what just dropped. You know, we are pretty good with deciphering what the hell is going on. So let me tell you what just happened. Let me read to you. So hold on. Wait a minute. Something came in. Hold on. Hold on. Something came in. Okay, let me see. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Did she comply? Hold on. Wait a minute. What the fuck was that then? Okay, what was that? Oh shit, something going on the other case. Oh god damn. Hold on. All right, we got a motion in limine in the other case. All right, god damn. I'm gonna change the title. Let me change that title real quick. Hold on. We getting to it. We be working over here, baby. Sorry, y'all. Hey, this is real time. It happens live, baby. I'm gonna tackle it live. First reads. Okay. So we got that, and let me go real quick to pull up. Well, let me tell you what happened in Chicago real quick. So the judges dropped this, and this is in regards to J Bo's other portion of her memorandum, a sentencing memorandum that she has under seal. Now, remember, the judge and them have been going back and forth about getting it put in either without being sealed or with redactions. So here go the judge. She says by no later than 3 p.m. on June 28th, that's today, that's in about 40 minutes, the defendant is directed to file on the docket unsealed redacted versions of ECF number 3061, 3062, 3063, and 3064. That's the numbers that refer back to the numbers of the documents in PACER, and said that incorporates the government's proposed redactions at ECF number 314.1, 314.2, 3, and 4. The defendant may file his 12-page main sentencing memorandum, ECF number 306, with the limited redactions that the counsel proposed via email, as the court finds that the redactions comport with the principles discussed herein and thus are justified. So she's already made her decisions. So apparently there has been an email chain going back and forth behind the scenes, right? Which they do that. And I'm not on the screen, y'all, so I can't see any comments. And so, with regards to this situation, I don't know what's going on with Jay, but why she just won't put the motherfucker in. I told you that lady was getting tired. And she was going to direct her at some order her to put the motherfucker in. I told her she was going to put that order in. Well, she's doing it again. And then she got now 39 minutes to get it in. So, hold on. So, let me go to Illinois, because Illinois just dropped the motion in limine. She working, honey, J-Bo white, but she working like a nigga on a slave ship, honey. Now she just put in some, well, I don't know. Let me see who motion in limine this is, and hopefully it ain't sealed. Let me see. Because I can't remember who got it. Should be hers, because I think the prosecutors put theirs in already. So let me see. The paperwork dropping, people going to prison. What the fuck? Okay, motion in limine. Who is this? Yep, it's J-Bo. So I'll be right. Please. Oh, it ain't sealed either. And it's only 7 pages. So we'll knock that out on this live. We will knock that out on this live. Okay. So let me come around here for any see what y'all comments are. What y'all think? What y'all think about this shit? Like why is she playing around with the paper? Why are you pissing off the judge? She getting tired. Because the sentencing is tomorrow. It's not going to be delayed playing games. This just came in, y'all. So we're going to see what she wants, either included or excluded, as far as evidence goes. I mean, do y'all think this is smart to play this game back and forth with this judge? Let me see. I got something else. Hold on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Okay. All right. So, hold on. Oh, I was checking my email. I know y'all like. Okay. So, I don't know what's going on. She playing a game. So, we're going to start reading this. Okay. I'm going to read this through its entirety. Hopefully, she get the motherfucking paperwork in. This is crazy. So let's see what's in this motion in limine. Let's see what's going on. All right. It says defendant Kelly's consolidated motions in limine. Now comes defendant Robert S. Kelly by and through his counsel Jennifer Bungine and moves this court in limine for an order excluding certain evidence as set forth infra. And infra means below. Background. On February 13th, 2020, the government filed a 13-count superseding indictment charging defendant Kelly with 1, 4 child pornography counts, 2, conspiracy to obstruct justice in connection with his 2008 state court acquittal, 3 counts related to receiving the aforementioned child pornography, and 5 additional enticement counts. Count 1 through 9 of the indictment largely relate to conduct directed at minor 1, while counts 10 through 13 allege sexual abuse of 4 other minors, minor 3 through 6. Discovery reveals that numerous other women have alleged abuse by defendant over the past 30 years. Discovery reveals that numerous other women have alleged abuse by a defendant over 30 past years. So there's some more people coming up. I don't know if it's going to be charged acts or coming in as uncharged acts, but apparently she's trying to get in front of it. Let's keep reading. It says some women claim to have been abused by the defendant as minors, while others claim the defendant was abusive towards them when they were adults. So it must be either they can come up as uncharged act or they could be witnesses. Oh Lord, they could be just straight up witnesses. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh shit. Number 1, the court should preclude the government from introducing uncharged other bad acts of evidence. Damn, if I could have just kept reading it, I would have seen it. Yeah, so they're coming in as uncharged acts. They're coming in. It's coming in, y'all. It's coming in. Oh shit. The government has produced voluminous discovery in this case, reflecting allegations by scores of women who have alleged that defendant mistreated them in some form or fashion over the past 30 years. Many of the allegations are unsupported by corroborative evidence. This court must prevent defendant's trial from being engulfed by irrelevant and excessive bad character evidence that adds little to the jury's assessment of whether defendant committed the charged offenses. She probably hollered that it's propensity evidence somewhere in here. Defendant cannot be expected to defend against dozens of uncharged claims of abusive and sexual misbehavior, particularly where defendant must already to defend against charges of sexual abuse by 5 different women, decades after the conduct allegedly occurred. Let me see. All that bing and ping means sometimes means something is coming in. So let me see. Hold on. Okay. Unless this court severs counts 10 through 13 of the indictment from the remaining counts, the jury will hear extensive evidence related to defendant's alleged sexual conduct towards minor 1 and 4 other minors. As argued in his motion to sever, defendant contends that joinder of the counts pertaining to minor 1 with the enticement counts related to minor 3 through 6 is unduly prejudicial to the defendant, particularly where the evidence related to minors 3 through 6 is significantly weaker than the evidence related to minor 1. See defendant's motion to sever. If this court disagrees and orders that all counts be tried simultaneously, the government begins with a distinct advantage where it will argue a pattern of conduct based entirely on charged conduct. In light of these circumstances, the government has no need for additional uncharged bad act evidence. A. Legal standard. Generally, evidence of other acts is inadmissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. Federal Rules of Evidence 404b1. There is, however, an exception to that general rule where the evidence is admitted to prove motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. Federal Rules of Evidence 404b2. Case law. The Seventh Circuit reminded lower courts that all evidentiary questions begins with Rule 402, which contains the general principle that relevant evidence is admissible and irrelevant evidence is not. Rule 401 defines relevant evidence as that which is both probative and material, and that means it proves a fact, and material means that it is important and relevant to the charges. It says it is not enough for the proponent of the other act evidence simply to point to a purpose in the permitted list and assert that the other act evidence is relevant. Rule 404b, it is not just concerned with the ultimate conclusion, but also with the chain of reasoning that supports the non-propensity, I told you, propensity purpose for admitting the evidence. In other words, the rule allows the use of other act evidence only when its admission is supported by some propensity-free chain of reasoning. This girl be on it. She be on her shit. I told you she gonna start talking about propensity somewhere in this motherfucker. Even if other act evidence is relevant without relying on a propensity inference, it may be excluded under Rule 403, which applies with full force in this context and gives the district court discretion to exclude evidence its probative value is substantially outweighed by a change of unfair prejudice. Other act evidence raises special concerns about unfair prejudice because it almost always carries some risk that the jury will draw the forbidden propensity inference. And that means propensity is like evidence that shows that someone is more inclined to do something, right? In the case at bar, the government has not provided notice concerning whether it will attempt to introduce testimony or other evidence of uncharged allegations of misconduct by other women. Notwithstanding, defendant moves to bar evidence of the following and further requests the government immediately identify any uncharged bad act evidence it intends to present at trial. B. Defendant moves to bar the following other bad act evidence. One, evidence related to defendant's marriage and alleged sexual relationship with Aaliyah. Defendant is not charged with any conduct related to his relationship with Aaliyah, who is deceased, including evidence that defendant married Aaliyah in 1994 when she was underage. Introduction of such evidence serves no legitimate non-propensity purpose. Furthermore, any probative value of such evidence is substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect. Accordingly, defendant moves to preclude a testimony of any evidence related to his purported relationship and marriage to Aaliyah. Now listen, you could use propensity evidence for the reasons. Remember, I read that long list. Where was it? Like, let's see, to prove motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, lack of. Oh, god damn. Hold on. This is Walker. I'm helping. Okay, let me give you a call back. I'll check my email. Let me give you a call back. Thank you. Okay. 1 minute, y'all. All right. Okay, number 2. So apparently they want to talk about the Aaliyah situation over here, right? So I don't know. I heard some idiots say that you can't use evidence and information from one trial to the next. Yes, you can. Number 2, uncharged allegations of women who claim the defendant abused or mistreated them. The voluminous discovery in this case reveals that scores of women have accused defendant of engaging in varying forms of mistreatment towards them. The government has not provided notice of any intent to offer such additional evidence. Defendant moves to bar any additional uncharged allegations of misconduct. If the government intends to introduce uncharged other act evidence, defendant requests that the government immediately disclose which evidence it seeks to introduce and for what purposes. So let me tell you what has happened. So apparently in discovery, there is some type of testimony or evidence about mistreatment of underage women and women, right? The government has not superseded the indictment to make those charged acts, right? So she's thinking that they may come in as uncharged acts. So she's doing her job because she's jumping ahead of the matter. She sees all of that in discovery, and she doesn't know if the government plans to use it in either charged acts or uncharged. So she's going ahead and jumping forward and saying if they do use it as charged acts, then she wants the information about the women or and underage girls immediately. If it comes in, if they try to use it as uncharged acts, she is seeking to bar it because of propensity, the propensity inference, meaning that it will make him look more guilty. All right. And you can't do that. You can't use evidence in that way. Okay, number 3, evidence that defendant impregnated any accusers and or facilitated their abortions. The discovery records reflects that at least 2 individuals purportedly were impregnated by the defendant or possibly impregnated by the defendant, and that defendant facilitated their abortions. The statements by these accusers are imprecise, and there is no corroboration that these claims are true. Regardless, such evidence serves no legitimate evidentiary purpose and would be offered for no other purpose than to breed contempt for the defendant. Should the government intend to offer such evidence, defendants move to bar it. So it must be just testimony. All right, there must be no physical records or something like that. Doctor's records or something. Number 4, evidence that defendant infected any sexual partners with herpes. Several accusers, including minor 1. Oh, Lord, they say minor 1 got herpes. Oh, Lord, wait a minute. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Okay, wait a minute. Let me go over. I got rough. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me get my shit together. Evidence that defendant infected any sexual partners with herpes. Several accusers, including minor 1, allege that the defendant infected her with the sexually transmitted disease, namely herpes. Again, this evidence serves no legitimate non-propensity purpose and would be offered solely to inflame the passions of the jury. Defendant contends that such evidence should be barred as having no relevant purpose, or in the alternative, the probative value of such evidence is substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect, which is they don't allow evidence for that does that. I'm shook up now. God damn. Number 5, evidence that the defendant was previously sued by accusers and or settled lawsuits brought by those accusers. The discovery record contains significant evidence that defendant has been previously sued by numerous women for a range of behavior. The lawsuits resulted in settlements agreements negotiated largely by co-defendant McDavid. Defendant concedes that it is possible that McDavid's role in negotiating settlements agreements on his behalf could constitute relevant evidence in this case. They're trying to get the suits in, right? So lawsuits, that's settled, right? And lawsuits in general aren't usually permitted in criminal cases because there's no evidence of someone's actual innocence or guilt. But because these settlements relate to the charges, then it could be relevant. It says that the introduction of evidence that defendant was sued and the cases were settled should be barred to the extent it is introduced solely to show his bad character. Number 6, video recordings of sexual acts that do not involve the charged conduct. They got videotapes. Here come the tapes. The government has disclosed other video recordings of sexual acts between defendant and other women that do not appear to relate to the charged conduct. The government has not disclosed whether it intends to offer those video recording sex acts for some other purpose. Y'all done got choked up. Wait a minute. Defendant moves to bar such explicit recordings. Hold on now. The government disclosed other video recordings of sexual acts between and other women that do not relate to the charged conduct. The government. It must be some on them tapes that could be damning. Now I don't know what it depicts. I don't know. They don't go into it, so I don't know. Number 7, prior conviction of defendant. Defendant was convicted of 1 count of RICO, Mann Act violations and inducement offenses in the Eastern District of New York. Defendant moves to preclude the government from introducing evidence of his prior convictions. Separately, defendant joins defendant Brown's motion in limine to arguments 2 through 5. So, all right. So that last line. So Milton's Brown, remember I read Milton's Brown motion in limine. So she is joining on or adopting the same thing. His motion in limine argument as to 2 through 5. Now, check this out, right? Didn't we give Milton? Let me come around the front because that is over with. Didn't we give Milton Brown's attorney? Didn't we give her damn roses? So this is crazy. She's a public defender, right? Which is a lawyer. But so J-Bo is jumping on that lady's motion in limine. So she's going to adopt the rest of that through 2 through 5 to add to her motion in limine. So that's what that means. She's going to join on to that. So she is jumping on that lady's work. That is, boy, I'm trying to tell you. I'm proud of them. I feel like a proud mama. I'm proud of them. Damn. She knocked that. I told y'all that lady knocked that. Milton Brown's attorney knocked that motion to eliminate out. Okay. And J-Bo's like, bitch, I'm joining. You know. Nah, we're going to leave Derek McDavid, his motherfucking ass, out in the cold. All right. Yeah. I'm back right here on the front. This thing got crazy. Give me a minute, y'all. Ah, shit. J-Bo done got the motherfucking paperwork in. Hold on, y'all. Let me get that. Hold on. Woo! Yes, J-Bo. Girl, that Joe wasn't playing with your motherfucking ass. She was sick of your shit. She probably called your ass on the phone and said, now, look, bitch, you got, now we white women in this shit. You got an hour, just 1 hour to get that goddamn shit in that goddamn system. So let me see what we got. Let me see what we got. Yeah. What? 244 pages? Shit. Shit. Huh? Shit. Shit. Now I know. Y'all think I can knock these lives out like a big dog. 244 pages? No, okay, I'm sorry. Ooh, they scared the shit out of me. No, it's 12 pages. Wait a minute, let me make sure. I'm trying to go the fuck in. Is you crazy? Oh yeah. Oh. Ooh, it's redacted. It's redacted. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a minute. Let me get it up. Hey, make sure they like the motherfucking make sure they like this like us up. I ain't saying shit else. Get y'all go out there and get them like buttons, please. While I get this up. And we ain't saying shit, all this free motherfucking screenshots and shit. Why I got to pay for it and shit. Y'all done turn me into a bad girl. All right, y'all. What we look like on them likes? What we look like on them motherfucking likes? Hell, all this work we do over here, and they can't even. Thank you, Karen. You don't have to do that. All this work, we do over here for everybody just to bite off it and shit. Oh, we talking shit today. Fuck that. Everybody else brag and all this bullshit and be wrong and lying and biting and shit. Fuck that. Tired of being nice. The nice girl is done. She's done. I'm like Judge Ann today. Okay, so let's read this. All right, so this is the elusive sentencing memorandum, the other part of it. And it better be good too. All this bullshit you done put me through, J-Bo, to finally get this shit. Okay. Let me see. So, oh wow, this has been ready since June 13th, y'all. Ain't this some shit? J-Bo, you got more games than a little bit, baby. All right. It says, why my eyes are, I'm sorry, my eyes are blurry. Okay. Defendant respectfully submits this letter in a connection with defendant's sentencing hearing, currently scheduled for June 29, 2022. Defendant has already submitted a sentencing memorandum that addresses defendant's position that the guideline range for his conviction is 168 to 210 months. Upon considerations of all factors set forth in 18 U.S.C. section 3553A, defendant contends that a sentence that exceeds 10 years imprisonment would be greater than necessary to address the purposes of sentencing in this unique case. All right. So remember, she was at 14 to 17 and a half. That was her calculated medium for her calculated benchmark, I'm sorry, for the pre-sentencing report. That was her math work, right? She is asking for 10 years. Okay? So 10 years for the entire thing. Now, how that can be foreseeable is that I don't know what it is for count one. I don't know if that's 10 years or 20 years. I don't know what that comes with. But she can ask for 10 years. So normally, like whatever one of the charges, just say one of the charges is 10 years. So that means that you want the rest of the counts to run concurrently with that. That's just an example. Okay, background. The government argues for a sentence that exceeds 25 years imprisonment. A 25-year sentence is tantamount to a life sentence for the defendant, who is 55 years old. Although the defendant has been convicted of serious offenses, there is far more to the picture than the government allows. Defendant's convictions involve 4 victims who describe conduct that is simply not deserving of a de facto life sentence. Importantly, defendant. I'm sorry, y'all. My eyes. Can I make this bigger? Hold on. Oh, I can. Okay. Shit. Where am I? Okay. Importantly, defendant presents significant mitigation evidence detailed in 2 reports prepared by Dr. Park Dietz and Dr. Renee Sorrentino, and supported further by collateral sources and supporting letters. The report explored in area defendant's traumatic childhood, including evidence of a severe history of sexual abuse by family and non-family members. Defendant's history and characteristics weigh in favor of a more lenient sentence than proposed by the government, because a 10-year sentence would serve the legitimate purpose of sentencing. Defendant urges this court to impose a sentence not to exceed 10 years imprisonment. Argument. A sentence in excess of 10 years imprisonment is more than is necessary to comply with the purpose of sentencing. Defendant respectfully asks this court to sentence defendant to a term of less than 10 years imprisonment in light of all relevant factors, including the nature of the circumstances of the offense, the history of and the characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence to reflect the seriousness of the offense, to afford adequate deterrence, and to protect the public from future crimes by the defendant. Now, listen, y'all. Before y'all flip out, J-Bo is not turning on her client. I told y'all this before. She's going to put stuff in here that seems as if she's calling him guilty. She is saying, things that don't make R. Kelly look pretty good in the light, right? That's not what she's doing. What she's trying to do is fight for her client to get the least amount of time as possible. As I've explained to you guys, he's going to be sentenced anyway. Right now, she's trying to get the least possible time she can. Therefore, you have to say certain things to get the judge to see some ounce of. It doesn't have to. I mean, if you can, if it was something clear cut, clear cut like murder and shit like that, you could see, you would see more of the tone of remorse and things of that nature for the crimes that they committed. She's probably going to show, and I just opened this up, and I don't know, remorse that the crimes happened. Okay, that's different. Saying that you're sorry for what you did. If you saying you're sorry for what you did, but you did it because of these reasons, that's different. Or that you're sorry that the crimes happened. That's another level. So I just took you in levels. I took you like highest remorse, medium remorse, and bare. Okay. Sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what I did. And here's the reasons, and I'm sorry that this happened. And here are the reasons that it happened. Okay. Slightly different from what I said before, but it means the same. Okay. Legal standard. A district court should begin all sentencing proceedings by correctly calculating the applicable guideline range, which should be the starting point and the initial benchmark. Case law. After proper calculation, a sentencing judge considers the 7 factors set forth in 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A, the nature of the circumstances of the offense, and the history and characteristics of the defendant, the 4 legitimate purposes of sentencing as set forth below, the kinds of sentencing available, the applicable guideline range itself, and relevant policy statement by the Sentencing Commission, the need to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities among defendants, and the need to provide restitution to any victims. 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A 1 through 7. And then you have a reference there. In determining the appropriate sentence, the statute directs judges to impose a sentence sufficient but not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes of sentencing, which are A, to reflect the seriousness of the offense, to promote respect for the law, and to provide just punishment for the offense. B, to afford adequate deterrence to criminal conduct. C, to protect the public from further crimes of the defendant. And D, to provide the defendant with needed educational or vocational training, medical care, or other correctional treatment in the most effective manner. 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A2. B. Analysis. The nature and circumstances of the offenses. While it is true that defendant has been convicted of serious offenses, defendant rejects the government's contention that he committed these crimes as part of a calculated and methodical enterprise. using his platform as a larger than life musical persona and his deep network to gain access to teenagers. Notwithstanding the government's successful effort at overwhelming the jury with excessive bad character evidence, disguised as evidence relevant to the means and methods of a non existent enterprise, defendant was convicted of abusing four young women: Stephanie 17, Geronda 16, Jane 18, and Faith 19. The conduct was unrelated, sporadic, and dispersed over the course of 2 decades. While it is undebatable that the jury found defendant guilty of serious crimes, the government's portrait of defendant as a monster preying on young teenagers is neither accurate nor fair. Okay, I got choked up a little bit because and Jane's supposed to be 17, right? Let me keep reading. I don't know which Jane it was. First, defendant was convicted of a single count of sexual exploitation of Stephanie stemming from an isolated occurrence in 1999. The conviction was based entirely of her uncorroborated claim that she was 17 years old when defendant video recorded her in a consensual sexual encounter. Although the government emphasizes that defendant provided his phone number to Stephanie when she was 16 years old at a McDonald's in Chicago, there's nothing in the record that reflects that defendant spoke to Stephanie, knew Stephanie's age, or pursued her. Indeed, it was Stephanie who later sought out the defendant, eventually contacting him and agreeing to engage in a consensual sexual relationship with him. Any claim that defendant enticed Stephanie or lured her into a relationship is unsupported by the record. Although young Stephanie was not a minor under Illinois law and her sexual acts with the defendant were legal, even if she now regrets them and has a better understanding of her own vulnerabilities as a young woman. The offense of recording a sex act with consenting 17-year-old is a serious one, but on the continuum of production of child pornography offenses, the unique circumstances of this offense are not particularly egregious, and it did not involve an act of child sexual abuse or an act of coercion or violence. I wonder if those text messages are going to be mentioned. Second, defendant was convicted of separate racketeering acts related to Geronda, who claimed she was 16 years old when she commenced a sexual relationship with defendant. Defendant's convictions for conduct directed at Geronda are serious and carry severe penalties, as they do involve claims of child sexual abuse. That said, defendant's forced labor conviction related to Geronda is highly tenuous, as argued extensively in defendant's Rule 29 motion. The fact that a jury returned a verdict in the government's favor on this count is likely the result of being overwhelmed by excessive bad act evidence, and not because the government's evidence of an isolated act of oral sex followed by a physical assault is compelling evidence of forced labor. As far as forced labor offenses go, this is simply not a serious one, primarily because it is not forced labor. Unlike true forced labor victims, Geronda was not living in a condition of servitude or threatened with physical violence to keep her in a position of prostitution or domestic service, which is true. Having nonetheless been convicted of forced labor, defendant faces the severe penalties of the offense, but the conduct could not be squared with pragmatic forced labor cases. Third, defendant was convicted of several offenses related to Jane, including a Mann Act violation in early 2015, a Mann Act violation and related child exploitation charge in late 2015, and a forced labor offense. The offenses, while serious, contain mitigating circumstances that this court should consider when deciding the nature and circumstances of the offense. First, it is undisputed that at the encouragement of her mother. Oh, here we go. The text messages. Boy, we good, babe. We good over here. Jane falsely told defendant she was 18 years when she met him at a hotel in Florida in early 2015. Indeed, the meeting was engineered by Jane's parents, contrary to the government's contention in the final 15 of sentencing letter. Defendant was not on notice of Jane's age when they met at the hotel. Jane expressly testified that she lied to defendant about her age and that when the police arrived at the hotel, defendant confronted her about her age. Levi and some other people, but I know mainly Levi, has had that, point of contention with this story, right? So he brought it up a lot. J-Boy is bringing it up here. I try to raise those type of comparisons and those reference marks to show you that, well, with a lot of these conversations, we be on point, especially when they come back with the paperwork to confirm what the fuck we be talking about. So let me see. Where was I? Jane expressly testified that she lied to the defendant about her age and that when the police arrived to the hotel, the defendant confronted her about her age. Jane reassured him that she was 18. Defendant invited the police officers into the hotel room, who proceeded to check Jane's identification. Either Jane possessed a fraudulent identification or the police could not do math. They listening. That's goddamn directly out the mouth of somebody that came up here. Oh, hell no. Oh, shit. Either way, the police went about their business after confirming that Jane was 18 years of age and the defendant was none the wiser. It is difficult to follow the government's contention that this incident put defendant on notice that Jane was 17 years of age when the police officers came to his room, checked Jane's ID, and then left her there apologizing for the intrusion. As argued extensively in his Rule 29 motion, defendant invited Jane to California with him under the mistaken belief that she was 18 years of age. There is no inducement, of any kind on the part of the defendant. Rather, it was Jane's parents who shamelessly and illegally pushed their daughter into a sexual relationship with the defendant. Defendant remains that his conduct violated no laws. The jury said otherwise, but the nature and the characteristics of the offense are mitigating, given the defendant was duped into believing that Jane was a consenting adult, and there was no hint that defendant used coercion or force in connection with the Mann Act violation. So remember, this is what that part of the text messages that she was talking about in her Rule 29 motion, which is the motion for acquittal. This is what she was talking about, that she could have used all of that to show that it was the parents along with her that did the inducing, enticement, coercion, and coercion, right? So yeah. As to the Mann Act violations and child pornography offense related to Jane and defendant's second trip to California in 2015, the nature and the circumstances of the offense are mitigated. In late 2015, Jane and defendant were in a legal relationship in Illinois, a relationship her parents condoned. When Jane was a month or two shy of her 18th birthday, the couple traveled to California in connection with defendant's performance schedule, where they engaged in consensual sexual activities. Defendant apparently video recorded one of those sex acts. The sexual activity, while legal in Illinois, was illegal because in California the age of consent is 18. The Filming of Sex Act was illegal under federal law because Jane was not 18 yet. Defendant faces severe penalties for those offenses, but the circumstances are not overly aggravating, where they did not involve coercion and violence, threats of violence, or a particularly young child. So remember, aggravating is what the prosecutors will be arguing. J-Boy is arguing mitigating, right? Okay. And that whole little exchange that I just read there is pretty much saying that in Illinois, 17 is the legal age consent. 18 is California. All right. Because the filming happened in California, it made it illegal It was also, they crossed the lines that made it a federal jurisdiction. And with federal jurisdiction, the age of consent has to be 18. All right. Or defendant was convicted of several offenses related to isolated sex acts with Faith, who was not a minor. As argued extensively in defendant's Rule 29 motion, the government's evidence of Mann Act violations and forced labor as to Faith was wanting. Even if this court disagrees, the nature and circumstances of the offenses pertaining to Faith were mitigating, even by Faith's own account. In connection with Racketeering Acts 12 and 14, Faith's testimony reflects that defendant invited her to New York for his performances, and she accepted. Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on Faith's claim that defendant exposed her to herpes, Faith never contracted genital herpes as a mitigating fact. Huh? Wait a minute. Huh? Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on Faith's claim that defendant exposed her to herpes, which is the crime, the exposure. It's not who gave who the herpes. So please stop running around here with that regurgitated crazy shit. That is not the crime. Once you understand what the crime is, you'll start regurgitating stupid shit. All right? Stuff that's not a factor. When I say it's not a factor, it does not affect the case. But this is confusing. Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on Faith's claim that the defendant exposed her to herpes, Faith never contracted genital herpes as a mitigating fact. Okay, well, maybe they're talking about, maybe she's saying that. But he was charged with giving her herpes. So why wouldn't it be a mitigating fact? Let me go. Let me read. Turning to the forced labor offense related to Faith, as argued supra, isolated sexual acts, even unpleasant ones, are not forced labor. Yeah, while y'all sitting there, can y'all work on this part? Because it seems like they skipped on. Faith never contracted genital herpes as a mitigating fact. But when he charged with, under a Mann Act, with exposing her to herpes. So that means, what I mean, if somebody could pull up the indictment, the New York indictment, and see what was the elements under for Faith, if y'all don't mind, if what I'll do is, when I'm done here, or I'll pull it up myself, because I don't understand none of that, because they skip ahead and start talking about something else here. Let me go back. Turning to the forced labor offense related to Faith, as argued supra, isolated sexual acts, even unpleasant ones, are not forced labor. In its best light, the government's evidence showed that defendant directed Faith to give him oral sex and grabbed her neck before placing his penis inside her mouth. Faith later testified that she did not want to do it. She never claimed that she was forced or felt threatened to comply. The forced labor statute was not enacted to remedy isolated occurrences like the one described by Faith. Notably, even Faith refuses to call herself a victim and characterize her interactions with defendant as her choice. On cross-examination, Faith admitted that she was not a victim and had made a choice to be with the defendant. That's reference 2385. So that's the transcript. So I just read this. In one of the podcasts we spoke about this morning, the paper route, on that show you said during the interview, I don't like the word victim because I don't feel like I'm a victim. I'm a young woman. And let's be clear. I made a choice to be involved with that person. Do I feel like everything he did was right? Hell no. But I had a choice. And that's why I walked away. I did not move in with him. I did not live with him. I did not take any money from him. There is a choice that you have to make. You said that. A, correct. I mean, A, correct, Lord. Correct. You made a choice? Correct. And you're not a victim? Correct. The government focuses primarily on the excessive other bad act evidence that is placed before the jury to make its case that the defendant's conduct was exceptionally serious. The government places outsized emphasis on 30-year-old conduct that was never proved beyond a reasonable doubt, some of which was never shown to be the product of any coercion. More than one witness testified against defendant reluctantly, clearly cooperating because of the government's pressure. At least one of the government's witnesses, an alleged victim, sent an unsolicited letter to defendant apologizing for her testimony, suggesting that her testimony was strong-armed. Whoa! Boy, I know this. I know who this is. Boy, I tell you, I tell you. In a letter dated April 7, 2022, one government witness wrote, a letter dated April 7, 2022? Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Rob. See, that's why, baby, we need to get into this because we ain't mind our own business. Rob, I have so much to say. Please let me know if you even want me to write. I know writing isn't your thing. Call me if it's easier for you. I hope you know I never wanted anything to do with this. I even paid a lawyer to try to avoid it, but I was threatened. It kills me every day. Love, your ride or die. Who is that? Who said that? P.S. I hope you know that I would never want to do anything to hurt you. My hands were tied and they had me backed in a corner. I tried to send a birthday card, but it was returned because the envelope was purple. I hope to hear from you. I'm lost without my best friend. The government seeks to sentence. Wait a minute. Baby, this case right here is worse than a goddamn mystery novel. You never figure it out. The government seeks to sentence defendant to a sentence that would see him in prison until his 80s. As an African American man with diabetes and other health concerns, defendant is unlikely to see prison sentence through until his 80th birthday. A de facto sentence of life is unjustified here, notwithstanding the government's belated effort to prosecute defendant for untimely offenses that the government only developed an interest in prosecuting after the airing of the docuseries Surviving R. Kelly. So there you go, Levi. She says, and this is what she says after the prosecutor. Now, they don't say it. She said it wasn't an investigation. It was already open. Complaints and shit. She said after the airing of the motherfucking docuseries, which I agree. I agree with that. The series heightened. That series did a whole bunch of things. It brought national exposure to what was going to the allegations, right? Then it just got all the agencies, both state and government, involved in investigating this stuff. You know, like seriously putting manpower and money and all the stuff they do to facilitate investigation. It also gave the opportunity for people to call in to give their experience, you know, what they claim, for them to, you know, what they do, take your name, take your information, whatever, and they start investigation. Ask you, are you willing to come in and talk to us? Ask you, are you willing to cooperate? Meaning go on the stand, supply us with evidence that you have. Go through the whole thing, right? Are you willing to do that? Because I told you with the cases like domestic violence, any type of sexual abuse, things, rape, things of that nature, they prefer to have the accuser, especially at the state level. Okay. So, because now the government only brings cases on behalf of the government. The state is, a little different. Number 2, the history and characteristics of the defendant. Defendant is widely accepted as a musical genius with a rags to riches story. He is considered the greatest living R&B singer and has earned multiple Grammy Awards. He has written and produced music for celebrated artists like Michael Jackson and Whitney Houston. Notwithstanding his legacy, his legendary status, Robert Kelly is a man with a rich and complicated story that is highly relevant to this court goals of fashioning an appropriate sentence for him. Ooh, I like how she put that. Defendant has been portrayed by the government and the media as a one-dimensional villain, undeserving of any measure of humanity or dignity. This court is charged with considering defendant's unique history and characteristics in rendering an appropriate sentence. Defendant's history and characteristics reveal that he is not an evil monster, but a complex, unquestionably flawed human being who faced overwhelming challenges in childhood that shaped his adult life. This evidence is critical to understanding how and why defendant finds himself in the current situation. Okay, yes, so she's going with the middle tier. Okay, let's see. As acknowledged in the pre-sentence and investigation report and set out more fully in extensive reports prepared by Dr. Park Dietz, MD, MPH, PhD, and Dr. Renee Sorrentino, MD, defendant experienced a traumatic childhood involving severe prolonged childhood sexual abuse, poverty, and violence. His victimization continued into adulthood where, because of his literacy deficiencies, defendant has been repeatedly defrauded and financially abused, often by the people he paid to protect him. Dr. Dietz's report focuses on adverse childhood experiences, illiteracy, victimization during adulthood, the question of coercive control, the effects of stardom, and positive character traits. Exhibit A, report of Dr. Patrick Dietz. Incorporated in Dr. Dietz's report are findings of Dr. Daniel Martell, PhD, who conducted neuropsychological testing of defendant. Dr. Sorrentino's report contains a complete history of the defendant and focuses on defendant's sexual and relationship history, including a detailed discussion of sexual abuse he suffered as a child. Exhibit B, report of Dr. Renee Sorrentino, Dr. Shante Alexander, ED, conducted collateral interviews in connection with these reports. The reports are lengthy and defendant will not quote from them extensively, but will highlight certain portions. Example C, experts CVs. Critical to understanding the history and characteristics of defendant is understanding the traumatic childhood that shaped him, as Dr. Dietz writes. Traumatic childhood events such as abuse, neglect, and witnessing experiences like crime, parental conflict, mental illness, and substance abuse can result in long-term negative effects on learning, behavior, and health, often referred to as adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. ACEs. These types of events create dangerous levels of stress that can derail healthy brain development and increase risk for smoking, alcoholism, depression, heart disease, and dozens of other illnesses and unhealthy behaviors throughout life. Dr. Dietz opines that defendant endorses a significantly high number of adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, that cannot be overlooked when considering his history and characteristics. Dr. Dietz writes, many of Mr. Kelly's problems are now known to be adverse outcomes associated with cumulative ACEs, including but not limited to below average academic and literacy skills by kindergarten age, lower school engagement, learning behavior problems, not complete high school, sexual transmitted disease, having 50 or more sexual partners, anxiety, panic disorder, and criminal conviction. Separately, there is now substantial evidence that a history of being sexually abused as a child is associated with subsequent conviction for sexual offenses. Oh, wow. Ooh, they wrote the shit out this shit. That's some good pencil whipping right there. As set forth in detail in Dr. Dietz's report, defendant grew up in poverty and experienced a chaotic home life. One of defendant's longtime employees and friends aptly writes in a letter of support. Robert was born in poverty, but even as a kid, he has a passion for music. He shared with me some of the abusive circumstances he grew up in. It was a horrible environment for any child, and Robert is amazingly resilient to have even survived it. As a young adult, he was homeless and earning money as a street performer on the frigid streets of Chicago. Eventually, his hard work and talent earned him a record deal, but that deal wouldn't take away his illiteracy or traumatic experiences he endured. Exhibit D, letter of Diana Copeland. Whoa, Diana Copeland wrote a letter, y'all. Defendant never knew his father and was raised by his mother and stepfather, who by all accounts were heavy drinkers and would sometimes violently fight. During one vivid fight, defendant's stepfather pushed his mother and her dress got stuck in a car door before defendant's stepfather drove off, dragging his mother for a short while. Oh, her sons threw bricks at his car. By objective accounts, defendant and his two brothers suffered physical abuse at the hands of their mother, who disciplined them with whippings with cords and switches. On one occasion, defendant mother grabbed a knife to threaten defendant and his brothers and accidentally stabbed defendant in the left arm. Neither the defendant nor his brothers considered the punishment meted out by his mother as abusive. Indeed, defendant's mother was beloved by her children. Defendant lived in a violent neighborhood with significant gang and drug activity. Defendant steered clear of gang and drug pressures, but still witnessed significant violence that made a lasting impact on him. For example, at the age of 14, defendant was shot in the arm with a 22 round while riding his bike down the block. Oh my God. Critically, defendant experienced multiple sources of childhood sexual abuse and premature sexualization that sheds a significant light on some of his behaviors. Dr. Sorrentino and Dr. Dietz write at length about how defendant was sexually abused as a child for many years by his sister. Oh. Both of defendant's brothers report being sexually abused by Defendant was also sexually abused by a landlord and family friend known as Mr. So I'm thinking that this blank spot right there and right here bears the same name. So most likely that same person sexually abused all three of the brothers. When defendant was only 6 or 7 years old, started molesting him. The abuse included oral sex and introduced and persisted into middle school. Blank began dating their first cousin. Blank and she would have defendant take Polaroid photos of them having sex. Mr. Blank sexually abused defendant on a weekly basis during the same general period of time. The abuse included oral and anal sex. Oh my God. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me get some water. Oh my God. I can't keep doing this. I hate this job. Dr. Sorrentino opines that defendant's history of childhood sexual abuse should be considered a mitigating factor in his sentencing hearing. It is my opinion with reasonable medical certainty. Give me a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It is my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse is consistent with the definition of mitigating factors as any fact or circumstance that lessens the severity or culpability of the criminal act. The following evidence supports this opinion. And remember, I said mitigating. Let me get it together. Mitigating, if it's introduced during the trial, right, it can often lessen the culpability or the criminal liability of a defendant, right? Meaning that they can go for, just being a percentage of guilt to, at the end, sometimes the jury can take all of that in consideration and find someone not guilty, right? That doesn't mean it's different from somebody saying, I'm guilty and have mercy upon me. That's different. Number one, Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse represents a hardship or circumstance that was out of his control. Number two, the history has been described in scientific literature as contributing to adult hypersexual behaviors. Number three, Mr. Kelly's adult hypersexual behaviors were factors in his criminal convictions. Defendant suffered other childhood trauma, including witnessing the drowning death of his first childhood girlfriend, Lulu. When they were 8 or 9 years old, defendant and Lulu lived in Chicago Heights and were walking near a river when another boy pushed Lulu into the river. Defendant did not know how to swim and began screaming as he watched his friend drown. Oh my God. Multiple sources confirmed this traumatic event and opined that it had a significant impact on the defendant. Defendant is functionally illiterate. Defendant's inability to read and write as a child was a significant source of shame and embarrassment that persists to this day. Defendant was bullied as a child because he could not read or write and eventually dropped out of high school after being held back several times. Defendant spoke of the shame and fear he experienced later in life when accepting Grammy Awards since he could not read the teleprompter. Dr. Dan Martell recently examined defendant and reported that he had significant impairments in all areas of academic functioning, placing him in the bottom first to third percentiles and at the early elementary school level, i.e. first to third grade overall. Wow, wait a minute. Oh, that's what they come up with now? Wow, so they're saying that he's between the first and third grade level overall. Dr. Martell's testing indicated that Mr. Kelly's cognitive abilities are not evenly developed, such that his full IQ, which fell in the borderline range, is 49. Now, remember, 80 and below, you're very, substandard, 80 and below. Or you can even embark on being borderline retarded. Does not adequately reflect his overall level of intellectual ability, which is more likely in the low average range, in part due to his lack of school learning. So it's kind of evidence such as his full IQ, which fell borderline range of 79. Intellectual ability, which is more likely in the low average range, due in part to his lack of school or learning. So she's trying to get it even lower than the 79. So defendant's literacy deficiencies have led to chronic victimization in adulthood. Defendant has been financially exploited his entire adult life. At one point in his career, he was told that he was worth $900 million. He is now destitute. Dr. Dietz also details a number of positive attributes of the defendant as reported by collateral sources. Defendant is, by all accounts, a generous and forgiving person. Defendant has employed his family and friends and continually reemployed them after they stole from him. One of his defendant friends recounts, he really has a good heart. Oh, wait a minute. Who wrote this? He really has a good heart. He's not a bad person. He has a real forgiving heart. People that did things to him, people around him that sued him and came back, and you know he forgave them and gave them their jobs back. Oh boy, who wrote this? And he he's real. He's a real kind-hearted person. Hmm? who, who wrote that? Another friend described defendant as follows: he is compassionate and empathetic. When Robert learned of a shooting that took place that claimed many lives and devastated a small community in Virginia, he stopped what he was doing and wrote a song called Rise Up, which to this day is still played, and every penny of the proceeds is shared by the families, the college, and the community. That letter is from Alicia Evans. Who that other letter was from? Another time I recall worth honorable mention was when Robert saw on the news that a horrific incident had taken place at the E2 nightclub in his hometown. There had been a stampede where 21 people were trampled to death. Robert gave 21 families who he did not know money towards funeral expenses. Defendant is also described as a down to earth and someone who eschewed the celebrity life, more comfortable keeping close to the community of his childhood. Reports from Dr. Dietz and Dr. Sorrentino and supporting letters provide additional and significant evidence of defendant's history and characteristics. Number 3, reflecting the seriousness of the offense. A sentence that does not exceed 10 years reflects the seriousness of the offense, promotes respect for the law, and provides just punishment. Number 4, affording deterrence and protecting the public. The government has no basis to predict that defendant would offend again at the age of 65 years old if sentenced to a reasonable sentence. Okay, that's a good line. That's a strong line to start out with. Indeed, the lion's share of the conduct alleged by the defendant is decades old, demonstrating that defendant is not currently a risk to the public. As Dr. Dietz and Sorrentino confirm, defendant is neither a pedophile nor a sexual sadist. All right. So remember, in the beginning stages, they classified him as sadomasochistic, right? To say that he's a danger, to help prevent him from getting a bond. All right. Dr. Sorrentino opined, I consider the diagnosis of pedophilia given Mr. Kelly's alleged history of sexual contact with minors. The diagnosis of pedophilia is used to refer to an individual who experienced recurrent, intense sexual arousing fantasies or sexual urges involving sexual activity with prepubescent child or children, generally aged 13 years or of younger. I rejected the diagnosis because Mr. Kelly does not report a history of sexual arousal to prepubescent individual, and his sexual behavior has never involved prepubescent individuals. I considered the diagnosis of sexual sadism given the government's claim that Mr. Kelly's sexual behavior includes sadistic content. The diagnosis of sexual sadism requires the presence of recurrent and intense sexual arousal from the physical or psychological suffering of another person as manifested by fantasies, urges, or behaviors. I rejected the diagnosis of sexual sadism because Mr. Kelly does not report a history of sexual arousal from physical or psychological suffering of another. None of Mr. Kelly's sexual behaviors include sexual gratification from the physical or psychological suffering of a sexual partner. In lack of the foregoing, the government lacks basis to conclude that the defendant is a danger to the public and must be incapacitated until death. Conclusion: for the foregoing reason, defendant contends that any sentence that exceeds 10 years imprisonment is unjustified. Now, so just to make sure, when the doctors start up, when they say they considered this and that, right? Just like here, for example, he considered diagnosis of sexual sadism, right? Meaning he went from what the government stated. Then he went down to check the factors. He found that that was not correct. That was not a correct characterization given by the government. That's what he means when he say he considered it. So I just want to make sure y'all understand that. Now it's some redacted shit. Let me see. Oh, here go where the other pages come in at. Okay. It is 240 some pages. Y'all got me fucked up, baby. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see what we can get out of him. Hmm. Parks and Deeds. Let me see what we can get out of him. It is 240. Uh-uh. This would be some good reading. This would be some good reading. Let me come around there and check on y'all. I'm not on the front. It is. Oh, it is. You got me. Okay, it's a total of 244. Come around there on the front, check on y'all. See where we at with them likes. Okay, y'all. Okay. I'm right here with y'all. Feel my peoples is in the buildings. Y'all give me a minute. Let me I'm out of I need some soda for this. I'm gonna come back and check on some of y'all comments. Hold on for a minute. You ain't gonna believe this. Now we got another goddamn. Now we got the other part from the prosecutor. Well, okay, what's going on with the blocking? Wait a minute, what's going on with the blocking? Who is blocking? Let me go see what's going on. Hold on. Okay, folks, I'm back. Whew, shit. So listen, this is probably TMI, right? So I don't know if anybody, because I got a lot of little quirks and shit, right? Shit how I like shit a certain way, right? So listen, so before, well, I've been running all over. Before I clean like the bathrooms and stuff like that, I put the comment or whatever in the bowl, the bleach and shit. I put that in there, right? And so I let it sit, so it just be easier and it'll just shine up better, whatever. When I clean it, child, listen, I'm out of breath. Now I already went to the kitchen, which is a long way, so I still had the stuff. I put the stuff in the toilet like hours ago, right, in my bedroom toilet, but I don't want to clean it and whatever now. I couldn't use what I'm trying to say. I couldn't just use that toilet just now. So I went in the hallway. So I went down the way to the hallway to use that toilet. So now I got to clean that goddamn toilet as well as my other toilet. Because my other toilet in my room is just sitting there with all the cleaning shit sitting in the bowl and shit. And I'm not going to flush that because that's a waste of product. So I couldn't run and use it and then see, and I had to go to the bathroom, so I couldn't clean it real quick, then flush it, then use it because y'all motherfuckers waiting. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of quirks like that. Now y'all probably said, "Hey, why you just didn't use the restroom and put some more stuff in?" I didn't want to sit there and use the restroom and then have the contents of my goddamn body in there with comment and bleach and shit all in the bowl. I know this my all my Mr. Bubble shit and all that around the rims and shit. Mm-mm. So sorry, y'all. I had to jog my ass on up the goddamn hallway to use that bathroom. Sorry about that. So check this. So and also I had to it's been so many docs. I had so many docs. And y'all check this out right here. I had to add some of the oldest back to the blue so they can handle chat business stuff like that. Cause when I be seeing stuff about blocks and stuff like, that kind of throws me off. So they know how to regular, go tell y'all what's a blockable, when they can see what the hell is going on, they can unblock and all that type of stuff. I don't have time for that. They are dropping this paperwork like it's crazy. Check this out. While I was away, guess what? The prosecution dropped the paperwork in New York. So we're going back. So we in New York. So that's good. So let's see. Let me see what they talking about. This some bullshit. They got me working. Okay. Now, this was prepared on the 23rd. All right. So this is some of this stuff coming that was under seal. So let's see what the prosecution talking about. What I just read was the first, which was the part 2 of Jennifer's sentencing submission, right? Her sentencing memorandum. All of this is called those sentencing materials. All this shit goes down when someone's being sentenced, right? So check this out right here. Now, the other parts of it, the rest of the 244 pages, that would make some good reading. So we'll, do that. I'll distribute that, during lives and stuff. So that give us something to do. Now we're going here to what the prosecution said. Let's see what they're talking about. Child, we've been knocking it out. Okay. Now, so this was something that was under seal. This is from the prosecution. Let me see, make sure y'all got it up on screen so y'all can see. Scott, it's a lot, honey, done drop. They dropping, honey, as JoJo would say, like Jordans. Are they dropping like CDs and movies on a Tuesday? Okay, so this is from the government. How many pages is 5 pages? Okay. Dear Judge Donald, The government writes in brief reply to the defendant's citizen submission submitted under seal on June 13, 2022. First, the defendant continues to avoid any acknowledgement of the seriousness of his conduct or the harm that he caused, further supporting the government's contention that the defendant has shown no acceptance of responsibility and is unlikely to be deterred from committing future crimes. Second, in his submission, the defendant perpetuates his version of events in a manner that is flagrantly false and contrary to the evidence adduced at trial. So, by that being said, when she had to, it goes back to what I said, how J-Bo had to write up that paragraph, right? In which she was not saying that the defendant says he's sorry for what he's done, but in a manner that shows some type of remorse or responsibility for the actions, right? And J-Bo went on to say those actions occurred because of his childhood history, this, that, financial abuse, and all that type of stuff, right? So that's not saying that she feels that he's guilty. It's not saying that he felt that he is guilty. So I just want to make sure y'all get that clear. Make sure you get that clear. Because I know y'all be writing him up in an office, calling. You said R. Kelly was guilty. You said he was remorseful. He ain't do the crimes. Okay, it's during several voluntary interviews with Dr. Park Dietz and Dr. Renee Sorrentino, two doctors retained by the defendant who prepared mitigation reports for the court's consideration in connection with sentencing, and knowing that his statements would be shared with the court and that his doctors would rely upon his statements in making mitigation arguments, the defendant repeatedly lied. Oh my God, they said that he lied. Oh no, wait a minute. Indeed, the reports prepared by Dr. Dietz and Dr. Sorrentino include a number of materially false statements by the defendant. For example, he falsely denied having sex with Aaliyah. He falsely stated that there was only one incident where he had a physical altercation with a woman, and that was with the woman who testified using the pseudonym Anna, and she initiated it. He falsely stated that the woman who testified using the pseudonym Jane did not tell the defendant her true age until years after she met him. He falsely stated that he found a woman named Diana Copeland, after she stole $150 from him and then left for 2 years, and falsely stated he never required employees to write a letter falsely confessing to anything. He falsely stated that Anna introduced him to seat sex. Is that seat sex? Oh, let me blow this up. No, scat sex involving feces. Huh? Who was Anna? Which one was Anna? Okay. He falsely denied requiring his guests to seek permission before going to the bathroom, including when they were on the Sprinter van or bus. Each of the defendant's self-serving statements is contradicted by the trial evidence, including under oath witness testimony that the jury credited. More generally, the defendant responded to 14 allegations that supported the government's theory at trial that the defendant engaged in several forms of coercive control over his sexual partners, including Jane. The government relied heavily on this behavior in the government's sentencing submission, where it sought a sentence in excess of 25 years imprisonment. As a result of wholly misleading and sometimes outright false statements by the defendant, including the statements described above, the defendant's mitigation specialist questioned whether the characterization that the defendant exhibited behaviors known in the intimate partner violence literature as coercive control may be grossly distorted. The defendant, of course, was not required to implicate himself in any of the charged conduct and he could have simply denied his guilt and provided information about his childhood and upbringing to the mitigation specialist for the court's consideration at sentencing. But he went far beyond that when he made a series of false statements which are contradicted by the trial evidence. To the extent the defendant's mitigation specialist relied on such statements. Huh? Wait a minute. Are they saying his mitigation specialist? Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Let me read it. To the extent that the defendant's mitigation specialist relied on such statements, the court should afford their conclusions little weight. Okay, so they're saying that his experts relied on the statements that they told him, and that's why the report came out to be as such, which we didn't read all the extra, the exhibits and stuff. That's, but we're gonna get to it. Let's see. So let me read that part again. The defendant, of course, was not required to implicate himself in any of the charged conduct, and he could have simply denied his guilt and provided information about his childhood and upbringing to the mitigation specialist for the court's consideration at sentencing. But he went far beyond that when he made a series of false statements which are contradicted by the trial evidence. To the extent the defendant's mitigation specialist relied on such statements, the court should afford their conclusions little weight. Indeed, any suggestion that the defendant has no sexual attraction or fantasies about children is belied by the trial evidence, witness statements, and other materials. And the fact that the victims who testified in this case were not prepubescent at the time the defendant had sex with them is not a mitigating factor. The existence of even more serious crimes in the criminal code does not mitigate the seriousness of the defendant's crime. The defendant deliberately false statements are additional reason to impose a sentence in excess of 25 years as requested by the government. Those statements make clear that the defendant takes no responsibility for his criminal conduct and is willing to lie to receive a more lenient sentence. Conduct that further demonstrates the need for a specific deterrence and to protect the public from further crimes of the defendant. Now, that was a strong line they ended on. So now I got to go read the footnotes, and it's a lot. Okay, number one, while the defendant filed the entirety of his June 13, 2022 submission under seal, there does not appear to be a basis for filing the entire submission in that manner, nor did the defendant include the basis for sealing in his submission. Nonetheless, because the defendant filed his submission under seal, the government, in an abundance of caution, has filed this reply under seal. The government does not believe any of the information contained herein needs to remain under seal and has no objection to the court unsealing the letter. Number two, at trial, the woman who testified using the pseudonym Angela testified that she saw the defendant and Aaliyah engaged in sex act in 1992 and 1993 when Aaliyah was just 13 or 14 years old. The defendant also had sexual intercourse with Angela in 1991 during the break between Angela's freshman and sophomore year in high school when she was 14 or 15 in a room with two other high school girls with whom he also had sexual contact. Number three, at trial, the women who testified at trial using the pseudonym Jane and Anna testified about extensive physical abuse that they each experienced and saw others experience. One such example was captured on Government's Exhibit 328A, a video that was introduced as an exhibit at trial and upon which the defense mitigation specialist purportedly reviewed it and relied. Number four, at trial, Jane testified that in or about August 2015, a few months after she first met the defendant, she told the defendant her true age. Jane's testimony was supported by other evidence introduced at trial, including Government's Exhibit 475A and 475-6, authorizing Juice's mother to serve as a guardian of Jane until she reached her 18th birthday. Wow. Moreover, the defendant's former assistant, Suzette Mayweather, testified that the defendant told her in about October 2015, prior to Jane's 18th birthday, that Jane had previously told the defendant that she was in fact 17 years old, testifying that the defendant told Mayweather about the day that Jane confessed to being 17 and initially became very upset, but then once he learned that she was 17, he had a conversation with their parents, and the parents gave him signed guardianship. So the parents told him, this is allegedly, that she was 17. And then they sent her back with this signed guardianship letter. Oh. Number 5, at trial, the government introduced an evidence 3500 material DC2-8, a letter which was recovered from the defendant's storage facility, in which Diana Copeland apologized for stealing from the defendant, claimed it took her 2 years to admit it, and commented that she ran away for 2 years. The right-hand corner on each page was signed by Copeland. Copeland testified that she recognized the letter in the exhibit marked as 3500 DC28 as one that the defendant told her to write because his attorneys had told him to do so, and that she had never in fact stolen from him. Let me see if there's something else that came in. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. No. Number 6, at trial, Anna testified that the defendant directed her to make a video being seductive with bodily fluids, and that she did not want to be doing so. On cross-examination, Anna denied any knowledge about scat sex, notably having never reviewed relevant portions of the trial transcript or closely reviewed the fact section of the government's response to the defendant motion for judgment of acquittal, which included a detailed summary of the trial evidence with transcript and exhibit citations. The doctors appear to have simply accepted the defendant's versions of events at face value. So listen, y'all. So listen. In here, they are also challenging the mitigation experts' conclusions, their findings, right? But they're doing so in a very strong manner, because they're actually saying that we sent you evidence to support our contentions, our claims, but you simply just took what the defendant said as face value, and you made your conclusions based on that. That is a strong argument to make. 7, several witnesses testified that the defendant required his female guests to obtain his permission before they got off the bus or sprinter van to use the bathroom. When I tell you, that's going to be the most famous sprinter van in the world when this shit is over with. This occurred even when the bus or sprinter van was not traveling on the road for events or performances. Suzette Mayweather testified that the defendant became enraged when he learned that she had allowed Dominique off the bus without his permission. Number 8, for example, Geronda testified at trial that during sexual encounters with the defendant when she was 16 years old, 16, he wanted her to put her hair up in pigtails and dress like a Girl Scout. Anna testified that during sexual activity, the defendant asked her to role play as a young girl. Faith testified that after her first sexual encounter with the defendant in Long Island, New York, having previously told the defendant she was 19, the defendant stated, "You know, if you're really like 16, you could tell Daddy." In interviews with the government, produced to the defense as Section 3500 material, Jane stated that the defendant also made the girls talk like they were young in childish voices, such as being 5 to 7 years old. He would also talk about having sex with little boys during sexual encounters. What? C 3500, Jane's initials 3 at 6. In addition, shit, that shook me so much. I done read the goddamn reference. Okay, I'm ready a minute now. In addition, as set forth in the government's motion in limine to admit certain uncharged acts, the defendant directed Jane to obtain child pornography involving boys. At the defendant's direction, Jane searched the internet for pornography involving younger looking males and screen recorded such pornography for his use. Jane believed the pornography that she found on the internet and downloaded for the defendant actually involved individuals who were 18 or older given the website on which she found the videos. But the request for such videos and the videos themselves clearly indicates a sexual interest in children. A judicially authorized search of digital media recovered from the defendant's residence corroborated Jane's account. Videos recovered from the device depict, inter alia, 1, 2 young males initially wearing children's underwear and kissing before engaging in sexual acts acts on and against a child's bunk bed. 2, a young Asian male tied to a bed with underwear on while a man caresses his body and genitalia. And 3, a man engaging in sexual acts with a young male who was initially dressed in pajamas. Wait a minute. What was all this shit? Wait a minute. A judicially authorized search of the media defendant's residence coverage and account of videos recovered from the device, including. Oh man, they did a search and came over. Oh god damn. Wait a minute. What was I? Okay, wait a minute. Finally, the charges against the defendant currently pending in the Northern District of Illinois involve victims who reported that the defendant sexually abused them hundreds of times as minors, beginning when they were in middle school. Reference. In 2 of the videos at issue in that case, the defendant and the minor involved in the filmed sex encounter with him repeatedly referred to the minor and her body parts as being 14 years old. Oh, so they are referencing that tape of minor 1 from the Illinois trial. So yeah, they talking to each other. Yeah. Notably, Section 3C1.1 of the guidelines provide that a 2-level enhancement for obstruction of justice is warranted where 1, the defendant willfully obstructed or impeded or attempted to obstruct or impede the administration of justice with respect to the sentencing of instant offense of conviction, and 2, the obstructive conduct related to A, the defendant's offense of conviction and any relevant conduct, or B, a closely related offense. Wait a minute. So are they saying that they should be hit with a 2-point enhancement just for fucking around on the PSR? Wait a minute, obstructed and impeded with respect to the sentencing of instant offense. That's exactly what they're saying. The enhancement is not warranted where a defendant continues to assert a constitutional right, including by denying guilt or refusing to provide information to a probation officer. Right. So it is. They were talking about they was trying to get him a 2-point enhancement for fucking around on the PSR. because they cohere and say the enhancement is not warranted where a defendant continues to assert a constitutional right, including by denying guilt or refusing to provide information to a probation officer. Meaning that the enhancement is not warranted if they did what I just read, right? If they assert its constitutional right, or denying guilt by refusing to give information to the dude that prepared the PSR. But in instances where the defendant willfully obstructed or impeded or attempted to obstruct or impede the administration of justice with respect to the sentencing of instant officials of conviction and to the obstructive conduct related to a defendant's offense of conviction and any relevant conduct, or be a closely related offense. So they want them to give 2-point enhancement for fucking around, not being truthful. That's what they're saying on this PSR, in order to get a reduction in time, or you know what I'm saying, or get a lighter sentence. Yeah, they want to get shit. God damn. All right, let's see. USSG section 3C 1.1, application note number 2. The enhancement is, however, appropriate when a defendant provides materially false information to a judge, or where he provides materially false information to a probation officer in respect to a pre-sentence. I should have just read this, and I didn't even have to explain what I explained, because they did it better. Respect to a pre-sentence or other investigation for the court. ID application note number 4. Material evidence, fact, statement, or information means evidence, fact, statement, or information that, if believed, would tend to influence or affect the issue under determination. Meaning what I just said. They want 2 points for not being truthful on the goddamn thing. God damn. I'm back right here on the front. Oh my goodness. Woo. Let me see if anything else can come in. So y'all understand all that? Do y'all understand all of this? What I'm saying? I'm trying to break it down paragraph by paragraph as much as I can get it to you. Oh my God. So that's everything that came in, except I've read, I haven't started in on the reports and all that, those addendums that came in with J-Bo's final unsealed. But you see, she got it in by before 3. She know Judge Ann must be picked up that phone and called her. Let me know if y'all understand what I everything I have read and try to break down thus far. Yes. So yeah, y'all are really participating today. I appreciate it. Y'all see all these comments. Yes. No problem to hell. No problem. Yeah, this is crazy, right? This is Crazyville. I know y'all got it. Y'all smart. Oh, just Elaine got 20 years. Oh wow. She got 20? Now you know they are supposed to sentence these defendants, right? With similar crimes and situations or what have you, around the same amount of time. Not, what I'm saying, depending on, what the other contributing factors are with regards to the sentencing, right? That is one of the requirements. That is a procedure. So Judge Ann must consider that in her sentencing. So y'all understand that last document that the government is calling out fucking around on that pre-sentencing report and her sentencing memorandum and stuff like that. They pretty much calling J-Bo out. J-Bo's not doing nothing wrong with trying to get her client the least possible time. It's not doing nothing wrong. I'm kind of, but so this really tells me that the prosecution really want more than them 25 years. They was trying to sound reasonable. I don't know if that was just a ploy, whatever, because they know that J-Bo is supposed to do this, that they're mitigating experts and the mitigating factors are supposed to be from, some of it is supposed to be from his point of view, right? That's why, because these reports, all this materials and stuff, they allow hearsay and all of it. They allow actual hearsay. So it doesn't have to be facts, right? It should be. Let me get this right. It should be true. But what the government did was come through. I'm thinking when I pause like that, I'm thinking as I go. But what the government did was come and say that, and this was a slick way they did it. They're saying that to show that his lack of remorse, his lack of any type of, like, he would never offend again, that if he was even let out on the street at any point during the rest of his life, that's what would happen. They did that by showing that he has a disregard for the law. Very slick. They're showing that by him not saying factual stuff per them, and they're saying that they have evidence to show that he's lying in this PSR, right? And the sentencing memorandums and what he told the mitigation experts and all that stuff. They're saying that they were very slick at what they do. They very them women up there slick. They slick as hell in the prosecution's office. They're saying that, listen, they can't even be factual and show remorse in this letter, any level of remorse, right? They can't even do that. And because he can't even do that, then he is not a candidate for getting a lighter sentence. Because they know damn well your mitigating expert, your mitigating expert ain't gonna come to tell them, yeah, he'll do it again. He ain't healed. No, they know that. So before I start, oh damn, I knocked all that out in 2:20. Oh shit. Well, we got a minute to play around. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link just in case somebody want to come up here and before I get into the exhibits, because we can probably get some more of those letters and stuff. I wonder who wrote that other letter that was up there. Like, baby, don't write no more letters. Shit, don't try to help out no more. Shit. You just writing shit. I ain't trying to be funny, but god damn. Yeah, so I went ahead and dropped the link just in case somebody want to impart their knowledge of whatever they feeling before we get to the good shit. And I'm going to try to read some of the good stuff. Because we can get to see how the doctors evaluated him, and let me see. I'm gonna skim through it real quick. If I hear somebody pop up, I'll come around the front so we can do page. Let me see what page this starts on. Oh, I could be doing that. What I'm supposed to go see what the hell they was talking about, Faith and the damn herpes shit. 'Cause I don't think nobody read anything about her not. Oh, I got to see what was her portion of the indictment. Hold on, shit. I was just trying to go pull it up again in Pacer, which is another charge. I'm gonna go and get my copy that I downloaded. It just takes so long for my downloads to come up. We got a lot out. Oh my gosh, the day before sentencing. We covered some ground, baby. Make sure y'all ain't looking at my shit. I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see. Let me see. Let me find that indictment. Um, I'm trying to find an indictment. I'm trying to do the budget, and we're on a budget over here. We're on a budget over here, baby. I'm trying to find my damn shit on budget. Let me take that down before I've been exposed some shit. Okay. I need the documents. That was sad. Boy, and see, through those sentencing materials, you find out a lot of stuff, right? A lot of shit ain't our business, but it's part of the case. And it's sad. Abuse of anybody is terrible. Oh, I ain't got time to be looking through this shit. Let me go and pay this damn money to pull it up. Because we got to see about this face shit. I got to see what the hell going on with this. What was the damn elements? Because she should be found in two places, which is on the count one for show, and then a separate count somewhere, maybe about the man act. Let's see. So please don't call that lady office saying she threw her client up on the bus. That is not what she's doing. Leave her alone. Okay. See, the reason I told you about how important these elements were early in the day because, honey, early in the game because it's important. It's how you get convicted. And the elements remain a part of this shit from start to finish. So, is this New York? Yeah, it's New York. Okay. So, where is Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, number 6. What was the situation? Okay, number 6. Okay, this is upon her under the RICO. Says on about April 2017, within the Eastern District of New York, elsewhere, Rob Kelly, together with others, did knowingly intentionally transplant an individual to wit Jane Doe number 6, individual known as grand jury. So that's the exposure to herpes right there. So is that thing saying that she didn't catch herpes from him? Huh? We are not going in that transcript to find out those. I'm gonna go in that transcript, but I ain't gonna do it on while live. I'm gonna go find out what the fuck is going on. Number 6. That's the herpes, okay, for the exposure. So if that's for the exposure there, it is JBO paper. Okay. Somebody gonna tell me something. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I said we was gonna do this. I got to figure it out. I might maybe not can figure it out on here, but this is ridiculous. Wait a minute. Let me go up here. And then just keyword. Okay. Defendant was convicted of several offenses related to isolated sex acts with Faith, who was not a minor. As argued extensively in defendant's Rule 29 motion, that the government's evidence of Mann Act violations and forced labor as to Faith was wanting. Even if the court disagrees, the nature and circumstances of the offenses pertaining to Faith were mitigating, even by Faith's own accounts. In connection with Racketeering Acts 12 and 14, Faith's testimony reflects that the defendant invited her to New York for his performances and she accepted. Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on Faith's claim that the defendant exposed her to herpes, Faith never contracted genital herpes as a mitigating factor. Am I missing something? Okay. I know I'm reading it wrong. Hold on. I'm reading it wrong. Hold on. Okay. Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on Faith's claim that defendant exposed her to herpes, Faith never contracted herpes. Huh? Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on Faith's claim that defendant exposed her to herpes, Faith never contracted genital herpes, a mitigating factor. The police invited her to New York for his performance. Although faith, although the Mann Act violations are predicated on faith's claim that the defendant exposed her to the herpes, faith never contracted genital herpes. So it is saying that I am reading it that way. Faith never contracting genital herpes is a mitigating factor. And that's what she's saying. Huh? Can somebody help me out? Okay. I'm just gonna go over this one more time and I'm gonna be around the front. Why is it? Okay. Although the Mann Act violations are predicated on faith claim, somebody popped up to help me out. What's good with?
Hey, who got it? I just I was listening and I'm thinking what's happening and I'm not sure because I came in on the tail end. Like I said all the whole time, no harm was done to any of those alleged victims. So I believe her trying to come in and mitigate the issue is stating that even the charge, even that know how you say that the charge was failure to disclose. I think she's trying to mitigate it by okay, but there was no harm done, even though he might have failed to disclose. You see what I'm saying? So I think she's trying to use that.
Well, yeah, she's using that, but I'm stuck on the fact that she says Faith never contracted genital herpes, a mitigating factor.
But how does she know that if they never
Because
tested?
because I think she's saying, and I'm thinking she's saying, if she never contracted herpes, so that should be in itself a mitigating factor. So what are you talking about? Well,
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
that would mean that she got herpes where? Or are you saying that?
It sounds like she's saying she doesn't have it.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
That can't be it.
No, it sounds like she does not have it because you can't have it or not have it. It's pick one, pick a side. Either you got it or you don't. And then if it states
Oh,
that she don't have it as a mitigating factor, that means they must have gave her some type of test and found out she doesn't have it, trying to state no harm was done.
although the manner violations are critical on Faith claim that the defendant exposed her to herpes. Faith never
Or hate
contracted,
y'all doing.
herpes. And so now she would actually still be wrong because whether or not she contracted genital herpes or not, that's not the mitigating factor. The fact is that allegedly he exposed her to it. So she would actually be wrong in this instance. But it's that part right there. Faith never contracted genital herpes.
Well, I think she's trying to use that though, because you got to
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
tell me, because like I said, no harm was done. What harm was done to these girls where he got to do life? If you could show me these women didn't get herpes, they was already not virgins, what harm was done? She's lowering the understanding of any harm being done, which, and once again, human factor states, a person will be like, okay, well, he ain't do nothing to her. He going to
And
life for what? Because he exposed her. Exposure, you get 30 years for exposing somebody. That don't sound fair to you. When I say it, does that sound fair to you? It'd
well,
be
no,
different.
I fight for judicial reform, and I say that murder is should be the stiffest penalty. Now,
Right.
what's all in the beginning, in the middle of that, that's up to the guidelines and stuff like that. But y'all know. Now y'all know I will be going over. Anybody wanna? Let me tell you where faith testimony starts. The beginning of it. If somebody gonna, it starts at page 21, 23 in the transcript. So I already know I've read a good part of it. We're gonna figure that shit out because that don't make no damn sense there.
You said 21, 23?
Yeah. So if
Oh,
y'all want to start reading a whole testimony, that's where it starts. But
oh,
I'm going to get into that
faith.
the rest of those pages at our lead, I'm gonna get into that because I'm already knocked out the best part of it.
Now
Not
I'm
what I go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, just quick question because I'm doing like 10 things. Well, I'm just looking at this. I don't see anything about. I was trying. They telling me that they added him to the Rico. Your buddy. Do you see anything about
Who?
that? Debo. I don't see that.
Who said that?
You know how people just get to saying stuff, but I'm trying to confirm with you the legal
Oh
smeagol.
my God. First of all, how they gonna add him to a RICO when that case is over? This is
Right.
what I'm talking
Uh,
about. Stop listening to them old ignorant ass, stupid ass people.
yeah,
If that
that's what.
motherfucking ass can't even pronounce a regular motherfucking low level Webster dictionary word, you think they gonna quote the law? Oh, ass out of here. But that's what I'm talking about.
I'm
I don't have
like,
no patience for that. I'm
let
going through the menopause. It's summer in Florida. Y'all better leave me alone.
I swear to God. Because I'm looking at what they got. Now, what we did say, what I said about the attorney was true. He did say he can't afford an attorney, but they appointed one. But I don't see nothing else. That's why I say, let me go and get on here and see if Angie got you be having extra documents. I'm like, let me see, does she got an extra document?
Every
So,
document. But
yeah, I'm
no,
like,
I mean, I don't even have to look that up. Like,
right.
unless he got charged with a uh a RICO himself. This case is in the books, honey. Tomorrow is
It's the sentencing.
sentencing.
Right.
Yeah, that ain't gonna add it to no
Say it.
goddamn RICO.
That's
I'm
what I.
quoting, say not you, but I'm just saying stop
Yeah.
saying shit,
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
I know. That's what I'm saying. People be all disgruntled. That's why I'm like, because I'm texting the person back like, I don't see nothing about that, and I'm like, it's a wrap on that. But hey,
Yeah, that's
I
over
remember.
with.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'll pop back in later.
Okay,
But
ma'am.
all right.
Thank you.
Let me see
Y'all
how.
come on now. That's how we get. That's what I be talking about. The people that really carries information around here forward. Please come out from wherever you are and help out and help us with this here job. I know I be kiki and have a good time all the time, whatever. In very small doses and amounts around here, I will get professional, but I'm always about whether it's in being whether I'm in an unprofessional setting or a professional setting, about getting the facts right. Shit. Don't add him to a RICO. Y'all think the case still open as far as that? Huh? Did y'all witness the whole trial? Huh? 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 God damn. He's saying all kind of shit. We got a more pressing goddamn question. The fuck is going on with these herpes? Now, oh, listen, we uncovered minor one got the damn herpes too. So, ooh. So, allegedly, if he was giving out, if there was herpes that was being given out since then, you think that wife got them things? Mm. How could you get around it? I ain't here to be out here getting no letters for no motherfucking HIPAA because they locking up YouTubers now. People on YouTube. But I ain't said nothing. You ain't heard it from me. But we done discovered that. We done disclosed that. What I know's ass. Yeah, we disclosed that shit. So let's get into this exhibit a little bit. So we're going to, let me see how many pages down is it. Well, let me see if we can. Oh, I'll see. I'm gonna go over all of this. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to skip through to see if I can find some juicy stuff. because the doctor stuff may be a little bit boring, right? It is heavily redacted. What is this about this death? A witness in death. Okay, so this is what they were talking about. Okay. Let me see. Let me scan all the way down to the bottom. Let me see if they got some letters in here. Yep, they got some letters all the way at the back where they usually are. Y'all want to go through some letters? Okay, let's see who letters made the cut. Yeah, we could do that. We can do some letters, and then we can start. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, let's get it together. Let me see. Y'all straight with that? Let me go ahead and check with the hour. And the hour channel about ending. Minor one is land fair. So y'all want to get to the letters? Okay, yeah. So just in case anybody knows, the letters are always usually at the back, right? So that's why I scan right through them and say, yo, that's what the letters are. So we're going to let's read some of these letters. Let's see. Now it says, Dear Honorable Judge Ann Donnelly, I am respectfully writing this letter in regards to Robert Kelly, who comes before your court for sentencing. My name is Alicia Evans. I am from Chicago. Baby, you know what, Alicia, I thought that was. I was said, man, this is a trick. I was like, lady, you don't put this letter in. This is a trick, baby. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. All right. It says, I am from Chicago, Illinois, but currently reside in Texas. I'm a mother of 3 children, 2 boys, 1 girl, and a grandmother of 3 grandsons. I'm currently disabled and battling life-threatening serious health issues. My hope in writing this letter is to give you some insight into the Robert Kelly that I know. I realize this may be hard to believe given the circumstances that brought him before you. Nonetheless, he is a human being and a child of God. I want to speak to my having known Robert Kelly for 37 plus years. I have witnessed the moral character and the positive aspects of Robert Kelly. He is my God brother. Oh boy. I have witnessed him as a God, as a son, a young boy, a man, a brother, a father, an uncle, a cousin, a nephew, a god brother, and a friend. I have also seen him perform for an audience as an entertainer. I do consider him to be a musical genius as well as a world known icon. That's not all he is, and he has done many good things in society. He has given back many times without recognition, anonymously, and without boasting. I have personally witnessed these things. I have been with him when he has decided to pick out someone in Walmart and give me money to pay for their items while he walks around away indiscreetly and unannounced. Another time I remember he noticed a boy on the street with holes in his shoes. Robert took off his shoes on the street and gave it to the boy. He discreetly gave an unknown amount of money to a college student that was in a Starbucks where he was for a good deed that they had done for one of his assistants, which the student cried and said it was the exact amount that was needed to pay for a course to graduate. There was also a young man who was distraught over not making his high school basketball team that Robert gave encouraging words to, and the young man later thanked him personally and divulged to him that at the time he was contemplating suicide because of not making the team. I have witnessed these things happen. He is a gift and is drawn to people who hurt. Robert Kelly is a humble man with a man's soul. Child, this ain't number Lily. This Lily. I just thought about it. Child, I think this Lily. Child, girl. He is compassionate and empathetic. When Robert learned of a shooting that took place that claimed many lives and devastated a small community in Virginia, he stopped what he was doing and wrote a song called Rise Up, which to this day is still played and every penny of the proceeds is shared by the families, the college, and the community. Another time I recall worth honorable mention was when Robert saw on the news, what the fuck is that? Wait a minute. Okay. That's work, honey. That's work. Okay. Y'all give me 1 minute. Let me confirm something with this job. Hold on. Let me see. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm coming. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. Um hold on. How do they want me to take this job? Okay, hold on. Sorry, y'all. I got to pay my bills. Hold on. Damn when they do this. Do not email me no goddamn jobs. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. At 4:45. Okay, I got it. Okay, you should. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry about that, babe. I had to get that money. I got to get that money. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I have witnessed these things happen. He is a gift and is drawn to people who hurt. Robert Kelly is a humble man with a humble soul. He is compassionate and empathetic. When Robert learned of a shooting, I already read this. Okay, let me start over, read it again. When Robert learned of a shooting that took place that claimed many lives and devastated a small community in Virginia, he stopped what he was doing and wrote a song called Rise Up, which to this day is still played and every penny of the proceeds is shared by families of the college and the community. Another time I recall worth honorable mention was when Robert saw on the news that a horrific incident had taken place at the E2 nightclub in his hometown. There had been a stampede where 21 were trampled to death. Robert gave 21 families whom he did not know the money towards funeral expenses. This is nothing he boasts about, but I say that to say this is absolutely the heart of Robert Kelly. I know Robert, and he is not the man that was spoken about by the prosecution. They do not know him. Robert is not the man who was convicted. He holds no ill will or anger towards anyone. He is focused on, and his number one objective today is to regain a relationship with his children and support them as he creates music to make an honest living. Robert Kelly is not a monster. He is a human being with a heart is undeniable. I believe he does deserve a chance to be better than before. I can recognize and respect the power you have to determine a sentence for him. I hope that the good he has done counts. I believe he deserves another chance at life outside of prison instead of facing life inside of prison. I humbly and prayerfully ask that you take these things into consideration and instead of sentencing him, you overturn his conviction by allowing him to re-enter society. Respectfully, Alicia Evans. Okay, now we have another one. Dear Judge Donnelly, I hope this letter finds you in great spirits. I'm writing to request leniency in the sentencing of Robert Sylvester Kelly. I have known Robert for more than 15 years, working for him as an executive assistant on and off for a total of about 7 years. Most of my tenure was spent in the early years around 2006 when Mr. Kelly was married. I can still hear the laughter coming from him, his wife, and his children as they snuggle on the couch by the fireplace while roasting marshmallows to make s'mores. Later, after Mr. Kelly's divorce, he would call me to work on specific projects to support his quest for a new screenwriting career. After spending so many years with the Kellys, I came to care very deeply for the entire family. This is why it's hard for me to wrap my head around the possibility of Mr. Kelly receiving a life sentence in prison. I am saddened at the thought of him never being able to wrap his arms around his family ever again. As a woman, I am a firm supporter of women and survivors of abuse. Therefore, I do realize the weight of the offense of which Mr. Kelly was convicted. Taking these kinds of offenses serious are of the utmost importance to me. I am also a firm believer that in any critical situation, we have to be concerned with both the victims and perpetrators. This is the only way to find healing. With that being said, I'd like to share with you an inside perspective of who I know Mr. Kelly to be. Robert was born in poverty, but even as a kid, he had a passion for music. He shared with me some of the abusive circumstances he grew up in. It was a horrible environment for any child, and Robert is amazingly resilient to have even survived it. As a young adult, he was homeless and earning money as a street performer on the frigid streets of Chicago. Eventually, his hard work and talent would earn him a record deal, but that deal wouldn't take away any of his illiteracy or traumatic experiences he endured. After becoming a celebrity, Robert was now going to have to learn to slightly cope with these issues on his own. I can confirm that Mr. Kelly is very hardworking and extremely dedicated to his career. I've witnessed him go without sleeping for days on end simply because he wouldn't come out of his recording booth. When he got a song in his head, he just had to get it out, like a mad scientist. He was a genius at work, and he simply loved bringing joy to the people through his music. Robert has touched millions with his music, songs that have been played at weddings, graduations, and many other milestones in people's lives. I remember traveling to Africa with him and seeing thousands of people bowing and screaming the moment we stepped off the plane. They wanted him to know what an inspiration he was and how he could change their lives for good. Many don't know this, but Mr. Kelly is quite different than the persona the record label created. His song lyrics and video images would have people believe that he loved parties and that there was tons of party people always around him. But his life was quite the contrary. Parties were occasional because Mr. Kelly saw them as work, a place where collaborations were born and business deals were made. Mr. Kelly would much rather sit in a quiet cigar lounge wearing a cable knit sweater, smoking a stogie while Frank Sinatra or Sam Cooke's voice is heard softly in the background. This was his everyday life. He is a simple man who loved to play basketball, watch movies, and tell jokes. Once during our travel across the English Channel from London to Paris, Robert had a group of strangers captivated as he sang inspirational songs during our ride on the ferry. Robert was particularly captivated by an elderly couple watching, and they ended up chatting for hours like old friends. He could become friends with anyone on any level. He is just that way. Mr. Kelly has always been down to earth and would much rather share deep conversation with an ordinary person working the drive through at McDonald's than a glorious celebrity. He liked keeping close ties to the community and showing his generosity. He donated money to pay for many funerals, even two toddlers who died after being injured in a house fire in Kankakee, Illinois. He also could hardly walk past a homeless person without giving money. Besides the obvious, I'd imagine that this could be because he remembers his own life on the street and how tough it can be. In the past, I've witnessed Mr. Kelly at his highest high and his lowest low, struggling with relationships, family issues, and other human factors that we all deal with in life. Although he always wanted to appear confident and in control, I could see the depth of his illiteracy posing extremely challenging circumstances for him. He was also challenged with emotional issues, severe anxiety and depression, and even took his own initiative to seek counseling and spiritual guidance from a pastor, all because he was decided to becoming a better person. This was without being directed by any court. Right now, there is a community of people ready and willing to help Mr. Kelly, including myself. He has family, friends, pastors, and therapists who are eager to support him, throughout this process of being more self aware. It is clear that the court has decided that Mr. Kelly violated the law. Given his otherwise clean record as well as his ability to inspire the community, I strongly believe time served and compliance with a treatment program is most appropriate in this situation. I don't seek to challenge anyone's views with this letter. I'm writing this simply because it's the right thing to do. God doesn't want us to throw humans away. We have a responsibility to help those around us no matter what the world thinks of them. If we have the audacity to care for the perpetrators as well as the victims, we can all rise. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I'm available to confirm the facts in this letter as necessary. I hope you will find space in your heart to consider this information during sentencing. Respectfully, Diana Copeland. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's read this one. Dear Honorable Judge Aaron Donnelly, thank you for the opportunity to share my experiences with Robert Kelly. My name is Joycelyn Savage. Joycelyn! And I am Robert Kelly's fiance. I'm writing this letter in support of Robert in advance of his sentencing so I can explain to the court that I'm not the victim that the government has portrayed me to be. My relationship with Robert is amazing. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me. We have a very special connection and are deeply in love. I still support Robert to this day because I love him and will always be here to support him because Robert is not the monster. I don't know what the fuck I was going to say. I'm going to put myself in the letter. Robert is not the monster that the government has described him to be. The Robert I know is very sweet, gentle, and kind. At the end of the day, he has always made sure that I'm taken care of, and any other woman he was with as well. Robert's all around incredible. Robert's an all around incredible person. He loves his music and is very passionate about that. He's positive, outgoing, and very generous. He always takes any opportunity he can to help those in need. He's very determined and focused on his goals, and the things that have been said about him, with me and other women being held against our will, is absolutely untrue. It's the complete opposite of who he is and what my relationship is like with Robert. Robert and I are deeply in love, and it breaks my heart that the government has created a narrative that I'm a victim. I'm a grown woman and can speak for myself, which is why I wanted to provide this letter to the court. I respectfully ask that the court take my words into consideration when sentencing Robert. He is a great man with a great heart and deserves to be home with his loved ones who are ready to support him. Thank you for reading this letter. Joycelyn Savage. Okay, here we go. Hello, Julius Darrington here, and I'm writing this letter to speak about Robert S. Kelly. I've had the pleasure of working closely with Robert for some years and witnessed so many amazing qualities in him. For someone who was world famous, Robert carried himself with grace and class. Robert always was the life of the party, but also when the party or concert was over, he took great pride in treating people as equals. Robert never treated people, from what I've witnessed, as if he was better than anyone or as if they owed him anything. Robert loved people and made sure he gave his friends and loved ones great memories that is sure to last a lifetime. One particular occasion, I was riding to the studio with Robert, which I would often did, and I noticed him stopping the car and handing something out the window. He'd often drive around downtown Chicago giving homeless people $100 bills before he went to the studio, and he said he does it because he knew he know he would wish someone did it for him if he was in that position. Robert always took pride in his giving. Robert is a very giving man and has a big heart. I am very proud of Robert. I am very proud of Robert how he's conducted himself during this storm, because the whole time his life has been torn apart by those who say they loved him, he has yet to say anything bad about them. Just recently, I don't understand this. Just recently, I received a phone call from Robert. During that call, he said a very moving prayer for me and thanked God to bless me for being there for him. He never called and complained. He just said he believes in God. During his 3 to 4 year storm in Robert's life, he has been very graceful and forgiving. He called me and said he forgives anyone who has turned their back on him and will not allow this storm to make him bitter, because he knows God is in the storm. Robert is an amazing person. His gift and hard work to build a legacy career was also done because of his dedication towards his gift and his belief that he had something to share with the world. Robert was born with all the chips stacked against him, but he found a way to build a success story out of nothing but hard work and faith. From what I've witnessed dealing with people in my life, I don't see Robert as anyone who would go out of his way to hurt anyone. He's a very sensitive, caring man who cares about his loved ones and friends. There's never been a time where I needed any prayers or advice from Robert and he turned me down. He was always down to pray and talk about God and how much he enjoyed his journey, hoping he's making his mom proud. One thing Robert and I had in common was we lost our mothers at a young age. Robert was very gracious and humble to share his advice with me regarding losing a mom, and told me just to let live through you and your dreams. Robert, in my opinion, is just not a criminal or someone who would live his life dedicated towards any criminal activity. All Robert loved was music and making people happy with his gifts and big heart. I'm asking the court to have mercy on Robert. This is a man that only had people around him that wanted to be around him and also went the extra mile to be around him. It's very sad that his life is on the line now. He's been in jail 3 years, and I'm sure if he's given another chance at life, he will make sure he's not in any situations again that can cause any confusion. Please have mercy on Robert during sentencing. A 54-year-old man who's lived his life mainly dedicated towards his music and entertaining people is no monster. Just a man that I believe deserves a chance. Thank you, Judge and Don. All right. We have, is this Keith Colbert? Yeah, this is Keith Colbert. I don't know who that is. Well, we know this here. Okay, let's see. Your Honor, the purpose of this letter is to give you some insight on the person, Robert Kelly. First, I would like to start by stating my name is Keith L. Colbert, born July 1968, on the south side of Chicago, Illinois. I worked for Mars Wrigley in Chicago, Illinois for over 10 years as a senior lab technician in research and development. I have known Robert and his entire family since I was 11 years of age. We grew up in the same neighborhood and met during the summer on the schoolyard playing basketball. Our friendship and bond grew through the love of playing the game. Despite not able to go to the same elementary school because my parents would not let me transfer from Shakespeare Elementary because we lived right across the street from the school. We stayed close with each other every day. We got we would hmm? We stay close with each other every chance we got. We would get together and laugh, crack jokes, talk and play basketball all day and night. We became more like brothers, and our families were very close as well. At the community Cocoa Fest in Chicago, Robert's mother would sing and bring Robert and his older brother Bruce up to perform with her at a young age. Growing up in the inner city of Chicago under the worst poverty levels was very hard. Some of our biggest obstacles growing up were staying alive, avoiding gangs and drugs. Our neighborhood was full of some of the worst things you could ever imagine: gang activities, high crime rates, drugs, and prostitution. Seeing people getting shot and stabbed right in front of you as a kid can be hard and scary, but that was the neighborhood we grew up in. Robert has always been a great friend and brother to me, big brother to me. Once Robert made it in the music career, and I discussed with him that I was going through some hard times financially and just got married. Without any second guessing, before I can even ask him, he gave me a job. He loves bringing joy to others through his music. Music is his passion. Robert, music is everything. It inspires people, it brings happiness to people, it brings the love to people and out of people. God has blessed him with the gift of all music. Once he was established as a musician and label the king of R&B, he was able to give back to his community. I remember one year on Christmas when he was scheduled to give toys to the kids at a youth center, and his manager scheduled him to do something else at the same time. He asked me if I can take the toys to the kids because he did not want to let the kids down for Christmas, and I had a chance to see hundreds of kids happy. Yeah, that's good. I also remember on Christmas Eve, Robert and I stayed up all night putting together all the toys that he had for his kids, building doll houses for his daughters, putting batteries in the remote cars, and playing his daughter's keyboard to make sure it sounded right. It was just me and him because he wanted to do it for his kids himself, and that's when I saw Robert the father. Oh, that's good. Robert has always been caring about others in his community. During the summer, he would host a barbecue with free food, basketball, softball, and music at Cornell Park on Lakeshore Drive in Chicago. His nonprofit called I Believe I Can Fly hosted a celebrity basketball game, and all the proceeds was donated. I can remember one time when in Chicago at a club called E2, 6 to 7 people at the club died from being stampeded at the club, and Robert paid for each victim's funeral. Also, I remember one time was when we was out, we heard gunshots, and we looked across the fence, and a lady was lying there in the middle of the street, shot, and Robert held her hand and talked to her until the police ambulance came. Robert would not let the lady go to sleep, and the hospital said the next day if she would have not stayed conscious, she would have died. Wow. Oh, but this man has experienced a lot. This is a lot. One more memory: when the Katrina incident happened, Robert fully loaded up his tour bus with cases of waters and sent it to Operation Push because they had a shipment of supplies going out to New Orleans for Katrina victims. I would like the court to know it has been times people close to him have really hurt him, and Robert will let them back around like nothing ever happened. His gift of music has caused many obstacles for him, and not being able to read over things like contracts and knowing everything that was going on around him. By not being able to read, he had to trust what people told him, and no one was honest with him or tried to help him. Respectfully, I want to thank the court for your time presiding in this matter, and I acknowledge my friend Big Brother has made some mistakes in his life, but I believe in my heart, and so he deserves some consideration of leniency when it comes to his sentencing. I hope you can find in your heart some mercy and compassion for the person, Robert Kelly. I'm here to encourage him to be the best person he can possibly be, and I will never leave his side. If you wish, I am available to confirm the facts in this letter. Sincerely, Keith Colbert. Who is this? All right. To whom this may concern. I worked for Robert Kelly from August 1999 to January 2007. I began working for his company as an audio recording intern. My general tasks were to make coffee, clean the audio recording studios, and get lunch and dinner orders to the clients of Chicago Tracks. I then followed the same path as my coworker and was hired by Mr. Kelly, working directly and answering directly to him. As an employer, he was fair, respectful, and always made me feel comfortable. The company he formed worked just like any other I could compare to. I had worked for Jive Records, the artist Rakim, Nelly, and Cash Money. Mr. Kelly was not unique in that he ran his company just the same. I never found any situation to be other than of the highest standard and with the utmost respect in a professional capacity. I am sorry he has faced with I am sorry he has been faced with the hardships he endures today. It is a surprise and something I would never have anticipated from my experiences working directly for Mr. Kelly. I pray daily for him, and I pray one day the hardships he has endured will be behind him. Lindsay Perman done. One of the twins got in. One of the twins got in. Let me go back to where we are looking to start. Hold on. One of the twins got her shit in there. Yeah, we knows as hell, and we don't mind our own damn business. Mm, mm. Don't do that. So let me come on around here and check on the peeps. Yes. We don't mind our own damn business over here. We knows as hell. So now we got a selection of the letters. Now, are y'all surprised? Ain't the Diana Copeland lady? Didn't she take the stand? That's some crazy ass shit. You know, Rob, and I at this point with my life, I don't give a damn. I deserve to call him Rob. Rob, you damn right. I'm the damn friend. Shit. All this bullshit. I've been harassed on this, all this reading and writing and filling out and all this bullshit here. Hell, Rob. I'm gonna call him Rob. I wish somebody would say I can't call him Rob. Hell, I feel like I know the goddamn whole man life story. This some bullshit. God damn. But yeah, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But anyway, so we got to see, we know who did doing the letters. That's a lot, ain't it? There's a lot going on. Thank you, Marietta. And thank you for everybody that's telling me I'm doing a good job. I don't know. Am I doing a good job, especially today and some shit? Like, what the fuck? What about all the other days? God damn it. No, y'all hit me up. But yeah, that's crazy. I had to get that money. Yeah, but so this is a lot. This is a lot. Oh, thank you, y'all. Thank you. Oh, y'all so sweet. I'm about to cry. Ooh, thank you. We done knocked out some shit today. We uncovered. Well, let me change my title. Hold on. I gotta change my title because anybody have to go back to Illinois and it's crazy. I bet you that Alicia is Lily. Well, where the sisters letter? Oh, they probably can write one. Maybe they'll give them a, maybe they'll say something at the, you know what? That'd be interesting if they take that, if they give a statement. That'd be interesting. Because let's see, here's gonna be a problem. Do you give a statement? Now you're gonna have to give background information. How exactly are y'all related? You don't have to, but it's gonna be real suspicious. You getting up there talking about you somebody's sister. You don't tell how. And when it's documented, of his sisters and brothers. So they might not get up there. They might not get up there. That'd be interesting. Or they can give us just a blanket statement of, because even if you say I just met my brother, still probably should give some background information. How's your brother? I ain't saying shit. I'm just saying how it works. We deal with the facts. That'd be interesting. Who going that case? Who going that sentencing tomorrow? Y'all let me know what go down. Somebody let me know. Who's going? Mm. Yeah, we don't have a family letter in there. But it could be because they may they may get up and speak in open court. So that may be the situation. Maybe they're gonna, make it work on in that podium. But as that motherfucking prosecution, as nasty as they are being, they might get up there and be like, we want to challenge the motherfucking whatever they saying in there. We want to challenge what they saying. Shit. And you related how? When you found it out? Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just fucking around. But it'd be interesting. Yeah. Shaniqua, I think it was the father side, I believe. And just for the record, it really doesn't matter if someone is blood related or related to them or whatever, right? It doesn't matter because that is no bearing on how somebody supports. Wait a minute. Girl, I think you a whisper. Hold on. Hold on. Is this what I already have? Yeah, this is what I already just read. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, I read this earlier. Thank you, ma'am. What you talking about? They talk about his sisters and brothers that we know. Yeah, because we went over. Talking about because they mentioned the abuse thing or whatever. Are you talking about in the long exhibits that I haven't read? I didn't do A, B, or C. I did D with the letters. Well, let me go be nosy and see. Child, that I'm Rick Jane bitch is carrying me. That you taking me out with that screen name. I would just want you to let you know that when I saw it the other day, I almost died. I'm like, what? Rick Jane bitch. They bring it up in. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? And what part, Queen? Everybody, what blood test? Hold on, we gonna have to go be nosy. Oh, we don't mind our own business. Let me see. Oh Lord, his CV is. Ooh, I don't see nothing. Hold on. Okay, hold on. That's keyword sister. Oh, wait a minute. We get some. Wait a minute. I ain't talking about those sisters. Talking about somebody else. Hold on. The only sister they is in that document is he referring to Teresa. He brought a house for him. Hold on. Let me do father. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hold on. We might read this area right here because this seems to give some good stuff right here. Hold on. And hold on, page 40 something. Who submitted this? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. There's some stuff in here submitted by. Okay. Y'all ready to do a little bit more? Hold on. Damn, we knows it. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, because there's some other stuff by. Mm, mm. Ooh, this gonna be good right here. Wait a minute. And y'all do know when I be saying, ooh, this gonna be good, whatever. This gonna give us some more information to, because you know how we do. We be deciphering shit and breaking it down and analyzing and shit like that. We ain't just reading it for just to be reading. We want to know what the fuck is going on. So this right here is a good one. Hold on, let me see when I start here, because this is a lot of stuff that talks more about a lot of stuff that has happened. I see Joycelyn name up in here. Hold on, this is a good document to start with right here. I can get to the beginning of it. All right, which is where I keep stopping at anyway. Starting with, is it still being shared? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on. What's good with it? Hello? Hello? I don't know what happened. So anyway, let me see this. So let's start here because this got some good stuff in it, seems like. Okay. So this, I guess, is from Dr. Park Deets, right? Hold on. Yes, ma'am.
Just listening to you read, and can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. I'm just cutting up. That's all. Just listening to you.
Oh, okay. Let me read this and let me get. Oh, somebody said they seen Larry's name. Did I see Larry's name? You nigga, girl, stop playing. Let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. I know this is page 13. Let me keyword that. Oh, not that Larry.
Yeah, I was about to tell you that's Larry Hood.
Yeah. Let me go back to my page. Okay. Okay. So this is Dr. Part D. Okay. It says, Dear Miss Bojing, my colleagues and I have evaluated Mr. Kelly with respect to issues the court may find relevant at the sentencing hearing scheduled for June 29. We interviewed Mr. Kelly for over 14 hours, located and interviewed 10 collateral witnesses who knew Mr. Kelly during childhood and reviewed the materials your office provided and a few biographical materials we located. These sources of information are all listed below. Our division of tasks was that Daniel Martel, PhD, conducted neuropsychological testing. Shante Alexander, ED, conducted collateral interviews, and Renee Sorrentino, MD, and I interviewed Mr. Kelly together. Dr. Martel's report is focused on the neuropsychological testing. Dr. Sorrentino's report contains a complete history and focuses on Mr. Kelly's sexual and relationship history and psychiatric diagnosis. Oh, while this report focused on adverse childhood experiences, illiteracy, victimization during adulthood, the question of coercive control, the effects of stardom, and positive character traits, touching briefly on psychiatric diagnosis. I rely on the first hand observations of collateral witnesses interviewed by Dr. Alexander. So you see, when we was talking y'all about the how psychiatric diagnosis, could have been a play throughout the trial, but each defense attorney chose the way they go. Let's see. Rather than repeat information already known to the court, I focus here on specific information about the history and characteristics of Mr. Kelly identified through our evaluation that may not yet have been brought to the court's attention. Sources of information. Unless otherwise cited in the body of this report, the biographical and first person accounts included here are drawn from the interviews of the defendant that I conducted jointly with Dr. Sorrentino. And that's just okay. So let's get to the findings. Adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences, often abbreviated as ACEs, have been the focus of countless studies for more than 20 years, following the 1998 publication that introduced this approach. The Robert Wood Johnson Foundation offers a succinct summary of this research effort. Traumatic childhood events such as abuse, neglect, and witnessing experiences like crime, parental conflict, mental illness, and substance abuse can result in long term negative effects on learning, behavior, and health. Often referred to as adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. These types of events create dangerous levels of stress that can derail healthy brain development and increase risk for smoking, alcoholism, depression, heart disease, and dozens of other illnesses and unhealthy behaviors throughout life. Much of the research on ACEs relies on self reported or parent reported responses to questionnaires, such as the Adverse Childhood Experience questionnaires for adults. To ensure the information gathered for present purposes was more reliable than mere self report, we sought corroboration or refutation through collateral witnesses, as indicated below. The particular questions asked in the ACE's research are not uniform from study to study, as one report notes. There is no single agreed upon list of experiences that encompass what we refer to as adverse childhood experiences. The original ACE study asked a large sample of adults about 7 childhood experiences: psychological, physical, and sexual abuse, as well as exposure in the home to substance abuse, mental illness, and suicide, incarceration, or violence. Since then, the list of ACEs used in one or more studies have been expanded to include physical and emotional neglect, parental separation and divorce, exposure to violence outside of the home, living in unsafe neighborhoods, homelessness, bullying, discrimination based on race or ethnicity, and experience of income insecurity. During the interview of Mr. Kelly, I asked him the 10 questions in the Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire for Adults, one of the commonly used versions of this inventory, and he endorsed these 6 of the 10 experiences. Did you feel that you didn't have enough to eat, had to wear dirty clothes, or had no one to protect or take care of you? Did you lose a parent through divorce, abandonment, death, or other reason? Did you live with anyone who had a problem with drinking or using drugs, including prescription drugs? Did your parents or adults in your home ever hit, punch, beat, or threaten to harm each other? Did a parent or adult in your home ever swear at you, insult you, or put you down? Did you experience unwanted sexual contact, such as fondling or oral, anal, vaginal intercourse penetration? In addition, he described several ACEs that were not included in that questionnaire that have been included in other studies, namely bullying, exposure to violence, crime, and witnessing death. Below, I synopsize what Mr. Kelly and collateral witnesses said about each of these. But before turning to that evidence, it is important to understand the significance of anyone having actually been exposed to so many adverse childhood experiences. Sachs and Murphy, 2018, summarized a large body of research conducted over the course of 20 years. ACEs have been linked to numerous negative outcomes in adulthood, and research have increasingly identified effects of ACEs in childhood. Negative outcomes associated with ACEs include some of society's most intractable and, in many cases, growing health issues: alcoholism, drug abuse, depression, suicide, poor health, physical health, and obesity. There is also some evidence that ACEs are linked to lower educational attainment, unemployment, and poverty. In childhood, children who have experienced ACEs are more likely to struggle in school and have emotional and behavioral challenges. Nevertheless, not all children who experience one of these adverse events, or even more than one, are negatively affected. Much depends on the context in which they occur, particularly the context of positive relationships. Research has found that the risk for negative outcomes increase with the number of ACEs. In other words, children who have experienced multiple ACEs are substantially more likely to be negatively affected than children who have experienced only one. A seminal study published in the late 1990s by Politi Andre and their colleagues that the first coined the term adverse childhood experiences found that adults who had experienced 4 or more ACEs had a particularly high risk for negative physical and mental health outcomes, including some of the leading causes of death in the United States. Subsequent studies have identified lower thresholds ranging from 1 to 3 ACEs as the tipping point at which risk increases greatly. There are likely to be multiple factors that account for individual variation in response to adversity, including genetic predispositions and other biological characteristics, as well as contextual factors such as supportive adult relationships. The prevalence of ACEs have been explored in large samples, the largest and most diverse of which at the time of the publication in 2018 reflected self-report responses in a nationally representative telephone survey of non-instruction institutionalized adults in 23 states that include an 11-item ACE assessment in their annual behavioral risk factor surveillance system from 2011 to 2014. In that study, of 214,157 respondents include in the sample, 15.8% reported four or more ACEs. Participants who identified as Black reported significantly higher ACE exposures than those who identified as white. Many of Mr. Kelly's problems are now known to be adverse outcomes associated with cumulative ACE, including but not limited to below average academic and literacy skills by kindergarten age, lower school engagement, learning behavior problems, not completing high school, sexually transmitted disease, having 50 or more sexual partners, anxiety, panic disorder, and criminal conviction. Separately, there are now substantial evidence that a history of being sexually abused as a child is associated with subsequent conviction for sexual offenses. Let me see if there's something else that came in. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me see what that is. All right, no. Evidence available as of this writing regarding the ACEs endorsed or reported by Mr. Kelly is reviewed below. Poverty. Mr. Kelly said, "We were very poor. There were no money except enough to pay for rent and food. They bought their clothes at the rummage store. He was often hungry and did not have enough to eat. His mother owed money to a lot of landlords, and when she couldn't pay, they moved, which is why they moved so often and why he attended at least 4 different schools prior to high school." It's redacted. Angela Belton, who as a teenager was Bruce Kelly's girlfriend, knew Robert as a young boy and confirmed that he came from very humble beginnings and very much so in poverty. Parental loss. Mr. Kelly was abandoned by his father, whom he had never met. Although he'd heard rumors, he does not know his father's identity. His mother told him that his father left when she refused to have an abortion. His siblings each had different fathers who dropped off Christmas and birthday gifts for them, but his father never did. And the reason why I'm reading this part too, because it gives a lot of names and other information that, we being nosy. But this is a good workup, and it seems like a pretty good mitigation report that should give the judge some consideration to leniency when sentencing him. So, I mean, I can't recall the prosecution sentencing memorandum having more aggravating factors that they cite that screamed like, he's like, give him life, 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 all through the thing. I didn't see that, which is probably why, which is consistent with what they said they'll be, okay with at least 25 plus. So it didn't scream, just give him life, whatever will be to make sure that he stayed behind jail for the rest of his life. That means like not getting out at 80, like getting out more like when you're 100, right? Because you can reasonably expect to live, till you're 80. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't know. This seems like a pretty good report. It says Carrie Kelly didn't believe that Robert had ever met his father. Bruce Kelly confirmed that Robert's father never visited him and said that Robert saw Lucius as more of a father figure than other Kelly children did, as evidenced by Robert giving Lucius a Black American Express card. About 6 months before his arrest, 2 women claiming to be his sisters asked him to take a blood test. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. We getting to it now. Okay, so check this out right here. So apparently they did talk to Carrie and Bruce, or maybe they got some type of letter or something from him, whatever, to confirm this stuff. But anyway, they participated in his mitigation. So his family did show up in some part through this process. Okay. It says, um, oh, that's about the sources. Okay, it says substance abuse in the home. Okay, that's redacted. Redacted. Witnessing violence in the home. Redacted. Okay. Deborah Harris, who had known Robert since grammar school when she was 12 and he was 14, recalled that Joanne Kelly was strict with the boys and made them abide by her rules, acknowledging that she was more of a troublemaker and got Robert in trouble for staying out too late on at least one occasion. Disparagement in the home. Mr. Kelly responded affirmatively to the question: did a parent or adult in your home ever swear at you, insult you, or put you down? The interview was terminated by correctional staff before he could provide examples of these. I don't consider this ACE substantiated. Sexual abuse. Mr. Kelly described multiple sources of sexual abuse and premature sexualization. The latter, which standing alone is not necessarily an adverse childhood experience. So they're saying the premature sexualization is not necessary and adverse childhood is not a ACE type issue. So that's why we be doing psychology and shit over here. This thing here covers a lot. Okay, bullying. Mr. Kelly reported having been teased and bullied throughout grammar school whenever he was asked to read, do math, or take a test. He was embarrassed to be seen as a dummy who can't read or write. Wow. He was also teased and bullied for having a big butt, with other children saying he had a girl booty, a grandma booty, or a stripper booty. During the interview, he hesitated and looked down in shame as he recalled these remarks. Oh my God. Bruce Kelly also reported that Robert was teased by a lot of kids in grammar school because of his inability to read and write, and described him as so shy that he would turn his back to the audience when asked to sing for guests at their home. Deborah Harris said Robert was teased in school because of his clothing and his inability to read. Larry Hood recalled Robert being teased in childhood because of his clothing. Neighborhood crime. He witnessed and experienced gang violence in childhood. While playing football in the vacant lot between his home and Mr. Henry's, he was robbed by a gang who beat another boy, the first to run, with broken bottles. While riding his bicycle to Walgreens with his brother Bruce, gang members wanted to borrow their bikes, so they rode away so fast his paddle broke. They got off the bikes and had to fight. He was injured in the fight. Bruce swung his camera at one of the attackers who ran off. Reginald Kind, a childhood friend, said, we were around hustlers, dope dealers, drug dealers, pimps, players, and all that. When Mr. Kelly was 14, he was shot in the right arm with a 22 round while riding his bike down the block. He did not recall being shot, but rather hearing a shot, feeling dizzy, and awakening in the hospital. After being shot, he had nightmares about dying, but not about the shooting. His bicycle was taken away after this, and when he became famous, he brought about 50 bicycles. While living at 63rd in Michigan, his mother asked him to go to the store. He was always ran to the store, but on one occasion, boys who thought he was running up on them kicked him repeatedly. Oh, wow. Witnessing death. Mr. Kelly witnessed the drowning death of his first girlfriend when they were both 8 or 9 years old and living in Chicago Heights. They and other children snuck through a fence and threw rocks in the river, got too close to the water, and another boy pushed her. She fell in the water, and neither she nor the other children knew how to swim, so they did not jump in to save her. He recalled, I was screaming. Her drowned body was recovered from Lake Michigan, into which the river flows. Mother, Miss, was Robert's mother's best friend. The whole neighborhood knew of their puppy love and all mourned her. For years he suffered nightmares about this, dreaming of screaming in the current, screaming in the current, and couldn't get it out of his waking thoughts. He never went to the river again and avoided going near the water when his stepfather fished at the lake. He added, I can't swim to this day. He became concerned that his children learned to swim. Bruce Kelly confirmed that Robert must have been 8 years old when Blank drowned and that the family was living in Chicago Heights at the time. And he said that it was a really traumatic event. He described Blank family as good friends of his family. Carrie Kelly recalled that when Blank drowned, Robert was heartbroken. I could see the difference in him. He said Robert became even more quiet and he'd catch him staring off in space. Oh, illiteracy. Mr. Kelly reported that he does not know how to read, write, or send email. As a child, when he first tried to learn to read, the first word that came to his mind was hell. He recalled that when he attended a school in Oaklawn at age 8 or earlier, he sat on the school's porch instead of playing with the other children, wondering what was wrong with him. The teacher had asked the children to take turns reading aloud, which caused him fear. He said he was very scared and remains to this day when asked to read aloud. He pretended he couldn't see, felt like, so to this day, when asked to read aloud. Oh, I'm sorry. He pretends he couldn't see, felt like dying. Wait a minute. He pretended he couldn't see, felt like dying, wanted to be home with his mother, and heard other children snickering at him.
Lies.
Keep, damn. As a child, he envied those who could read, write, socialize, and speak to people comfortably. He feared that if people looked in his eyes, they could see he couldn't read. I always get that if people could see my eyes or hear me read, they'd know I was the dummy that I was called at the time. This was among the reasons he began to wear dark glasses at school and when performing. He feared someone would bring out a book or talk about numbers or something he couldn't discuss. He said his grades throughout school were mostly F's, except for gym class. He was held back more than once, and at Lewisworth in Hyde Park, he was the only student in the class with a beard. Oh, wow. In high school, he said I was way out of my league and I knew it because he couldn't read, write, or do math. He was silent in class, always putting his head down and acting sleepy. His mind drifted all the time and he heard music and got a headache, imagining himself somewhere else and trying to forget the things I was terrible at. Okay, Dr. Martell observed. He also, what is that? He also found some of the testing anxiety provoking as it reminded him of school and he would be easily overwhelmed. During these times, he was observed to yawn, fidget, wipe his eyes, and become distracted by activity outside of the examination room. On formal testing of academic skills, Dr. Mattel found that Mr. Kelly had significant impairments in all areas. Wait a minute, what is that?
What? That's not
Uh-uh. Keith, I gotta put you on mute. On formal testing of academic skills, Dr. Martell found that Mr. Kelly had significant impairments in all areas of academic functioning, placing him in the bottom first to third percentiles and at the early elementary school level i.e., first to third grade overall. Dr. Mattel's testing indicated that Mr. Kelly's cognitive abilities are not evenly developed, such that his full scale IQ, which fell in the borderline range FSIQ equals 79, does not adequately reflect his overall level of its intellectual ability, which is more likely in the low average range, in part due to his lack of school learning. Well, I'm not sure if that FSIQ equals 79 is his score, because to me, because that's actually it's 79 out of 80, which is what they cite is for when they say you real bad intellectually. Carrie Kelly said Robert couldn't really grasp a hold to, like reading, writing, understanding. That's how we knew that it's a gift that's embedded in him from God. Because if he can't read and write, how can he write songs the way he do? But yay, that I think that kind of disturbs him. And and that kind of bothered him, and that made him feel like he wasn't normal. Childhood friend Reginald King said that Robert struggled with schoolwork, particularly reading. Childhood friend Larry Hood said he probably had like a learning disability. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the drawer, as far as he wasn't able to read and write and stuff like that. Anytime he came in tune with something that involved reading stuff, I had to do it for him. Oh, he struggled with his education, and you helped him. Janet Edmonds, a friend since childhood, recalled that as an adult, Mr. Kelly sometimes had her read business letters to him. Keith Calvert, a friend since childhood, said that everyone knew that Robert couldn't read and that during a after-school program they both attended, when others were asked to read aloud, Robert would be asked to sing instead. Okay, who is this? Okay. Mr. Kelly was so ashamed about his inability to read the hold on. Mr. Kelly was so ashamed about his inability to read the teleprompter that he never told anyone of this when accepting Grammy Awards, despite his great fear. His subjective experience of trying to read is that he gets a headache and watery eyes, feels tired and sleepy, yawns, and hears loud, cluttered music, which he described as hearing multiple songs at once, as if from a radio, which is confusing. Other triggers to hearing this radio in his mind are trying to learn to spell and trying to learn to play chess. All of these endeavors make him anxious and trigger the radio. As soon as the pressure is removed, he feels better and the radio goes away. As I best could elicit from him, the pressure he experiences is being asked to read aloud in class or interacting with someone who is trying to teach him reading, spelling, chess, or other feared tasks. This radio in the head phenomenon is also central to his composition of music. He said, when a song comes to me, it's on the radio in my head. I hear the bass line, it's complete. It's like I'm cheating on a test. Wow. Throughout his youth, various people tried to help him learn to read, including his mother, his sister, his brother Bruce, his stepfather Lucius, and his girlfriend Lenice when he was about 17. To his knowledge, he never received any special education services. He once saw a video of a woman who can jog but not walk, and this resonated with him because he was able to talk and sing but not read or write. Mr. Kelly eventually created a form of notation that used letters from the alphabet and idiosyncratic spelling so that he could create reminders for himself. And he brought notepads to the first day of our examination. At one point, while singing a song he had written, he turned blank pages as he sang, as though reading the lyric, and used a pair of clear lens glasses to as a prop, taking them off and on. He commented that he'd always paid attention to how professors and others took their glasses on and off and took notes the way Dr. Sorrentino and I were doing, and he wanted to achieve that look. Victimization in adulthood. From the time he had his first break in the music industry, Mr. Kelly was financially exploited. He said that at the time of some sort of audit, he was told his net worth was $900 million. Early in Mr. Kelly's career, he won $100,000 at a talent show with Natalie Cole, but he said Blank stole the money and gave him none of it. Blank introduced him to his lawyer, Darrell Porter, who introduced him to his blank. Barry Hankerson, Aaliyah's uncle, became the manager and was paid 20% of Mr. Kelly's income while charging $100,000 for every meeting. God damn. Bunch of blank. He replaced Hankerson with his man his he replaced Hankerson as his manager with blank. Mr. Kelly asked blank to invest his money into a recording studio, a cigar bar, and a keyboard branded with his name, but none of this occurred. Blank instead rented a studio and started Mercadito, a popular restaurant in Chicago. Mr. Kelly said that he had been kidnapped in Nigeria. Huh? A whole bunch of blank. As it happened, Mr. Kelly had been with a woman the night before whose uncle was a chef, and after the chef spoke to the woman, Mr. Kelly was given a choice to fly home on a private jet with his girlfriends and auntie or wait for blank to arrive. Mr. Kelly was prepared to wait, but the chef said the news that R. Kelly was kidnapped was too big, so he had to go. So he had to go home. Mr. Kelly also described blank financial exploitation. For years, I've told Robert about his trusting nature. He trusts people too much. He wants to be accepted. He wants to be accepted. He wants to be liked. But I used to tell him, because there's a difference between, trusting people and liking people and just being a fool with the people. Blank. After, a year or so, I just started to notice things. I started to really. So that was an interview of Bruce Kelly. So that she did interview him. All right. So I started to get really, bad feelings about blank. I suspected that he was taking Robert's money. So I told Robert, you need to sometimes have your accountant audited. So he felt like him and blank was friends. Oh man, blank cool. I don't need I don't need to ain't got nothing to do with friendship. You need to have that guy audited and make sure he's doing with your money what he's supposed to be doing. But he never did. He was he even Robert got tired of blank coming to it was inaudible when we were playing basketball, telling him he needs to sign checks. Robert got tired of that. So he was like, why can't he sign the checks? Well, I don't have power of attorney over your. Well, we need to do that. And he gave it up, gave blank power of attorney over his accounts. Now Robert can't even go to the bank and get money for himself. from, his own money. He has to go to blank to get money. And that's when I believe blank, would start running amok. Robert always told him he wants, he wants a business. Robert wanted a cigar. He wanted a cigar lounge, and blank would never do anything to try to get Robert a cigar lounge. None of this. Larry Hood recounted an incident about which he had first hand knowledge. Hold on. Take, for instance, when his jewelry got stolen. I was on the Chicago Police Department at the time. So when the detective reached out to me to help him find the jewelry, I told them where one of the guys lived that was involved with the theft of his jewelry. When they got him and got some of his stuff back, the detectives was dealing with blank at the time to get some receipts for the jury and the stuff. Blank was funny about producing the receipts to the detectives for the jury and stuff like that. So the detective came back to me and they were like, man, this blank man, there's something ain't right about him. You know, you need to talk to your boy because he don't want to share the information that we need about this jury. You know, he's stealing from your boy. So when I went back to tell Robert about it, Rob, he kind of shunned me off about it, man. I mean, he didn't want me to tell him nothing about blank. Bruce said he thought his brother was so trusting because he wanted to be accepted. He wants to be liked and loved by everyone. In school, when kids teased him about reading, that's why he that's why he figured if he could become this great singer, then everyone would love him. Keith Calvert said everyone was stealing from him. I mean, they were stealing from him. They were doing whatever they could do to survive themselves. He would throw parties, but the party is not really for him. The party was for everybody else because he had been in the back working and everybody else at the party. And he had come out for a few minutes, but he could go back in the studio room and work, you know. So he did it for his friends, can have something to do. And they didn't have to pay for nothing. And he paid for everything. So they became people inviting people to the party, and invite people. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. So they became people inviting people to the party, and invite people to the party. But then it got to a point where he started having people to show their ID because you got people coming out with any kind of way. And then you got people sneaking people in. Oh, wow. Even Blank stole from him. Mr. Kelly said that the last time he saw Blank at his house, Bruce showed up, Blank, and stole his car. The very last time he saw Blank, Mr. Kelly gave him a Fender bass guitar to keep at the studio and told him that if he learned the songs, he paid him $2,000 per week to take him on tour. Instead, Blank relapsed and stole the bass. 2 months before his arrest, Mr. Kelly went to his bank, Chase, for the first time in his life and discovered that he had bad credit. A woman named Rose was kind to him and told him that he had multiple accounts, but they only had $300,000. He took out $10,000 for the first time in his life, and his account was frozen about a month later. Mr. Kelly described multiple examples of false news reports about him, each of which would consider a form of victimization by the press, particularly by the tabloid press, those seeking followers on social media, and those who sell or trade them information stories and photographs. In my experience, this is a universal problem for top celebrities, some of whom spend large sums on lawyers, security, services, publicists, handlers, fixers, and others to prevent and discourage libelous uh, what is it, stories and unauthorized disclosures of information and to discourage dissemination. Mr. Kelly said for the first experience with these false news reports about him as a celebrity arose from an incident in which he was sitting in a McDonald's parking lot with his publicist. By his account, he was in a $500,000 car when the police asked him or ordered him to exit the vehicle and broke the door when he did not. Oh boy. He said he went limp and the police handcuffed him to the wall until his lawyer arrived. News outlets reported that the police had pulled him over and ordered him to turn the music down and that he refused and drove off. But he hadn't been pulled over and did not drive off. Although he wanted to sue the police for how he'd been treated, the matter was resolved when the police department provided a letter of apology. Although he was unsure of the time, even when told of the events mentioned in the pre-sentence, sorry, I'm scratching my eye, pre-sentence investigation report, he thought this might have been the incident identified as a misdemeanor disorderly conduct occurring at 624 North Clark Street, Chicago, Illinois on 4/6/98. And I determined that there is currently a McDonald's restaurant at the location. Since then, the number of transparently false reports have multiplied exponentially. Exponentially, I'm sorry. Mr. Kelly said it made him paranoid that every time he turned his back to get information to use to rip him off or sought to obtain information that they could sell. He understood that it was in large measure to his inability to read or comprehend arithmetic that made him vulnerable to the predations of who controlled his business interests and money. Let me blow this up. I can't see shit. Sorry. Okay, and money that he had often trusted people undeserving of his trust. Since his arrest, at least one correctional officer had sold confidential information about him. Uh-oh. Coercive control. The pre-sentence report adopts the government's description of Mr. Kelly and his employees as comprising as an enterprise for purposes of RICO prosecution, a characterization that remains in dispute. When I first read about the underlying behaviors put forth as evidence of the enterprise, my first impression was that what was actually being described was the behavior of one man exhibiting the poorly defined pattern of behaviors known in the intimate partner violence literature as coercive control. In this instance, a man in unusual situation of being surrounded by enablers. Based on the interviews with Mr. Kelly, I now I now question whether even this characterization may be grossly distorted. I asked Mr. Kelly about each of the 14 behaviors that could be construed as coercive control of his employees and guests and report below what he had to say about each. This report right here is pretty good. I'm telling you, this is pretty good. So anybody get in trouble and shit, y'all might want to hire these people. Allegation one, requiring that employees, because I mean, what I'm saying, they worked in the RICO and used the behaviors, the factors of the RICO, and some kind of way made that a result of some of the alleged behaviors of R. Kelly. So they worked that into this motherfucking report. I mean, this is some brilliant ass shit. I'm trying. Well, this is pretty good, huh? Okay. Allegation one, requiring that employees obtain approval before carrying out mundane tasks such as allowing people to go to the bathroom. Mr. Kelly dismissed this allegation as untrue, despite some kernels of truth that he acknowledged, including his effort to keep order at his studio, particularly the studio in his home, rather than having people wander everywhere, and a problem arising when people were left behind during tour bus stops, described further below. He acknowledged that as a boss, he found he needed to be in control or he be taken advantage of at every turn by employees, guests, and people he believed were professionals. Allegation number two, prohibiting employees from looking at or speaking with any of Mr. Kelly's female guests. Although my notes don't reflect that Mr. Kelly was asked specifically about this, he acknowledged that he didn't want his employees invading his family life or hitting on his wife or girlfriends. His brother Bruce described a change in Andrea's behavior after the marriage. Also, let me put a note here. This is also a way of him testifying without taking a stance. So he has an opportunity to answer some of the behaviors that was put out through those rules and stuff. Keep, please go on mute. Oh my gosh. The behaviors that came out and stuff, so that he has a chance now to answer it, right? Those rules that they paraded all through the trial, remember that? So now he has a way of answering it without actually taking a stand. This is pretty good. I mean, it happens. This happens during mitigation reports, but this was how they roped it in the specific areas of the trial and put this in here to give his explanation of it without him having to take the stand and all that shit. All right, it says, I don't know what to say about him and his wife. He had gotten to the point where he wouldn't even want her to talk to us. And we used our tour together when she was just a dancer. We always talked and, laughed and this and that. But when she became Miss Kelly, we would be saying hi to her and she wouldn't say nothing to us. Nothing. Childhood friend Larry Hood also observed that Mr. Kelly didn't want men speaking to his wife or girlfriends, which he attributed to Mr. Kelly's insecurity. Allegation number three, prohibiting female assistants and employees from speaking with his male assistants in front of his female guests and girlfriends. Mr. Kelly did not directly address this allegation in our interview and appeared not to understand what could have led to anyone perceiving this. Allegation four, withholding a portion of an employee's salary as a fine if they did not meet Mr. Kelly's expectations. Mr. Kelly reported that he learned to find people from basketball, as that is a technique used by coaches with whom he had more experience than employers, having only worked at a traditional job for 1 month during grammar school, cleaning a popcorn shop. He said he'd be fine people he should have fired. He gave as an example a woman named Diana who told him she paid $300 for a coat that cost her $150. She kept $150 of the cash he'd given for herself. Suspecting this, he planted $100 where she could find it, and she took it. She lied to him about the cost of the coat, claiming she didn't have the receipt, but he went to the store to check out the price. Diana left for 2 years, came back and told the truth, and he gave her a second chance. Just as he fined people for criminal or dishonest behavior, he would bonus those who did well. For example, giving a $500 tip to a runner who brought him chicken pot pie and served it on a tray with a fork. Bruce Kelly reported that when working on tour, his brother fined him $100 if he found him smoking marijuana in his room. Larry Hood said, some things that he has done to people, like as far as his employees. He done it because he doesn't know any better. Rob has never worked a job. All he knows, all he's known to do is his music. So he don't really know how the workforce go. Like, you having people work for him all types of hours. You know, he don't know that he ain't never really been in the workforce. Allegation 5, requiring some employees to provide Mr. Kelly with a letter falsely confessing to bad behavior. Mr. Kelly denied ever requiring employees to write a letter falsely confessing to anything, but he did get written statements from people who stole from him as a condition of continuing employment. For example, a stylist named Cash brought him shirts she said cost $300, but really cost $99. He investigated and found she charged him uh, $10,000 for a $3,000 of jewelry, even as he paid her $5,000 per week. God damn. When he confronted her with her deceptive behavior, she cried. He asked for his money back, said he fined her and wanted her to write a statement and take Junebug, George Kelly, with her when she shopped for him in the future. He said she got written statements from both male and female employees who stole from him and tried to scam him. Allegation 6, expecting employees to ensure that Mr. Kelly's female guests and girlfriends abided by his rules. He acknowledged having created several rules that expected people to follow. For parties with alcohol, he required employees to make copies of IDs to limit entry to those 21 and over. Anyone over 21, such as Joyce Savage, was limited to the VIP tent because his studio was located at his home. After he had children, he had rules to maintain order and appropriate boundaries, such as not allowing other guests to interrupt Michael Jordan when he was playing pool, or Diana Ross, Jay-Z, Lionel Richie, or other celebrities when they were working in the studio. Allegation number 7, requiring guests to receive permission from Mr. Kelly before eating or going to the bathroom. He denied that anyone ever needed permission to eat or use the washroom. His guests ordered Uber Eats constantly, and the studio had plenty of bathrooms. The only thing that could have been so misconstrued stemmed from a problem that emerged when people were traveling on 5 tour buses and stopping at truck stops. People sometimes shopped at the truck stop and got left at stops, requiring the bus to return to pick them up. When this became problematic, he became he made a rule that led bus driver to must he made a rule that the lead bus driver must check that all passengers were present before leaving. Sometimes when they were behind schedule, he asked that nobody get off the bus when they stopped to refuel. Blank once got off without telling anyone and was left behind, so he told her not to get off without telling Diana or him. Allegation number 8, requiring female guests to wear baggy clothing unless accompanying Mr. Kelly to an event or unless otherwise instructed by him. Mr. Kelly said that men attending shows were so disrespectful to my girls when they were in the front row dressed up, looking great, that he got off the stage to protect them more than once. He suggested the women dress down to avoid this, which they did, relieving them of the problem. Allegation number 9, prohibiting guests from looking at other men and instructing them to keep their heads down. He said the attractive women he had around him told him that his homies were always hitting on them. So he suggested techniques they could use to cut off such sexual harassment and prevent disrespect, including dressing down or not engaging with them. Allegation number 10, requiring guests to address Mr. Kelly as daddy. Mr. Kelly said it's a hood thing, a culture thing. All girls call their man daddy. Women who called him daddy during sex will continue to call him daddy in front of others to establish their position. New women would hear others call him daddy, so the name stuck. When women called him daddy, it made him feel they really loved him. He felt good about it, but other names were fine too. It would be a turnoff to make a woman call him daddy, so he didn't instruct women women to call him daddy, as that would be cheating. Even fans he never met called him daddy, and other fans called him the king of R&B. But he didn't promote or require either nickname. Blank called him Bear or Papa Bear. Males called him Big Bro. At MDC Brooklyn, other inmates called him Pops or Uncle Rob or Unc. Uncle Rob? Oh, damn. Wait a minute. Allegation number 11, obtaining sensitive information about sexual partners and retaining control over those sexual partners. Mr. Kelly said he'd broken up with lots of women and never needed sensitive information. Allegation number 12, creating embarrassing and degrading videos of sexual partners. Mr. Kelly acknowledged creating sexual sex tapes and said he'd done so for two reasons. First, it's a turn on, and I like to look at it. Second, he didn't want anyone to be able to say he made them do it or rape them. This idea occurred to him when he began hearing rumors accusing him of making Andrea sign a prenup or brainwashing her. He said he lost custody of his children because of her lies. Likewise, a hair braider who filleted him repeatedly for years, accused him of forcing her to do this, but when caught in a lie about this, the accusation went away. He used videotape to prove to prove everything was consensual and everyone was of age. Mr. Kelly said that Blank was into all the kinky stuff and introduced him to scat sex. After a scat session, oh damn, I just thought about what that means. Oh no, I don't want to say that sexy. After a scat session that was shown in court, he and Blank had sex and went to Starbucks together. Sometimes Blank spanked him. He mentioned a video in which Blank wore a nun outfit and he wore a priest outfit. Mr. Kelly said that Blank could leave whenever she wanted to, and she did leave several times. Blank, which she said did. She admitted that she tested Mr. Kelly by asking him to invite nephew Blank to join them for sex. Allegation number 13, isolating female guests from other friends and family. Mr. Kelly said the women isolated their families because of the family's antics, such as putting out falsehoods about their daughter being a sex slave. Mr. Kelly couldn't even make some of the women go home. One example he gave of parents alienating their daughter involved a woman named Blank, whom he said fell in love with him. When he met her, she had an ID indicating she was 18, and while Mr. Kelly was with Blank in a hotel room, her mother texted her with instructions on how to seduce him while the parents were in the hotel lobby pretending to look for their daughter. The parents called the police, then lied to the police about her age. When the police arrived at the hotel room, Blank showed them an ID saying she was 18, and the police spoke by phone to her parents, who confirmed she was 18. When her mother pretended she was concerned because Blank wasn't answering her phone, Blank said, "You're the one who told me to turn the phone off because you're with a celebrity." Blank later admitted she had been 17, that her mother had been sending texts that she be at the hotel. Mr. Kelly sent her home the next day. The parents, who had also lied to Mr. Kelly about their daughter's age, tried to get him to approve the marketing of a dildo modeled on his penis and to use her father's $3,000 lights for shows instead of the 2 million lights he was using. Huh? What kind of ghetto ass shit is that? $3,000 light instead of $2 million light. Shit, $3,000 lights. Shit, they ain't gonna like this motherfucker over here. What the hell? He said there's a 40-minute recording of Blank telling her father that it was the parents who lied to the police about her age, but the court couldn't allow the defense to introduce this evidence. Another example involved Joy Savage's parents, whom he said lied to her during the COVID pandemic to try to get her to come home, telling her that her grandmother was dying. When Joy's grandmother did die, she wasn't told by her family, but he learned of it from his lawyer and told Joy during a visit. The press then reported falsely that Mr. Kelly made Joy visit him instead of going to her grandmother's funeral, but Joy knew the truth. Allegation number 14, making female guests dependent on Mr. Kelly for their financial well-being. With respect to this claim, Mr. Kelly said that the women lived with him and he supported them, paying for flights, rent, Uber, meals, gifts, shopping, and more. Gregory Preston, who drove and provided security for Mr. Kelly throughout his career, said he knew all the girls who traveled with Mr. Kelly. They all knew me as Uncle Greg. I never had no issue with them. They all spoke when they got the chance. They all called me Uncle Greg with a big smile on their face, looking nice. Like I said, they were well dressed, makeup on, expensive shoes, nail polish, mink coats. Not unexpectedly, those who knew Mr. Kelly best spoke in his defense. Some had first-hand observations related to the allegations that may not have been represented in the trial record. Oh, this is getting good. Bruce Kelly said, I know for a fact that a lot of these women have been lying. You know, I worked for Robert. I worked for him since 1990 and on and off until 2015. Now, me and my brother's relationship had never been perfect. We go through things like families just like anybody else, you know. But I do know that people will has taken advantage of him. They went through a lot of money, and I'm watching it unfold. I'm watching these things unfold, you know. But basically, what they say he did, you know, it's 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 actually crazy. Roberts never kidnapped anybody or held anybody against their will. The doors have been open for anybody to leave at any time. So how in the world can he be found guilty of kidnapping? Pimp. He, you see these girls outside smiling and laughing that nobody kidnapped me. I used to make travel arrangements for different girls and females and stuff. Each had to go to the airport with ID to get their tickets. They had to go be they had to be of age. We used to when I used to call girls at his parties, we used to they used to do NDAs and we would take their driver's license or state IDs, make and copies of them and attach them and make sure they were of age, you know? And I mean, I'm watching these different parents. There when, you know, they were present. I'm there they when they called the police in 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 Orlando. And the girl says, I'm not she's 19. The parent says, she's 19, you know. What is that? What are you doing? Oh, but now you're saying she's underage. They had they had different plans. What I see on social media and what I see what's going on in court are two different things. They are really totally two different things. You can clearly see, things, you know. Some of these parents had a a big and brighter idea, and now that it's not going their way, they want to see him put away. Terry Kelly, who had been on 4 or 5 tours with his brother from 1990 to 1996, said, I believe that he just rolled with the flow. Does she like me? I like her. We see where this goes. I don't think he really was in tune with these women, because I believe that he knew that they were there for the wrong reasons. I mean, is you gonna give your all to something you don't feel is lucrative, you know? And that's what I think happened. Because even on his first album, he said, when I was broke with nobody paying attention to me, and when I got big, now all the girls is surrounded me. So he was able to recognize that. They surrounded him because he was the prize. They wanted their lives to be changed. They wanted to live lavishly. They wanted to be, they were there for the wrong reasons. Angela Belton said, he was not a leader of a cult. I know unequivocally that he was not forcing any women to to live with him against their will, because I've been around those women. I've been around those young women. Right. Um I've seen them. I've seen them laugh and talk, and I've seen them eat, and I've been on trips, with him to concerts where, he takes them shopping, and he sends their mothers. He has sent mothers gifts and money and things that of the nature. So I think a lot has to do a lot of it has to do with women scorn. I think a lot of it has to do with him making promises that he didn't keep, because I have been around him. I have traveled with him, you know. I've been on several trips. He has sent for me to come to several places with him. And these young girls they were a part of his, not entourage, but they were around and they were there. They seemed happy that, that women, they seemed happy that we well taken care of. Mm. Childhood friend Robert Bradley said that the original crew, who had known Mr. Kelly since childhood, called themselves the No Men, as they were the ones to warn Mr. Kelly if they saw anything getting out of pocket. But he was excluded from the entourage after a hair braider intent on extorting money from Mr. Kelly studied who was closest to him, and falsely told him that Mr. Bradley had told her how to get money from him. Soon thereafter, accusing Mr. Kelly of having forced her to have oral sex with him. The behaviors that Mr. Kelly admitted during our interviews would not constitute the pattern of behavior known as coercive control, even though some of them would be appropriately characterized as controlling. Give me sweet, y'all. 5 more pages of this. All right. Psychiatric diagnosis. Mr. Kelly has been falsely characterized as a pedophile in countless online stories. No credible evidence supports this claim. I am unaware of any charges having been filed against Mr. Kelly alleging sexual misconduct toward prepubescent children, and nothing uncovered in our examination of Mr. Kelly suggests that he has ever experienced any attraction toward prepubescent children or engaged in any grooming behaviors toward that age group, much less that these were a preferred, exclusive, or enduring source of sexual arousal as would be required before one could entertain a diagnosis of pedophilia or pedophilic disorder. And attraction to adolescents with fully developed secondary sexual characteristics is neither biologically nor psychologically abnormal, as evidenced by the variable social and legal norms regarding age of lawful marriage and age of consent throughout the world and throughout history. Obviously, sexual contact with anyone known to be younger than the age of consent is prohibited by law, and some of the jury verdicts in the instant trial indicate that the jury believe this is to be true of Mr. Kelly. This is not grounds for a psychiatric diagnosis. Okay, so that little area that I just read, that little small paragraph is pretty powerful, right? Because right there it's just signifying that there is a disparity of the age of consent across America, really across the world. And it's pretty much predicated of what science says. And you know, science affects you from head to toe, your body, right? And in this case, science kind of intervened into the law. So the next paragraph. I also considered whether a diagnosis of sexual sadism or sexual sadism disorder might be warranted in light of some evidence of spanking, scripting, and apparently humiliating and demeaning behaviors in the video pornography reviewed. Because the videos do not reveal who had requested or been aroused by these behaviors, and in the absence of evidence that these behaviors were his preferred, exclusive, or enduring fantasies, desires, or activities, I do not find that the available evidence would support this diagnosis. So he's saying that he didn't make that diagnosis based on he cannot tell either the parties that participate in this type of sexual, behavior. He can't tell who was actually the one that requested it and who was aroused by it. So therefore, it's not fair to assign him a diagnosis of any type of sadism disorder because of those reasons. It says, I concur with Dr. Sorrento and Dr. Martell that the appropriate diagnosis of Mr. Kelly, based on all the information correctly available, are learning disability, social anxiety order in remission, panic disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, most recently from the assault while in custody, but also with at least intrusion and avoidance symptoms following sexual abuse in childhood and after witnessing blanks drowning and hypersexuality. So, social anxiety there. So they said the social anxiety disorder was in remission. Okay. The superstar effect. The advent of television and proliferation of cable channels, the popularity of the internet, and the operation of social media have exponentially increased the number of people with the same claim to celebrity status. But even before any of these was invented, a curious phenomenon had been observed by Richard von Krafft-Ebing, the 19th century forensic psychiatrist best remembered for having identified and named many of the sexual deviations recognized today. The successful actor, musician, or vocal artist, the circus rider, the athlete, and even the criminal often fascinate the young miss as well as the mature woman. At any rate, women rave over them and inundate them with love letters. Singers of renown easily touch women's heart. They are overwhelmed with the love letters and offers of marriage. Tenors have a decided advantage. Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley, and other superstars of the modern era shared with Mr. Kelly's the efforts of countless women to gain access to intimacy. While studying celebrity stalking with the support of the National Institute of Justice in the early and mid 1980s, I had occasion to observe firsthand the ceaseless maneuverings with performance venues as those attendants vied for proximity to the performer before, during, and after the performance. I observed that physical proximity to celebrity is a cherished treasure that is brokered for personal gain by not only the entire personal entourage, but even the drivers, guards, ushers, waiters, bouncers, stagehands, personal assistants, managers, and promoters whose positions provide them this currency. Even the illusions of excess has provided a one night stand to many who appeared to control access to celebrities. As Bruce Kelly described it, Robert had become a megastar, and Robert had no reason to have, to need anybody to help him get girls. Girls were constantly flocking to him. They wanted him. They came after him. Parents came after him, wanting their girls to get with him. Oh my God. You should have heard actually this mom telling her what to do, what not to do, how to do this, and how to be sexy, and all sorts of stuff. And they knew that the girl was underage. It it should have been a crime for them to have done what they done. Keith Calvert said, everybody wants to be close to him because he's R. Kelly, the king of R&B type of thing. Everybody wants to be close to him. So when people want to be close to you, they figure out what you like. So if you like girls, they gonna bring girls. If you like drugs, they're gonna bring drugs. If you like basketball, they're gonna play basketball with you. They do anything that they can do to become friends and to become close to you. And I believe that Rob had a loving heart, so he was gonna let people around. They wanted to be around. Larry Hood, who had been on the road with Mr. Kelly, said, Rob didn't go out searching for no women. He knows women be lined up trying to get to him. What you call them groupies or whatever. They would be in line to get with him, and once they broke the barrier to get with him and to party with him or whatever, everybody wanted to be the main one. They want, every lady he came in contact with wanted to be the main one. Deborah Harris thought Robert had been left vulnerable by the death of his mother. He had there was, I want to say, no trust and guidance, and he lost a lot when that happened. It was, and at such a young time, Rob made it in his early 20s, and when stardom hit, and he kind of, didn't have anyone, I want to say, somebody to guide him in a proper way with nothing to gain, with like nothing to benefit from this, but just we want to see you do well. And that was kind of gone for him when he lost his mom. That was difficult, really difficult process for him. It was very painful. He couldn't, get through a lot of situations because crying and just broke down. That really did something to him. I think it left him real vulnerable at that point. And sometimes when you vulnerable, a lot of things, people start attacking you. You know, people saw ways of you, people able to get into his life and a little bit more, and him not having that foundation of not being able to read or write and to do things of that nature to understand what was going on really with his career. I think a lot of people began to infiltrate through his through his life during that time, you know, and she was kind of like a shield. his shield and his protection is gone now. Miss Kelly would not have allowed certain people to try to get on him now because certain people looked at him like a dollar sign now. And Rob never wanted people to look at him like that. He had a big heart and wanted people to like people love Robert, not the R. Kelly image. Miss Harris also said everybody was always jockeying, for position. They want to sit next to him. They all wanted something. No one. It was hard to tell who was genuine and who wasn't. And it kept him in, it keeps him in battle situation because you want to see good in everybody because that's what he wants to do. Mr. Keller's anxiety, hypersexuality belief that women loved him and trust in others made it difficult for him to consistently rebuff the advances of so many women. Mr. Kelly managed his anxiety through sex and was surrounded by people who did not recognize the behavior as problematic as long as he met their needs and kept generating music and revenue. Positive character traits. Collateral witnesses described Mr. Kelly as generous, forgiving of those who had wronged him, a loving father, a kind friend. Bruce Kelly said Robert absolutely adored his kids and was over the top as a father. Keith Calvert said he had a great relationship with his kids. He always do things for them, for birthdays or whatever, have horses and stuff in the yard. Larry Hood said he really has a good heart. He's not a bad person. He has a real forgiving heart. People that did things to him, people around him that sued him and came back and, you know, he forgave them and gave them their jobs back. And, he, he's real. He's a real kind hearted person. Janet Edmonds, who has known him since childhood, described Mr. Kelly as a great father, said he loves his kids and his kids love him, and said that despite treating his family as sacred and trying to keep his family life separate from his studio and basketball, he invited close friends to parties and barbecues and introduced his wife Andrea to everyone. Miss Edmonds said, "This man is so forgiving. This man is so forgiving, man, that you can do something to him and the next moment he will forgive you." As an example, she provided this account. Wait a minute. Let's see what that was. Hold on, wait a minute. Where did it go? He had a friend that did some injustice. Wait a minute. He had a friend that pretty much did some injustice, did some things to him to get money. He basically, played game to get money out of him. And so everyone was upset because we knew for sure that he did this particular thing. The guy did this thing to him because his inability to read and write certain things. A lot of people would try to take advantage of him. Let's say like that, but he will forgive them. He know they did it. He know that they did him wrong, but he will forgive them and let them back in with open arms. And we know God says to forgive, but we will never understand his magnitude of forgiving people that have really wronged him. Miss Edmonds described Mr. Kelly as having compassion and said, he never people, wait a minute, he never people wanted people to know what he would do for other people. He never wanted it publicized. He would just do things. He would fill his bus up with brand new gym shoes, brand new clothing apparel, like basketball kind of stuff. He would go and he would just give it out, never boasting. He didn't want the news to know about it. He didn't do it for the fame or, to say, okay, I did this and I know I need you to take my picture. He did it very quietly. Miss Edmonds recalled that when his music teacher, Miss McLean, had to make a large payment on her house to avoid eviction, Mr. Kelly gave her the money. Robert Bradley, a friend from childhood, said Mr. Kelly was always that loving, caring person. Gregory Preston described Mr. Kelly as having a good and sharing heart, very caring and very sweet, someone who would have him pull over when driving to give money to a homeless man on the road, and as a good father who loves his kids and showered them with gifts, and described Mr. Kelly's relationship with Andrea. It was beautiful from what I could see. Every time I was around, seemed like they were having fun, laughing, joking, and kissing. Helicopters flying over the house, dropping off thousands of roses. Oh, that's baller. He showered her with gifts, cars, money, furs. Shit. When I was around them, I was like a perfect couple. Robert Kelly reported that he brought a house for his estranged sister, Teresa Sago, whom he believed may still live in the house he brought her. Angela Belton reported that Mr. Kelly had been in the process of buying a house for his mother when she died, and he brought the house for Teresa and her husband Louis instead. Deborah Harris said Robert had been there for her when she had an autistic child and became depressed. After the diagnosis, he was there to talk and helping her out. I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for if it wasn't for one for him. She also said his heart has been so good. He's forgiven people that have wronged him. Rob would be outside and has done so much for people that you don't even hear about. I remember was at Grant Park. A young boy was selling his candy. He had a box of candy and he came up to us and said, "You want to buy some candy?" And Rob said, "How much if I get all of it?" And he was like, "I'll be right back." He ran and got his mother, and came back and, Rob, brought up all the candy from him. And a lot of times people didn't see that side of him. Rob wanted to go back to seeing the good in people. He actually believes people. So many people benefited, was around for the generosity of him because it was generosity. I remember he closed down the mall for Andrea to go shopping. The kids have everything they could possibly want. Trips, Disney World, Disneyland, those things. He 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 did those things and juggled those things because of his generosity, and I mean generosity. People took advantage of that. They really did. Keith Calvert said, I mean, one thing about Robert that a lot of people don't know, he has a heart of gold and he holds no grudges. And with that being said, a lot of times he just somewhere in his mind and he forgets what people did to him and find a way to still love them and be there for them. His heart is filled with love, and I think he gave out so much forgiveness. Janet Edmonds described Mr. Kelly as such a nice man that all ages of women wanted to be involved with him. They loved him because he was kind, so forgiving, so honest. So this person that they portray in the media, oh, oh my God, is nothing like the person that he is. Although we did not ask Mr. Kelly whether he was remorseful about the offenses of which he has been convicted, he volunteered several statements taken. Okay, so this is the part I was telling y'all about. Okay, how we gonna work around with this remorse? Remorse being not saying I'm remorseful for what I did or whatever. But we're gonna see how they map this out. Let's get to it. Okay, so let me start over right here. Okay, it says, although we did not ask Mr. Kelly whether he was remorseful about the offenses of which he has been convicted, which is smart, right? They didn't ask that question for a reason. That's a tactic. He volunteered several statements taking responsibility for certain elements of his past conduct. Bam! Said this him back 2 weeks ago. We is good. We is good. Okay. Mr. Kelly admitted that he had been a player and became controlling after seeing how many people exploited and took advantage of him. But he did not admit to RICO violations, kidnapping, or robbery. He acknowledged that prior to his prosecution in 2008, he didn't check IDs 100% of the time. But he said that since then he had been strict about it. Prior to his arrest, Mr. Kelly had released a 19-minute song titled I Admit It, and the lyrics to this song were consistent with what he told us in the interview, including admissions to lying to women and having sex with fans, a friend's partner, a girlfriend's best friend. He believes his shows should have been adults only. This is tactful. He was raised in the Baptist faith. His mother went to church every Sunday, and the children had to go too, like it or not. He said that he's always believed in God, loved God, felt his gift came from God, and felt God. For 1 year of his adult life, he became celibate with the help of a Baptist priest, pastor, and others who regularly prayed with him. Mr. Kelly denied any drug use other than smoking weed fewer than 10 times in his life. Despite his childhood exposure to alcohol and drug abuse, he never became a daily drinker and was never told he was drinking too much. He recalled that he and his mother were both afraid to fly, and for his first overseas tour requiring flying, he and his mother each had Hennessy cognac on the plane, and that became his drink of choice for celebrations such as awards, ceremonies, and birthday parties. See, Levi was drinking that Hennessy too. Two supportive adult relationships identified for Mr. Kelly are his mother, Joanne Kelly, until her death in 1993, and his music teacher and pastor, Lena McLean, and their support fostered his music career and may have mitigated the adverse effects of his adversities. He dedicated his autobiography, Solar Coaster, to these two women. And the next one should be Exhibit B. So I've done Exhibit A and D. Exhibit B, let me just peep in here and see if there's anything in here. How many pages is that? Ain't no in the hell I'm finna knock out no 244 pages tonight. That's crazy. That's motherfucking crazy. That would make me queen of knocking shit out, but I'm not trying to do all that. Let me come right here and check on y'all. I ain't checked on y'all. Cause see, I'm being nosy. Wait a minute, let me see if anything good might be in here. Background information. Yeah, Exhibit B looks like they might have some good stuff in it. Let me come in and check on y'all. Queen, I'm knocking shit out. Hold on. Okay. Whoa. God damn. Woo. Oh, Lord, I appreciate it. Okay, Lord, thank you, Red Bun. I don't know who else was in here. Oh, look at James Harris concerned. Oh shit, something else done dropped. Wait a minute, something else done dropped. Oh no, it's not. Wait a minute. No, that's from the coupon place. Never mind. Hey, it confuses me because my ass can't see. They have a little C by this coupon place, and that's how the C comes up with the goddamn notification. So, whoa, okay, whoa. Woo, let me come here and say hi to some of y'all. Oh Lord, I lost keep. Yes. Oh man, I sure appreciate y'all. Woo. Let me holler at y'all. Who all up in here? Hey, Leslie, Karen, Danny, Alvara, Hot Rod, Ruth, James, Marietta, Kiwi, Danny, New Black, Red, George Gare, Star, Team Libra, Markin K, Mellow. Yeah, some of this stuff is heartbreaking, right? Chi Town, Cool B, SK. Mm, let me be nice tonight. Thank you, Red. Thank you. Gospel Glam. What's good with it? Love's Fair. Over. Thank you, Over. I think I got Shaniqua earlier. Phoenix. Oh, Lord. Matt. Okay. It's a lot of y'all. Thank y'all and welcome back and all that. Thank you. Whoever just hit me. Thank you. Okay. So we got B and D. Let me see how many pages is B. We just said 5 hours. That is nothing. Let me see. Let me see what we got in here. Okay, well, looks like some interesting shit. So let's see. So this is the mitigation report. All right. This is the mitigation report, and this is coming from Park Dietz. Okay, dear Attorney Bonjean, as your request, I have performed a psychiatric evaluation of Mr. Robert Kelly, date of birth 1/8/1967, in order to provide an opinion regarding the following question. Let me see when this was dated. This was dated on June 13th. Okay. Whether Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse should be considered as a mitigating factor in his sentencing hearing. At the time of the evaluation, Mr. Kelly was a 55-year-old divorced, engaged black man who was incarcerated at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. He was found guilty of 9 criminal counts, including racketeering and violations of the Mann Act on September 27, 2021. These violations include bribery, sexual exploitation of a child, and human trafficking. Mr. Kelly is awaiting sentencing on these convictions. Mr. Kelly is a singer, songwriter, and record producer who has earned multiple awards and nominations for his work, including 3 Grammy Awards. Prior to his arrest, he was residing at Trump Towers in Chicago, Illinois, with his living girlfriends at the time, Joycelyn Savage and, blank. Mr. Kelly was evaluated by doctors Dan Martell and Park Dietz in addition to myself. I interviewed Mr. Kelly with Dr. Dietz on 3 separate dates. This report will address Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse and his adult sexual behavior. Statement of informed consent. Prior to the interview, we informed Mr. Kelly that the information he provided was not confidential and that it would be used in preparing a report for the court. We also informed him that we did not have a doctor patient relationship with him. Mr. Kelly understood these limitations and agreed to proceed with the interview. Okay. So this is just sources of information. So skip through all of that. And if there's anything that's repetitious in this, I'll skip it. It says, okay, qualifications of the examiner. I am enclosing a copy of my curriculum vitae, which states my qualifications to perform this examination. Background information. Mr. Robert Kelly was born on January 8, 1967 in Chicago, Illinois, to Joanne Kelly. He never met his biological father. Okay. Okay, I'll read that. His mother told him that his father wanted her to have an abortion and left. Mr. Kelly was not aware of any difficulties his mother experienced with her pregnancy or delivery. He is the third of four children, having a younger brother, Kerry, age 51, an older brother, Bruce, age 58, and an older sister, Teresa, age 60. His siblings are maternal half-siblings, each having different fathers. The family grew up in the housing projects in the south side of Chicago, frequently moving because his mother wasn't able to pay the rent. Mr. Kelly described his household as hood headquarters, referring to his extended family and their partners living under one roof. During a significant portion of his childhood, he lived in a 3-story flat with his mother, stepfather Lucius, siblings, grandmother, great-grandmother, aunts, and cousins. Lucius was not the biological father of any of the children. Mr. Kelly is unable to read or write, but as far as he knows, met other developmental milestones at the time. He described finances during his childhood as very poor. He said there were plenty of times we had no food. Mom would get into it with Lucius. He would work but drink and gamble. He'd be drunk and broke. They shop at rummage stores for used clothing until Mr. Henry, a neighbor and family acquaintance, came into the picture, and occasionally they could afford to shop at Kmart. Mr. Kelly identified his mother as his closest relationship growing up. He described the relationship as unbelievable best friends. His mother performed as a singer in a band called Six Pack. His early memories are attending his mother's band practices and performances. His mother, I'd beg to go with her. He said, I beg to go with her. I'd sit there as my mom would perform and the crowd would love her. She'd tear down the place. She later earned certification as an EKG technician and worked in this position at a local hospital. That's good. He accompanied his mother every morning to the local McDonald's where she would order 1 coffee, 3 creams, 6 sugars, and 1 Danish to share because she couldn't afford more. He recalled her lipstick leaving a stain on the cup and placing his lips on the lipstick to drink coffee just like her. She taught him about music, including slowing down songs by Stevie Wonder so he could learn them. Mr. Kelly was, by all accounts, a mama's boy. Mr. Kelly did not recall when his mother married Lucius because he always was there. He did not regard Lucius as a father figure. He liked Lucius because he made his mother happy and she loved Lucius. The frequent reasons for arguments was Lucius' failure to provide money for the rent. Both Lucius and his mother drank alcohol. His brother Bruce started a band which Mr. Kelly sang in. Mr. Kelly said he looked up to Bruce and wanted to be in the band, but Bruce was embarrassed because Mr. Kelly could not read or write. Oh, see, I never knew Bruce had any singing abilities, a band or whatever. I didn't know that. Their mother insisted that Mr. Kelly be part of the band, so Bruce acquiesced. His brother Kerry was nicknamed Killer after character created by Geraldine Jones. He said his brother was very jealous of me and my mother's relationship. Mr. Kelly did not report a history of physical or emotional abuse. His mother was the main disciplinary figure in the household. The typical punishment included anything from a switch to a tree branch, not to not being able to go out. He did not view this as punishment as excessive or abusive. Mr. Keller described witnessing street gang violence growing up. He said there were plenty of times gang members ran on us. He described a time a gang member told him and his friends to empty their pockets. One of his friends panicked and ran and subsequently was beat in the face with the whiskey bottles. Oh. Mr. Keller was shot in the arm while riding his bike at the age of 14. Mr. Keller said he was riding his bike to the end of the block where he was shot in the right arm. He does not recall actually being shot. He woke up in the hospital and was told the bullet was too dangerous to move. At the time, he was told a gang member named Red shot him with a 22 rifle. At the time of this interview, Mr. Kelly said he did not believe Red was the shooter. To this day, he does not know who shot him. Kelly ain't snitching. His mother died from blank in 1993 when Mr. Kelly was 26 years old. He did not know she was so ill until he saw her in the hospital on the day she died. Mr. Kelly said, when she passed, I would go to McDonald's all the time. I go there for hours any McDonald's to smell the coffee. To me, the M stands for mom. Going to McDonald's is a way of always being around my mother. He described the loss of his mother as the most tragic event of his life. History of sexual abuse is, all right, educational history. Mr. Kelly attended public schools throughout his education. His learning difficulty, especially reading, was apparent early on. He did not receive special services or resources in school. He said he earned mostly F's except for gym due to his learning difficulty. He was held back several times, remarking, I was the only kid in the class with a beard. The last school he attended was Kenwood Academy High School. He dropped out before completing his freshman year at the age of 17 or 18. He never earned a graduation equivalency certification. Mr. Keller described his attempts to learn to read as hell. He said he can write songs off the top of my head, but I can't read a music note. I tried with my mother. She was trying to help me read. I can't read music notes either. I'd get headaches, yawn a lot, my eyes would water, and I'd hear cluttered music in my head. His mother, Teresa, and Bruce all tried to help him learn to read. His stepfather took the written driving test for Mr. Kelly so he could earn his driver's license. Wow. Since the age of 8 or 9, he heard a radio in his head each time he tried to read or spell. He would hear the radio anytime he tried to read and spell or play chess. He described this as discovering my weirdness. He recalled being so scared, petrified, when he was called upon to read by the teacher. He acted like he couldn't see, imagine he was home. He recalled peers laughing at him. He described the experience as horrible and lasting forever. Mr. Kelly experienced bullying until high school when he became recognized for his music ability. He described himself as very shy and silent in class due to his fear of others would learn that he could not read. He said, my mind would drift a lot. I tried to disappear. He was suspended once in grammar school after throwing a rock at a peer who had regularly bullied him for his lunch money. I know that's right. He had one other physical altercation with the peer in grammar school when he kicked a peer who had stolen his basketball fundraising candy. Mr. Kelly enrolled in Kenwood Academy. You know why I'm saying Kenwood High from. You know who I hear saying it in my head. Okay, let me start over. Mr. Kelly enrolled in Kenwood Academy High School at the age of 17 and 18. He was anxious to be in high school because he worried, what am I going to do when they find out I can't read? His first class was music, where I met Lena McLean, a music teacher. She told him he was going to be a great musician. Mr. McLean encouraged him to focus on music and to quit basketball. He was initially upset at Miss McLean because he valued basketball, but he began to spend all of his time in the music room. He stopped going to other classes and would hide out behind the piano in the music room. During his year at Kenwood, Mr. Kelly began wearing black glasses. He stated, back then it was not a thing, it was weird. I was the only guy who did that. I'd walk down the hall with them. He described creating plenty of escape routes to escape who I was. I was just uncomfortable in class. In order to perform at the school talent contest, he put on dark glasses and pretended I was blind. I had someone walk me out on the stage and I sang. The school contacted Mr. Kelly's mother to inform her that he was going to be expelled because he was not in class. When Miss McLean learned of this, she told the school administrators that she would go to the news if they expelled him. Mr. Kelly said she explained how Beethoven was deaf, Stevie Wonder was blind. She made me believe I could be this great musician. She told me I had a gift. She filled me up with confidence. Mr. Kelly began performing in the streets and dropped out of high school without completing his freshman year. Relationship history. Mr. Kelly's first girlfriend was a peer age girl named Blank, who was the daughter of his mother's best friend. He was 8 or 9 years old at the time. He described the relationship as puppy love, playing boyfriend and girlfriend, always around each other. Blank died in an accidental drowning when they were both 8 or 9. Mr. Kelly said they often went for a walk by the river, which they reached by climbing through a hole in a fence despite the sign that read keep out. One day she got too close to the water and one of the boys who accompanied them pushed Blank. Mr. Kelly stated he was just being stupid. He was the bully of the crew. He'd go overboard sometimes. She got pushed into the river. Gosh. When Blank fell into the river, the children ran. Mr. Kelly stated, I can't swim. I was screaming. He described watching Blank's body move along the river's current. Oh my God. He ran home later and learned Blank died. Mr. Kelly said the image of Blank stayed on his mind until adulthood. As a child, he had nightmares in which he would be running on the banks of the river and Blank was floating down the water, moving up and down and screaming for her life. He would wake up crying. Over the time he described the nightmares of changing to just dreams of memories of her. His next relationship was at the age of 9 with peer age girl named Blank, who he met he when the family moved to 40 King Drive. They smooched under the porch but did not have a sexual relationship. Mr. Kelly said he tried to do with her what I was seeing in my house, but she had no idea. I get embarrassed and she did not want to do that. Mr. Kelly said he felt like a grown man my whole life. She wanted to kiss, but she didn't know about other things. The relationship ended when he discovered Bruce on top of her. Huh? Mr. Kelly believed Bruce manipulated her and she shied away. Wait a minute, she shied away and was embarrassed after that. His third relationship was at the age of 13 when he dated a girl named Blank who was 16 or 17 years old. He recalled his mother telling him, that girl's too old for you. And you thinking and thinking to himself, it's when I stop like that, it's you know, redacted. Mr. Kelly described falling deeply in love with blank. His first consensual sexual experience was with blank. He panicked during his first sexual experience because he started to see blood. Oh, he later learned after talking to his sister that blank was menstruating and his penis was not bleeding. Oh, what? I got kind of uncomfortable. Mr. Kelly said he was turned off for a very long time, yeah, and didn't have sex with blank for some time. The relationship ended after 2 years because he fell out of love with blank. Mr. Kelly began dating blank when she was 17 years old, and when he was 17 years old and she was 15 years old. They met much earlier at Lewisworth Grammar School. Blank was one of the few students who would not laugh at or bully him. She tried to help him read. Mr. Kelly was shy at the time, but later at Kentwood Academy High School began a dating relationship with Blank. He said, I'd be the oldest person in the class. She would always help. I cling to her. Blank encouraged him to perform in the class talent show. He told her he was too shy, and she suggested that he put on dark shades and act like he was blind. After the talent show, his high school experience changed. He said all of the girls started screaming all of a sudden, and I was famous, a popular guy in high school from that one talent show. He began cheating on blank because all of the girls was coming after me, even the the uppity up girls. He said girls were going up on me, and I was with girls in the bathroom. I'd go to their houses for sex. After dropping out of high school, he lived with blank in her grandmother's basement, and after renting an apartment with her, blank ended their relationship because of his infidelity. Mr. Kelly said, I was so hurt. My mother said these things happen. You have to be honest with these women. He said he started being honest with women after the relationship ended with blank. He told women, including his wife Andrea, that he loved to be with women, indicating his non-monogamous nature. At the age of 23, Mr. Kelly dated Blank, a 19-year-old dancer. He described this relationship as different because he told Blank that she was seeing. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. He described this relationship as different because he told Blank that he was seeing other women. He said, what my mom says still works, to be real. She continued to see me. He described Blank as very freaky, as I was too, referring to their sexual behaviors. They filmed their sexual encounters. Mr. Kelly said this was the first time he filmed a sexual encounter. He ended the relationship after 4 or 5 years after Blank wanted more exclusivity in the relationship. Mr. Kelly met Aaliyah at the age of 24, 25. Aaliyah, who was 13 or 14, was the niece of Barry Hankerson, Mr. Kelly's account manager. He was introduced to Aaliyah by Mr. Hankerson, who asked Mr. Kelly to help her music career. Mr. Kelly spent 2 years working with Aaliyah to help produce her. During that time, her mother, Diane, frequently accompanied Leah to meet Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly described spending time together with Leah and Diane. This, according to Mr. Kelly, led to ongoing conflict between him and Diane. He said that Aaliyah wanted to travel to Chicago to continue to work with him. This led to a conflict between Aaliyah and her mother. Aaliyah eventually traveled to Chicago against her mother's wishes. Mr. Kelly saw Aaliyah in Chicago, which continued to cause conflict between Aaliyah and her mother. He said she wanted to get married. Huh? He said she wanted to get married. He described feeling like she was in trouble because she was already in Chicago, which was against her parents' wishes. Oh, he told her if they married, she had to go home. They married in a hotel in Chicago. She then went home. Mr. Kelly said the marriage was annulled 3 days. Mr. Kelly said he never had sex with Aaliyah. He said the relationship would have been difficult, progressed to sex. Wait a minute. He said the relationship would have. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to get my shit together. My shit be stomping me. Hold on for a minute. He said the relationship would have been different, progressed to sex, if Aaliyah was older. Okay, saying didn't have sex. Okay. When Aaliyah returned home, she phoned Mr. Kelly. He said they were both crying on the phone. The phone call ended when Aaliyah's parents hung up the phone. It must have meant that was the last time Mr. Kelly spoke to Aaliyah. Okay, so all right, so I see what they was doing here. Okay, they were saying he's saying that maybe a little relationship developed. I'm just saying what they saying now, okay? But the relationship, this is what he called it now. Relationship would have been different, would have progressed to sex if she was older. So he's saying they didn't have sex, and then they both of them cried on the phone. Okay. Y'all, nobody flip out on either side, please. Lord have mercy. Let me come around and check on you motherfuckers. Because I know y'all because y'all don't understand what I'm trying to convey. All right, because there's a reason. Listen, let me tell you. Certain things, right? When it comes, I'm around the front now. When it comes to this shit, this sentencing materials and all this. You have to find a way. They have to find a way to, when there's evidence, let me put that, when there's evidence that support that there's something that most likely happened, then not. You're trying to get your time off. You got to show that at least you can acknowledge some of this shit. You're not saying admitting to guilt. You're not doing it. But that you can acknowledge some of this stuff. I need somebody on both sides to tell me that you understand what I'm saying. Because I don't want y'all fucking with me, okay? I don't want to cuss nobody out. Please tell me that you understand. That y'all don't call this lady. And more important, that you don't come fucking with me tell me I said this. And I was negative on either side. No, I'm not. I'm just saying what they said. Trying to put it to you that you understand. Because you motherfuckers be operating y'all feelings. And more important, don't come fucking with me. So somebody please type that in the chat. More important, don't come fucking with her. She ain't writing. I'm just trying to tell you what they're trying to accomplish. You can't turn in none of this stuff just with your name on it and turn it in and think the judge is going to be lenient or whatever. You got to do something. Shit. Okay. I need somebody on either side. Well, give me another side. I got Team Lock 'em Up. I need somebody from Team Chaos to let me know they understand, because I'm about fucking with me. Okay, more important. Dolores, right. Right. Go fuck with me. I need somebody on the other side to let me know that they understand. I'm about to fuck with me. I'm just trying to tell you. Because it is a said rule, but you don't have to state it, plainly stated, that if you can at least acknowledge something, then you can get help for it, or you may be remorseful, or you may realize where something went wrong. You realize that something maybe went wrong, or maybe you're not saying that you're the fault of it. It could have been through the actions of others that land you in that position, whatever. But if you can at least acknowledge something, then that shows that you are making progress, or you're open to make progress in the right way. Right. Robert has to tell his own. Right. So, and more important now, he has to tell his story, but he has experts around him. And they put in work on this. They put in work on this motherfucker here. You hear me? This is one of the better ones I done read. This whole package together. This is one of the better ones I done read. That's why I can't stop. So so y'all got it. Okay. Don't about fucking with me. Just trying to tell you what's going on. Okay. So it says Mr. Kelly began dating Andrea Drake, who was 7 years younger, after she auditioned as a dancer for him. She was hired as his choreographer. They began a sexual relationship which developed into a dating relationship. He described feeling more comfortable with her, and it wasn't just sex. He continued to see other women. He grew close with Dre, and Mr. Kelly stopped seeing other women and asked Dre to marry him. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Oh. They married in 1996. They had 3 children: blank 23, blank 21, and blank 19. The marriage ended in divorce in 2009. Mr. Kelly said the marriage ended because Dre wanted to pursue her career in dancing, which was something they had discussed prior to marriage. Mr. Kelly said Dre had agreed to be a housewife and raise the children prior to their marriage. Mr. Kelly has been estranged from his children for the past several years. He attributes this conflict with Dre and subsequent polarization of the children. He said there was one incident in his relationship history in which he got into it with a partner. He said there was one incident in his relationship history in which he got into it with a partner. This incident involved a girlfriend, blank, who hit him. In response, he grabbed her and pushed her out the door. He said neither person was injured and the police were not involved. Okay, that was a very honest admittance. He didn't have to volunteer that. At the time of his evaluation, Mr. Kelly was engaged to Joy Savage. He met Joy at one of his performances in 2015. Joy was 19 years old at the time and had won tickets to sit on stage during one of his performances. They had a sexual relationship which developed into a dating relationship. Mr. Kelly described the relationship as growing closer, and they became engaged 3 years ago. At the time of his arrest in 2019, Mr. Kelly and Joy was living together. Blank was also living at the same residence. Mr. Kelly dated Blank while dating Joy. His relationship with Blank, who he believed to be 18 years old when they met, ended in 2019. Mr. Kelly said Blank had an ID indicating she was 18 years old when they met. Years later, she admitted to Mr. Kelly she was 17 years old. Oh, say years later. Oh. In 2019, Mr. Kelly stated, Blank flipped and left, referring to conflict between the 3 of them. Wait a minute. In 2019, Mr. Kelly stated, Blank flipped and left, referring to conflict between the 3 of them after his arrest. Religious history. Mr. Kelly grew up in the Baptist faith. He attended religious services every Sunday during childhood. Mr. Kelly continues to identify with the Baptist faith. Occupational history. Mr. Kelly has never sustained employment outside his music career. During one summer, he worked for a month for Miss McLean's friend who owned a popcorn shop. He first earned money for his musical ability when he performed on the streets. He signed his first recording contract in the early 1990s. Legal history. Mr. Keller's legal history is known to the court and is outlined in the pre-sentence investigation report. Psychiatric history. Mr. Keller describes a childhood and adolescent history of fear and anxiety related to social situations which stem from his learning difficulties. He experienced fear that he would act in a way that would embarrass himself or reveal his inability to read. Growing up, he tried to avoid social situations due to his anxiety. He described wanting to disappear because he was embarrassed that others would learn he could not read and called him a dummy. He also was teased for having a big booty. He was called a girl booty, stripper booty. During his high school year, he wore dark sunglasses in school as a way to feel hidden. The anxiety in social situations gradually disappeared as he became confident and recognized for his musical talent. Mr. Kelly said people started to love me. It gave me a sense of confidence. It was unbelievable. Like Peter Parker, bit by the spider. It was what I needed. At the age of 8 or 9, following the death of blank, Mr. Kelly described feeling of guilt and anxiety. He experienced nightmares and daydreams playing over in my head of blank struggling in the river's current. He avoided bodies of water, especially the river where blank drowned. Over time, he described the nightmares changing to just dream memories of her. Mr. Kelly described recurrent feelings of shame related to the sexual abuse. Mr. Kelly experienced flashbacks, which he identified as daydreams related to the sexual abuse by blank. Mr. Kelly described a history of panic attacks with the onset in his 30s. He presented to emergency room approximately 6 times with panic attacks. He described panic attacks as starting with his hands shaking, followed by numbness in his thumb and an overall sense of fear. He also experienced sweating, palpitations, and difficulty breathing. At times, he would become so anxious he couldn't breathe and wondered whether he could take another breath. He often contacted Dr. McGrath, who would call an ambulance or he would ask his security to take him to the hospital. The symptoms typically lasted several minutes and often resolved with treatment provided on the ambulance ride. He was unable to identify any triggers to the panic attacks. He experienced persistent worry at times about additional panic attacks. Mr. Kelly was assaulted by an inmate in August 2020 while incarcerated at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Chicago. He awoke from sleep when an inmate started kicking him in the face. He sustained a rib fracture and bruises from the assault. Mr. Kelly described the onset of the following symptoms within days of the assault: flashbacks, nightmares about the event, persistent feelings of fear, hypervigilance, hypervigilance, exaggerated startled response, belief that no one could be trusted, and efforts to avoid reminders of the assault. He continues to experience these symptoms to date, but with less frequency and intensity. Mr. Kelly has never been psychiatrically hospitalized. He has never experienced suicidal ideation, or engaged or in self-injurious behavior. He did not report a history of persistent depressed mood swings, or hallucinations. Hold on. Okay. I'm not dry as hell. Hold on a minute. Let me take a drink. Y'all knows as hell. Y'all want to know what the hell is going on. This goddamn report that Judge Ann had to put her foot down, baby. She got this shit in one eye. Which pretty much tell me the shit was already redacted. All these redactions, and you did that from 2 o'clock to when you got it in. Come on, J-Bo, stop playing with a girl now. Sexual history. Mr. Kelly identified his adult sexual interest as heterosexual. Mr. Kelly rated himself a 1 on the Kinsey scale. I'm sorry. I thought it was the kinky scale. Listen. Wait a minute. That's the subconscious. That's the subconscious fucking with me because I thought that said he rated himself 1 on the kinky scale. Huh? If that's the case, then my motherfucking ass is a negative 575. Okay. All right. He rated himself 1 on the Kinsey scale. A score of 1 is defined by Kinsey as the overwhelming majority of sexual attraction, desire, fantasy, or activity is with members of the opposite sex, heterosexual. Homosexual experiences are infrequent and largely experimental. Oh, I'm just reading it. I don't want nobody fucking with me. Yeah, block all that out. Oh, hold on. Let me see how many pages in this bullshit. All right. Mr. Kelly immersed himself in the church following his experience. He told Dre they were not having sex until marriage. He met with former sexual partners and told them he found God and was no longer able to see them. For 1 year, he abstained from sex or masturbation. He began to experience privacy concerns as he noticed that he was being filmed attending religious services. To minimize his public exposure, he was assigned a prayer warrior who met with him in his home. The prayer warrior and the pastor met with Mr. Kelly regularly in his home. Over time, Blank came along to his house. Mr. Kelly said he started noticing her red lipstick and was drawn to her. He said she ended up jacking me off, and that's when I started going backwards and falling back into promiscuity. Promiscuity. What is that? Prom, promiscuity. Okay. Mr. Mr. Kelly acknowledged the following significant social consequences related to his problematic sexual behaviors: inability to sustain romantic relationships because of sexual needs not related to the relationship, inability to maintain a platonic relationship because of his sexual urges, and estrangement from his children. With regards to his children, Mr. Kelly stated that his sexual history related to conflict with his ex wife and subsequent estrangement from his children. Mr. Kelly has been diagnosed with herpes simplex 2 or genital herpes, which is a medical consequence from sexual activities. He identified his sexual problem as interfering with his employment because of the impact of his legal consequences in his career. I reviewed with Mr. Kelly the diagnostic criteria for each of the paraphernalias as outlined. Wait a minute, no, paraphilias, the paraphilias as outlined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder DSM 5 text revision. Mr. Kelly did not report a history of sexual arousal from peeping or secretly observing an unsuspecting person who is undressing nude or engaging in sex. Mr. Kelly did not report a history of sexual arousal to exposing his genitals to unsuspecting persons. Mr. Kelly denied a history of sexual arousal from rubbing or touching up against an individual who is unsuspecting or non consenting. He denied a history of sexual arousal to using, wearing, or collecting special article of clothing for sexual satisfaction. He did not report sexual arousal to dressing in women garments. Mr. Kelly identified his sexual interest in post-pubescent individuals. He described his preferred body type as curvy and in shape. He denied a history of sexual urges and fantasies to have with children who had not reached puberty. He reported that he has never engaged in sexual behavior with a prepubescent individual. Mr. Kelly did not report a history of sexual arousal regarding harming someone or dominating or humiliating or non consenting sexual partner. He did not report sexual arousal from the role playing, including domination and humiliation with consenting partners. This role playing included sexual partners calling him daddy, spanking sexual partners, dialogue which included derogatory terms such as nigger, dumbass, stupid, and goofy, and scat porn, or the use of I'm sorry. Oh, excrement. I'm sorry. I can't even see that shit. So typed together of excrement in sexual play. He said blank. One of his sexual partners showed him two white girls eat. Is that? Wait a minute. Why is that so close together? He said blank. He said blank. One of his sexual partners showed him. Let me see if I can make this bigger. And okay. Oh, but it went off the page. Wait a minute. Oh, I gotta make. Oh shit. Okay. I tried. Okay. He said blank. One of his sexual partners showed him two white girls eating doo doo. It grossed me out at first and then turned me on. Blank made a video called Scat Sex. She did it for me. We've also done spanking. It's a turn on. Mr. Kelly said he never asked anyone to call him daddy. He stated to me that that's cheating. Like I never called myself the R&B king. People call me that. I'm not the first man to be called daddy by women. Some guys here, MDC, call me pops on unk. It's a hood thing, daddy. So listen, so I think when what they're trying to do with the boo boo and stuff. Remember in the trial they said that they had to put boo boo all over their face and stuff like that as a humiliation tactic or whatever. They have found that it's called they trying to say no, it's scat sex, which is some type of fetish or whatever, I guess, right? And they justify him being a part of it. They say because he's aroused by it, he likes it. So now they're taking it from the court, what the court reports that it to be, what they report in court, that it to be a humiliation, I guess, whatever it is. I guess if you get in trouble, you got the shit on you, whatever, however they doing it. They changed it in here. These people good. Changed it in here to say this a scat sex. And he has, and this would justify him having the tapes of it, him being referenced in the tapes with the shit and all this him, but it's saying because he's turned on by it. Yeah. He did not report a history of sexual arousal from being the object of domination or humiliation. See, if I would have kept reading, I would have. See what I'm saying? So they're trying to get out of that. Like he's being controlling, dominating. He like to humiliate people. They're trying to get away from that. He did not report a history of sexual arousal from being the object of domination of humiliation. He is not sexually aroused from using physical force or verbal threats to have sex with a woman, man, or child against their will. Mr. Kelly said it was a turn off to make a woman do something, but it was a turn on when a woman wanted to do something to please him. Okay? These motherfuckers are good. I'm trying to tell you. So, what else I meant to say about this? So, oh yeah. Also, they are also trying to knock off that sadism thing, trying to counter that claim, and because all of those things together, remember, which made him made him so dangerous he couldn't get a bond. Danger, they're trying to say he's not a danger to society. So they're trying to knock out, kill a couple birds with one stone in this particular brief. So this is pretty good. I say Mr. Kelly described a history of consensual videotaping sexual acts dating to his relationship with blank in his early 20s. He was sexually aroused to filming and watching the videos. Over time, Mr. Kelly said he continued to videotape sexual acts because he loved it, but also because he did not want any woman to say he raped them or forced them to engage into sex. Mr. Kelly said he routinely kept such videos in a safe room, in a safe in his room in the event that a woman would lie about consenting nature of their relationship. Oh, that's my child. Okay. Mr. Kelly does not have a history of online sexual behaviors, including repetitive use of internet pornography or using internet chat rooms for online sex. Substance abuse history. Mr. Kelly did not report a history of problematic alcohol or drug use. He began drinking alcohol at the age of 18 when he occasionally drank wine coolers with friends. He had his first shot of Hennessy with his mother to dissipate the anxiety they both experienced flying. He never drank daily or had difficulty cutting down his alcohol use. He used cannabis approximately 7 times in his life. He denied using illicit substances. Current medications. Mr. Kelly was not prescribed any psychiatric medications at the time of the evaluation. Mental status examination on 5/25/2022. Mr. Kelly was a 55-year-old black man who appeared his reported age. He was seated in a wheelchair, which he powered with his hands. Why he in a wheelchair? He carried a notepad in his lap. Why Mr. Kelly in a wheelchair? He dressed in brown correctional scrubs. He wore non-prescription glasses, which he occasionally took off, and a face mask which he frequently lowered to hang below his mouth. His hair was neatly trimmed with frontal graying, and he wore a mustache. Damn, y'all, that guy wheelchair that shit done took me. You know how shit takes me. And beard speckled gray. He had a visible tattooed word on his forearm bilaterally. His speech was normal rate and rhythm. His eye contact was good throughout the examination. He described his mood as frustrated. Mr. Kelly demonstrated a full range of emotional expression. His thought process was logical and goal oriented. He reported no hallucinations. I did not detect any paranoia or delusions. He reported no thoughts of wanting to harm himself or anyone else. Mr. Kelly was alert and oriented to the location and date. Mr. Kelly showed good concentration as he was able to remain attentive to questions over several hour period. His short and long term memory were not formally tested, but appeared to be good based on his recollection of content reviewed during the interview and of our previous interview. Diagnostic impression. Other specified paraphilic disorder in a controlled environment. The diagnosis of other specified paraphilic disorder is used to refer to Mr. Kelly's history of hypersexual behavior lasting greater than 6 months period of time with resultant clinically significant distress and impairment in social and occupational functioning. The diagnostic criteria, as outlined in the DSM-5 TR for this category, applies to presentations in which symptoms characteristics of a paraphilic disorder, such as hypersexuality, that cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning, predominate but do not meet the full criteria for any of the disorders in the paraphilic disorder diagnostic class. Mr. Kelly meets the diagnostic criteria for other specified paraphilic disorder as evidenced by the following. Mr. Kelly described a history of hypersexuality, Although not uniformly defined, hypersexuality has been described as a pattern of recurrent, intense, and excessive preoccupation with sexual fantasies, urges, and behaviors that individual struggles to control. Mr. Kelly experienced significant personal distress related to his sexual drive. Mr. Kelly's hypersexual behavior has resulted in impairment in social and occupational functioning. The specifier in a controlled environment is applicable to Mr. Kelly because he has not met criteria for this disorder for the last 6 months while housed in a correctional setting. I consider for the diagnosis of pedophilia given by Mr. Kelly's alleged history of sexual contact with minors. The diagnosis of pedophilia is used to refer to individuals who experience recurrent intense sexual arousal and fantasies over sexual urges involving sexual activities with prepubescent children, child or children, generally aged 13 years or younger. I rejected the diagnosis because Mr. Kelly does not report any history of sexual arousal to prepubescent individuals, and his sexual behavior has not involved prepubescent individuals. I considered the diagnosis of sexual sadism given the government's claim that Mr. Kelly's sexual behavior includes sadistic content. The diagnosis of sexual sadism requires the presence of recurrent and intense sexual arousal from the physical or psychological suffering or another person as manifested by fantasies, urges by behaviors. I rejected the diagnosis of sexual sadism because Mr. Kelly does not report a history of sexual arousal from the physical or psychological suffering of another. None of Mr. Kelly's sexual behaviors include sexual gratification from the physical or psychological suffering of a sexual partner. In addition to the focus of this report, the following additional diagnoses are made. Specific learning disability. The diagnosis of specific learning disability as outlined in the DSM-5TR is based on Mr. Kelly's history of difficulties learning and using academic skills as indicated by difficulties with reading, spelling, written expression, and mathematical reasoning beginning in early school age. These difficulties are outlined in the neuropsychological examination report signed by Daniel Martel. Panic disorder. The diagnosis of panic disorder is outlined in the DSM-5TR based on Mr. Kelly's history of recurrent panic attacks and persistent worry about additional panic attacks. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. The diagnosis of PTSD as outlined in the DSM-5TR is used to refer to the onset of psychiatric symptoms following the trauma of being physically assaulted. Mr. Kelly described the onset of psychiatric symptoms, namely intrusion symptoms, avoidance behaviors, and marked altercations. Is that alterations or altercations? It's shaded out. Alterations, okay, and arousal following an assault in August 2020. Mr. Kelly described earlier traumatic experiences, including childhood sexual abuse and the death of his childhood girlfriend, which also produced psychiatric symptoms, including nightmares, intrusion symptoms, and avoidance behaviors. Mr. Kelly did not experience symptoms related to these traumas in adulthood. Social anxiety disorder in full remission. The diagnosis of social anxiety disorder, as outlined in the DSM-5TR, is used to refer to the anxiety related to symptoms Mr. Kelly experienced in childhood, early adulthood. Mr. Kelly described a history of marked fear and anxiety about social situations in which he was exposed to the possible scrutiny of others. He predominantly experienced fear and anxiety in settings in which his learning deficiencies, what is this? I can't say it. His learning deficits might be exposed. As a result of his fears and anxiety, he avoided social situations. The specifier in full remission refers to the absence of symptoms for more than 6 months. Mr. Kelly has not experienced symptoms of social anxiety since his early 20s. Opinion. I was asked to address the following question. whether Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse should be considered as a mitigating factor in his sentencing hearing. I first addressed Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse. A. Mr. Kelly wrote about being sexually abused repeatedly for years by an older female who lived in his house in his autobiography, Solar Coaster, in the chapter entitled Women in My House. Carrie Kelly, Mr. Kelly's younger brother, said in his telephonic interview with Dr. Alexander on 5/27/2022 that he believed Mr. Kelly was sexually abused. There's a blank there. Keith Colbert, Mr. Kelly's childhood friend, said in his telephonic interview with Dr. Alexander on 5/17, Mr. Kelly told him that later on. Number two, Mr. Kelly said that he was sexually abused. A. Mr. Kelly referenced the abuse by blank in his autobiography, Solar Coaster, in the chapter entitled Mr. Blue. B. Keith Calvert said in his telephonic interview with Dr. Alexander on 5/17/2022, he learned from Bruce Kelly that. Number C. Reginald King, Mr. Kelly's childhood friend, said in his telephonic interview with Dr. Alexander on 5/23/2022, he, referring to blank, got robbed at some point. Blank said in his telephonic interview with Dr. Alexander on blank, blank tried it with all three of us, referring to sexual abuse. C. Bruce Kelly, Mr. Kelly's older brother, said in his telephonic interview with Dr. Alexander on 5/30/2022, Robert was abused by. Next, I addressed the relationship between Mr. Kelly's childhood history of sexual abuse and his adult hypersexual behaviors. It is my opinion, with reasonable medical certainty, that Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse contributed to his adult hypersexual behaviors. The following evidence supports this opinion. Number one, the scientific literature supports a pathway from childhood sexual abuse to adult hypersexual behaviors. A. Childhood sexual abuse has been implicated as a potential precursor to compulsive or hypersexual behavior. Researchers have theorized that a distorted understanding of sexuality that results from child sexual abuse can lead to abnormal sexual behavior in adults, such as hypersexuality. B. Systemic literature reviews have found a significant association between child sexual abuse and compulsive or hypersexual adult behaviors. C. Reports of childhood sexual abuse in individuals seeking treatment for sexual addiction are higher than reports of child sexual abuse in general population. D. Childhood sexual abuse have been correlated with the high-risk sexual behaviors, including the number of sexual partners, unprotected sexual intercourse, early engagement in sexual activity, and prostitution. 2. Mr. Kelly described a link between his childhood sexual abuse and adult sexual behaviors. Lastly, I address whether Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse should be considered as the mitigating factor in his sentencing hearing. It is my opinion, with reasonable medical certainty, that Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse is consistent with the definition of mitigating factors as any fact or circumstance that lessens the severity or culpability of the criminal act. The following evidence supports this opinion. 1. Mr. Kelly's history of childhood sexual abuse represents a hardship or circumstance that was out of his control. Number 2, this hardship has been described in the scientific literature as contributing to adult hypersexual behaviors. Number 3, Mr. Kelly's adult hypersexual behaviors were factors in his criminal convictions. Respectfully submitted, Renee Sorrentino, MD. That is it for Part B. Exhibit C has, let me see what's in Exhibit C. Oh, Exhibit C is 163 pages. Your mama won't be doing that. Your mama let some of these other niggas take over. Your mama won't be doing this. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, this. Looks like this is the CV. Wait a minute. Hold on. Is this the CV? Yep, this is the CV. All right, this is the CV. So we might not even. I might be done. Hold on. Let me see if the whole thing is the CV. Let me see. Yep, the whole thing is a CV. Woo! We knocked it out. Queen knocked it out. The queen of knocking shit out around this there. Mm-mm. The whole thing is a CV, y'all. Let me make sure. Woo! I done got happy. Yeah, I think the whole thing is a CV. Hold on. I think the whole thing is the damn CV. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. Yep. I'm done. Woo! Woo! Bring them out. The heart, the year of the queen, goddamn knock them out is in the house. Boom, boom, boom. Bring them out. Hey, boom, boom, boom. Hey. Look like I done knocked the goddamn people out that's in here. Woo. So anybody won't go to read. So y'all don't even have to worry about doing section C. That is the CV, okay? That's the CV. So don't even worry about that. Yeah, you don't have to do section. Woo! Woo, Jesus. Let me make sure nothing else come on through. Yes, honey. Yes. While people going live talking about bullshit, we talking about the shit that matters. Yes. Bring them out. Hey, boom, boom, boom. Hey, queen of knocking shit out. Another one is in the books. Damn. Woo! We did that in 6 hours, y'all. 6 of them. Damn. A CV, right? A CV is, I'm sorry, is a resume of all of the experts, um, their work history and their credentials and certifications and all that stuff, like related to the law and stuff, like what they've done with regard to the law and all this. It's called a CV, curriculum vitae, CV. Yeah, curriculum vitae, right? CV. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, I appreciate y'all. And thanks for all of the goddamn financials. That is so nice. Y'all don't have to do that, but I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm giving me a nice little something. I mean a little something to munch on or something. Yes, we done knocked it out. Out. In 6. What's good with it, Lisa? In 6. Y'all realize all that shit that came through today? Mm. Let me check to make sure ain't nothing else. It is in the book. Make sure. Okay, make sure. Okay, let me see. Judge Ann put something in here. Wait a minute. This is. I mean, we done already read the shit. Okay. I really ain't got to read this, but I'll post this. This is just the order of her directing J Bo to unask this goddamn report. I really ain't got to read that because I don't read the whole shit. Okay. This just for shits. I mean, just to make sure we read everything. I'll go ahead and read this. So this is I want to see. I'm just reading this to see how Judge Ann how she was sick of this shit today about this goddamn paperwork. And she got it up out of J-Bo's ass. Okay, you don't give me this damn paperwork. Dub K, you so crazy. I ought to stop a long time ago. Let's read Judge Ann. It ain't too much. She got it in small print. So Judge Ann says that this is her. So we done already read everything, but this is her order, right? I want to see how if we see if she, how she feels. So it says, for the reasons stated below, the defendant is directed to file a public version of the supporting exhibits in his supplemental sentencing submission in accordance with the redactions that the government has proposed. The defendant may file his 12-page main sentencing memorandum with the limited redactions that counsel proposed via email. On June 13, 2022, the defendant filed a supplemental sentencing submission under seal without explaining why sealing was necessary. The submission includes a 12-page memorandum and a 163-page of exhibits, including two mitigation reports, Exhibit A and Exhibit B, prepared by doctors who opine about the defendant's history and his conduct in this case. In an order dated June 24, 2022, the court directed the parties to file letters by June 26, 2022, addressing whether the defendant's sentencing submission should remain under seal in whole or in part, and directed the defendant to propose the redactions to the extent that he sought to file these submissions publicly with redactions. In response to the court's order, the government filed a letter proposing redactions of Exhibit A and B reports. When the defendant did not respond by the deadline, the court directed the defendant to provide the court with a redacted version of his supplemental submission, consistent with the government's letter. On June 27, 2022, counsel filed a sealed letter in which she agreed that the 12-page supplemental memorandum could be unsealed without redaction, but it urged the court to seal exhibits A and B and it's in their entirety. Some hours later, counsel emailed the court's chambers with the proposed redactions. Oh, wait. We might get some juice in. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go over. On June 27, 2022, counsel filed a sealed letter in which she agreed that the 12-page supplement memorandum could be unsealed without redactions, but urged court to seal exhibits A and B in their entirety. Some hours later, counsel emailed the court chambers with proposed redactions of the supplemental memorandum and of the mitigation reports. Counsel also wrote that she intended to file an additional letter objecting to the public filing of the two reports. Because time is short, the sentencing is on June 29th. The court, through the courtroom deputy, directed the parties to consult about redactions and file those redactions before midnight on June 27, 2022. Instead, defense counsel responded in an email to the courtroom deputy as follows. Defendant has proposed his redactions. If the government seeks additional redactions, that is on their motion. The government filed proposed redactions to the docket, which include the redactions that the government initially proposed, as well as additional redactions that protect the identities and privacy of innocent third parties. The government also identified redactions that the defendant proposed with the government disagreed. Government also identified redactions. The government also identified. So they had a disagreement about the redactions and shit. Discussion to the extent that the defendant is claiming that the report should remain fully sealed, as he urges in his June 27, 2022 letter. That request is denied. The defendant's sentencing, a proceeding presumed to be open to the public under the First Amendment's right of access to judicial proceedings and documents. Case law is less than 24 hours from now. The supplemental sentencing submission at issue are paradigmatic judicial documents subject to the right of the access under both the First Amendment and the common law. Case law. Oh, they citing Ranieri. Sentencing memorandum and their accompanying exhibits generally qualify as judicial documents. Case law. It is well recognized that the public has a strong right to sentencing memoranda under the First Amendment and the common law right to judicial records. Moreover, courts have rejected the argument that sentencing submissions, like the defendant's, are akin to pre-sentence reports, and the defendant maintains, as the defendant maintains. Sentencing submissions are generally afforded a public right of access, with an exception for the court's probation services pre-sentencing report, based largely on the promise of confidentiality of service often makes to obtain information. Right. So we won't see that. I told you we won't see that. The PSI. The pre-sentence investigation report, unlike parties, sentencing submissions are internal court documents that are not subject to a presumption of access under the First Amendment or common law. The presumptive right of public access is even stronger, where here the defendant submitted the reports as part and parcel of his legal argument for a particular sentence to influence the court's sentencing decision. They cited Ranieri again. Accordingly, the defendant's sentencing materials are judicial documents. So see, she called it sentencing materials. Remember, I told you all of this stuff is called sentencing materials. I went through and told you what it is. So see, the judge called it sentencing materials. I'm just not making this shit up. Okay. Are judicial documents to which the common law presumption and the First Amendment right of access attach. Certain kinds of information in these submissions can be sealed if specific on the record findings are made, demonstrating that closure is essential to preserve higher values and is narrowly tailored to serve that interest. Case law. Where possible, limited redaction instead of wholesale sealing of court documents should be considered in order to adequately safeguard First Amendment values. Reference. In the In the context of sentencing proceedings, court have identified the privacy and safety of innocent third parties, the the viability, of ongoing law enforcement investigations, and the protection of personal medical information under certain circumstances as higher interests that may justify sealing. Case law. The parties proposed many of the same redactions. The defendant proposed some additional redactions but did not explain why those redactions were essential to preserve higher values or that they were narrowly tailored to serve that interest. Reference. Having reviewed both sets of redactions, I conclude that those redactions that the government proposed serve the interest of protecting the identities of defendants, victims, as well as the privacy of third parties mentioned in the reports. Reference. According by no later than 3 p.m. on June 28th, the defendant is directed to file on the docket unsealed redacted versions of ECL, all those references that incorporate the government proposed redactions, all those references. The defendant may file his 12-page main sentencing memorandum, ECF number 306, with the limited redactions that the counsel proposed via email, and the court finds that those redactions comport with the principles discussed herein and thus are justified. So now I'm gonna tell you what was going on. So now we know what was the whole situation about the damn shit being sealed and the games back and forth, whatever. She didn't want the report to get out. She didn't want it out. And we see why. Because there's some information in there that, one, we ain't know, and two, son of kind of, shit, knock you back. She was trying to keep it from coming out. That's what she was doing. Yeah. Cause see, you see what there was an email, you heard what the judge just said. Now the judge done told it. So yeah, y'all. That is crazy. Crazy. Whew, I don't get in chat. I don't get in chat business. I might as well on a film. She was trying to. Wow. She a rider. J Bo is a rider. She going against that standard fucking procedural policies and shit, which are part of primary law. Okay, that must be followed, right? This is the procedures and shit, right? So she is bucking that and everything. She was trying to keep that report from coming out. Wow, she a rider. She one of the ones that back in the 60s and shit, she got on the freedom bus and shit with the niggas. Damn, she rolled on in and did the marches and shit. Damn, I like her. She a rider. Oh, okay. So JoJo said something like that last night, that she was trying to prevent the report from being disclosed, right? That's crazy. She all right though. Let me see. She ain't want it out. Mm-hmm. So that's what the whole shit was about. Now it makes sense. I can get my ass up out of here now. She's a rider, y'all. Leave that damn lady alone. She bucking the system every goddamn later. As I told you, we can't see the PSR. So we have to look at these sentencing materials and get we can get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because we won't see the PSR. But yeah. I got about 3 more minutes. Any link hitters? If not, I'm going to push out. I am going to push out. Oh, push out. They got chat business going on. Mm, 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 mm. So, anybody that reads that whole thing, remember, y'all ain't got to do Exhibit C. Exhibit C ain't nothing but a bunch of resumes. So, 163 pages of resumes. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm finna click off this thing. I'm finna click off this thing. I appreciate everybody. I don't know who all did the super chats and the um cash apps, but I sure do appreciate y'all. I appreciate it. You know, y'all don't have to do that. All I asked was that thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. And we got another one in the book. So I remember I got to do those 2 lives. I got to put them 2 lives back up. I got to edit them. So I got to do 2 lives on a live on it. This the worst job ever. It don't pay. Oh, what do pay? Because I get to spend it pay me with you nice goddamn people. Yes, honey. Well, so what time is the thing? I'm be up my nerves so damn bad. What? Oh, I appreciate you, little red. Oh, I appreciate y'all. What time is the sentencing for tomorrow? I mean, I don't care what side you're on, whatever, but to read some of that stuff was just hard. I mean, if you got a heart, you know, you fucking human, you know. Mm, some of that shit there. And it's always hard for me, right? Because I've never experienced no type of stuff like that, right? And on my mom's side, a level down now, you know, level down. I don't know about the ones that's on that 3rd level. I don't know what's going on with them. But for us up, we don't have those type of stories, right? And so when I'm somewhere in a room and dealing with charities and things like that, you always deal with somebody that's in need and experience a lot of stuff or whatever. Just different things, right? Whatever type of shit you support or whatever someone wants you to associate to their charity. You know what I'm saying? When they come, you know, it could be a charity for domestic violence, all kinds of stuff, right? You hear so many of these stories. And sometimes I be feeling out of place because I just don't have one. You know, now domestic violence could be questionable, but I be fighting too. And then I was told that, you know, anytime you got to put your hands, you feel like you got to put your hands on somebody, that's domestic violence. But I don't have a hungry story and a moving all time story and a lights off story and not having, you know, the stuff you need for school and not being able to read, write, all that type of stuff. I don't have it. Now, I've been around music all my life and certain people, well, I got people performers, but they rap on the daddy side. That's on the situation. But on my mama's side, like classical performers, whether it be dancing or singing and stuff like that, playing the instruments. So I've been around music all my life, and I don't know how I escaped being around those things. Being in an actual band with the instrument, and I don't know, can't I don't know not one note. Okay, I don't know if I identify with R. Kelly like that. I had my mom buy all them goddamn instruments. My mom, and my daddy brought all them damn instruments, and I can't play not one. We got I got a whole I try to get my daughter involved in that type of stuff. We got whole keyboards and shit like that. Shit's still in the box, but so I don't have, we don't have those type of stories, and we always be somewhere like we just don't have those stories. We and it's heartbreaking. That's a lot of shit. Like being shot in the arm, fighting, and the girl, the baby died, the little girl died, and shit like that. That's some hard ass shit. Can't people pick bullying you and picking on you and stuff like that? Mm. Yeah, I read them all. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Tia. Yeah. I mean, that's his girl. That's his girlfriend. So what you call her? Yeah, that's his girlfriend. Yeah, a fiance. Yeah, no, she's not an accuser. That's his girlfriend. It's a lot though. I am going to push on out. What time? So did we know what time the sentencing is supposed to be? I hope I ain't got to go look. I know y'all know. I have to go back in this damn thing. Let me see. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. You're talking asking me about the two letters, one from the accuser and one from Joe. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I put it together. I thought you was calling Joy the accuser. No, no. Okay, yeah. I read both of them. The I don't think the accuser thing was in the letter. Was in a letter form. The one that was in the part of just a part of that the sentencing thing. I don't think that was a letter. I think that was in a part of that sentencing thing. Let me see. Make sure. That was a part of that thing. Hold on. Yeah, that was a part of that wasn't a I mean it wasn't a part of exhibit D. It was a letter that somebody wrote R. Kelly. One of them. I wonder who it was. I guess best we can guess who it is. I bet we can guess. Who does that sound like? Y'all think it was Holly? Holly or JP? I don't know. Cause she said they threatened her. See, if an uncharged, see, Holly came in as an uncharged act. They could have, that could have been, she could have, hey, showed up or not. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. It'd have been a, But they had 20. They had. I don't know how many people in the uncharged. So that's why I think it was one of the charged acts. The only one, the only problematic child I can think of who came on and was acting like, she wasn't with all this. And it would make perfect sense. I mean, I know they said that she was pregnant and it could have a baby any day now. Well, it makes perfect sense if somebody that's showing that they don't really want to testify, whatever, you use to put their ass on there first and just rearrange the way that you're going. You're going to present your evidence. You understand what I'm saying? I believe it's JP. Yeah, I believe it's JP. That makes perfect sense to me. Mm, 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 mm. Now, JP, she's not in the state case, is it? She's not in the state case, is she? The state case, who they have there? HW. I have to pull that all out. Can I reread the that letter from the one from the what they talking about, Karen? Yeah, you talking about there? Yeah, I can read it. Hold on. She's in Illinois. Oh man. Whoop. And that's something. Now that's gonna be crazy. If she done wrote that man a letter, now done got, if that's her and she done wrote this letter, oh now I got to see if I gotta look at that paperwork. See if her ass is in. Man, I know that government, like I knew better to deal with her crazy ass shit. I know they be like, I know better to deal with her ass. This was April the 7th. She said, Rob, I have so much to say. Please let me know if you even want me to write. I know writing isn't your thing. Call me if it's easier for you. I hope you know I never wanted anything to do with this. I even paid a lawyer to try to avoid it, but I was threatened. It kills me every day. Love, your ride or die. P.S. I hope you know I would never want to do anything to hurt you. My hands were tied and they had me backed in a corner. I tried to send a birthday card, but it was returned because the envelope was purple. I hope to hear from you. I'm lost without my best friend. Jabo, who wrote that? Jabo, let us know. Jabo, we knows as hell. We don't mind our own business. Who wrote that, Jabo? I know you gonna put something on their ass, baby. You ain't finna play that shit. Jabo, what? Jabo goes. Who wrote that shit, y'all? Let me see if this girl is up in this damn state case. Shit, I don't be liking to wait around. The hell? And she said they threatened her. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Let me see. Let me see. Who were the people in that state case? It's easy for me to go to my goddamn email. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, y'all. Let me look at my email. Let me get the state case out my email real quick. I thought Skylight said she needed some papers. If Skylight's still in here, can you tell me what you needed? I don't know. Hold on. Okay. What I got it on the state case? Okay, Chicago. Okay. Okay. State case has. Took me by the hand. Okay, they got LC. Quick with my face. LC, you have. Okay. Yeah, HW, LC, HW. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm scrolling through it. Baby, baby. Ooh, baby, never know. Oh, JP, she is in there. Baby, this shit done got interesting. She in there, y'all. Oh, baby, if you wrote that letter, woo, baby, you finna meet the smooth motherfucking 1-2s of J-Bo. If that was you, girl, you finna come against a goddamn skilled, uh, appellate attorney. I'm back around here. Yeah, she in there. I bet, hey, I bet them damn if that's her, I bet them prosecutors in Illinois, they sit up there like, look at this shit here. The hell? You think it was Hallie? But why would she say that they threatened her? Hallie was in the uncharged act, right? Because you got one was one was you know who. 2 and 3 them people I don't know, Stephanie and Sonia. 4 was JP. 5 was, and 6 was Faith. Yeah. I mean, Holly came in on the uncharged acts. I mean, if she didn't show up, she was just there. I mean, what much did she contribute? I mean, I don't think Holly is that emotional. I'm gonna use that word to be a wrote a goddamn letter talking about. And do you remember Holly was when we saw Holly, she was in a motherfucking car with 2 other people, looking like they was trying to escape the motherfucking goddamn. Look like goddamn what the lady name is? What the lady look like Harriet Tubman was driving a car and they was the goddamn passengers. They was looking like, oh, we got to get the fuck out of here. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Look like they was trying to get the fuck on. That girl looked like she wasn't writing a letter about shit. That girl been on interviews. I don't know about that one. Yeah. Look like Harriet Tubman was driving cars and shit around that time. She was getting the fuck up out of her. Listen. Girl, I know the look when you trying to escape a motherfucker. hey, hey, you be looking back and shit. Oh, I ain't laughing. Wait a minute. I'm laughing at my own situation. I ain't laughing. Honey, I done tried to escape a many times, girl. Well, don't play. Yeah, I know that look. Your hair ain't comb and shit. No matter how cute you are, you'll be fucked up. You trying to get the fuck on up out of there. You got to go. Hell no. And you trying to go somewhere where you cannot be found by that person. You think it's Holly Red Bunny? Um, that letter, I believe they put that letter in there. Hold on, let me see. Okay. So let me read the context of which it came in there. Hold on. Let me look at the footnotes. Why that song is in my head? Play another slow jam. Next time make it sweet on a slow jam for me and my baby. Okay, the government focuses primarily on excessive bad, other bad act evidence that it placed before the jury to make its case. Defendant conduct was exceptionally serious. The government places outsized emphasis on 30-year-old conduct that was never proved beyond a reasonable doubt, some of which never shown to be the product of any coercion. Okay, you put this in here before the coercion. More than one witness testified against the defendant reluctantly cooperating because of government pressure. At least one of the government's witnesses, an alleged victim, sent an unsolicited letter to the defendant apologizing for her testimony, suggesting that her testimony was strong-armed. So she put that in there to also, she's trying to, challenge those elements of the coercion, enticement, and all of that. And 2, to show that, hey, the government made these people testify, you know? The government's pressure. And a little something like that released on the airways, hey, you know, you got to, she gonna work the media too. She got a potential jury sitting out there. So yeah, my queen crying and looking crazy, and the people in the car with her looking concerned. My queen said, "You don't know nothing about getting away. You don't know shit about getting away." Hey, everybody in the car looking back and shit, looking concerned. You all right? You all right? Oh, well, you can stay over here with me because such and such or whatever. No, I got it all right. No, because he know where you stay at. I ain't gonna stay with you because he know where you stay at. I don't want him coming over there and showing out and getting you put out your apartment. I know, you know, he knows the hotels I like to stay at and everything, so I'm gonna stay somewhere different where he ain't gonna never think to find me at. But that's all right. I got it, girl. I got it. I'm all right. I'm all right. And I done had to bust out a whole bunch of people too. I done had to come pick people up and shit. I know that look, baby. They were looking like, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Mm-hmm. But she plays music and tells him to be strong and shit like that on her Instagram. When who was doing that on Red Bunny? Well, a lot of them being them put you put relationships behind you, and if it wasn't a particularly good one. I mean, I'm not saying nothing about allegations. I mean, it's just some relationships that don't involve any beating or any kind of shit like that. It's just not a particularly good relationship. You just don't reference it only to say this is the worst relationship I ever been in. You know. But when she was doing that on her Instagram, hmm, what is this something about Debo? Wait a minute. What is this here? I done got a Twitter per Debo. Wait a minute. Because this letter, if she was doing that, yeah, somebody put something out per Debo. I'm an official prisoner and I understand the position I'm in. And I also understand the line informants that helped to put me here. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But what I'm saying is somebody just dated that letter April 7th. So I don't know when she was on the last time when she was on her Instagram listening to no R. Kelly music and whatever. This Holly girl. I don't know. Somebody just dated that letter April 7th. So let me tell you something. So it's evident that these motherfucking popos is watching us. So I just want to make sure that if I saw James Harrison here earlier, did anybody get a picture of James Harrison shit? Because I'm gonna have to put see that little circle y'all see in the middle. I'm gonna have to put James Harrison's picture up here. Our channel by James Harris, and make sure when they go looking for somebody, they find James Harris and not me. Right, but she was in the uncharged act. I want to make sure, because I think I can do a deep Southern voice that sound country. I can do that. Dominique didn't testify. Because that would have been my, oh, you're welcome, Demetria. Dominique would have been my second choice. It would have, if Snow should have probably been my first choice. It would have been her or JP. But if the government strongly suggests your ass be there, you got to be one of the charged acts. It might have been. I don't know. I'm just going by behaviors and you know. I mean, JP, she sent some of the man some of the money back or something like that. Who does that? I don't know. She just seemed to be a confused person after these kids and all of this. And another thing that took me out, and I'm gonna get on off here, was when they said that the girl from 90 something got the damn, disease and shit. Well, when somebody's gonna tell us that? Ain't none of our business. I'm just saying. Baby, that's why you have to read this shit. And I'm wanting to do that dancing wife got one. How can you prevent that stuff from how can you prevent it from giving it to your partner? I thought HIV had some medicines or whatever that prevents the is it HIV or herpes that prevents the spread to your partner, or does it prevent the spread to your baby? I don't know. I don't know, Shorty. I don't know. After what you read, I always felt bad for all parties, right? After what you read, you just like you could see how this shit could happen. I'm a person with I won't say tremendous compassion, but at least enough that makes him human. So I think do I you got to ask because see here's the thing, right? Will the judge accept any of that and show some compassion, right? Or will she say, well, I'm compassionate, but I can definitely hide my sentence that would equate to life in jail behind giving him a sentence that is consistent with defendants with charges like his, right? She can always cite that. That's what she used as her guide. She could take the process. I mean, I don't know what the prosecution aggravating is going, but well, I think the prosecution does want him to stay in jail, but 25, 25 years ain't necessarily a life sentence for him. I don't know. That's why I was saying they might do 30 for a symbolic measure, because 30 years is what they always quote. 30 years, 30 years. I've known him 30 years. I've been in, I've been saying for 30 years. I did this for 30 years. Well, shit. It's HIV. Oh, okay, Red Bunny. I knew it was one of them. Yeah. So Y'all, that's my time. I am going to go on and push on up out of here. So since Club Blue was heavily represented, I'm going to go on out with Club Blue stuff. I want to thank y'all for y'all support in that many ways. Make sure you do all of these things. So we can do this. You know, the chat business is always that. Especially when I drop this. And we always live. And make sure you do these things again. And with that being said, oh, thank you, Star. No, y'all the best. Y'all the best. I love you too, Shouty. I love y'all too. Y'all the goddamn best. Thanks for the panelists, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. Make sure you love yourself, love someone else, and do something good for somebody else. This is another one in the book. Till the next live. Peace.